Hello everyone. Welcome to our audiobook channel. If you enjoy this story or want to hear more exciting content, don't forget to like, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. Your feedback helps us improve and bring even more captivating stories. Enjoy listening. Chapter 1. Chapter 1. I'm a professional player. Early June. The weather was hot and humid, and it was drizzling outside the window. Buzz buzz. Inside the room, the phone on the bedside table kept vibrating. Quiet. Quiet. Stop making the noise. I'll wake up after a while. Fang Heng, who was lying on the bed, muttered under his breath and habitually reached out to turn off the alarm. Where's my alarm? He thought to himself. In a daze, Fang Heng opened his eyes. The small and narrow room was messy. A small wooden bed and a game cabin occupied about 1/3 of the room. The takeout food was left on the wooden table and there were a few empty wine bottles scattered on the floor. There was a picture hanging on the wall. A somewhat handsome young man was holding onto his trophy while being surrounded by the crowd who was cheering for him. There was no smile on his face. Instead, there was a hint of arrogance. Fang Heng's body trembled. He suddenly sat up straight and woke up with a start. He was no longer sleepy at all. What the hell, this isn't my home. In an instant, countless chaotic messages entered Fang Heng's mind. This body was called Fang Heng. Just like him. He committed suicide last night. My soul has crossed over to his body, Fang Heng wondered. Buzz. The phone was still vibrating in his hand. Fang Heng saw the caller ID and the words "Big Trouble" written in the remarks. Fang Heng picked up the phone, and a crisp female voice came from the other end. Fang Heng, you B-starred, where have you been? I couldn't find you all day. Are you getting ready to commit suicide and end this once and for all? Ugh. Fang Heng was silent for a moment when he heard the question on the phone. He could hear the anxiety in the other party's tone. I'm sorry to have made you worry. What's the matter? On the other end of the phone, Zia Zai was stunned. In the past, Fang Heng would never say something like sorry. Are you okay? Fang Heng realized that he had said something wrong. In his memory, the original owner of this body had a very violent temper. He was not going to apologize to anyone even if he was in the wrong. Fang Heng imitated the impatient tone of the original owner of this body. Is there anything else? If not, I'll go back to sleep. Wait. A friend of mine opened a new online gaming company and is recruiting professional players. Her company is very big and the benefits are very good. Zia Zai bit her lip slightly. I didn't manage to contact you yesterday, so I sent your resume over first. The interview time is set for tomorrow afternoon. Teeming company. For a moment, images quickly flashed past Fang Heng's eyes. His gaze once again fell on the photo on the wall. The original owner of this body was once a professional player from a certain gaming club. At his peak, he had represented his country in the World Championships and had achieved good results in international competitions. However, the original owner had a bad temper and often got into fights with his teammates. Later, to please his girlfriend, he was instigated by his girlfriend to accept money to help others fix matches. Soon, the club's results suffered a sudden decline and the fighting incidents were exposed on the internet. His involvement in match fixing was also found out by the management and he got kicked out of the club. If Zia Zai hadn't gone around to help him plead for leniency, he might have even been arrested and sent to prison for his criminal actions. The interview is set. Anyway, you better tidy up yourself. I'll pick you up tomorrow afternoon. Zia Zai hung up after saying that, not giving Fang Heng the chance to refuse. Fang Heng held his phone in a daze, listening to the busy tone after the call was hung up. No wonder. I'm a professional player. Fang Heng's gaze shifted to the simulation game cabin in the room, and tried to recollect the memories of this body. The world after he had crossed over was very similar to the parallel world where Fang Heng originally lived. Except for one special thing. The King of God's game. This national game was not just empty words in this world. All humans would be forcefully dragged into the King of God's space to become players when they reached adulthood. In the early stages, players would have to choose one of the 3 dangerous apocalypse survival games to join. And they would be forced to stay in the game for at least 30 days every year. In addition, every player would awaken a talent skill after entering the game. The previous owner of this body was extremely lucky to obtain the highest level of talent, this level, in the game, and this also laid the foundation for him to become a professional player. One had to know that there were only a few hundred players in China who had obtained S-level talent. Fang Heng scratched his head. His memory was somewhat lacking and he had already forgotten why the original owner of the body had committed suicide. However, ever since the original owner of this body was chased out by the gaming club, he had no income at all and he had not paid his rent for more than half a year. Fang Heng looked through his phone again and saw that quite a few messages were pressing for payment of debts. No way could it be that he had died of poverty. Fang Heng had never had any big ambitions and he did not want to be rich. He just wanted to spend his life peacefully. I need to think of a way to get some money well. I have an interview related to gaming tomorrow afternoon anyway. I'll go to the game to check out the situation first. Welcome back to the King of God's Space. Entering the elementary game Zombie Apocalypse. The game world was considered to be an alternate real world. After players entered the game world, if they died, they would be in a spiritual state and be forcefully sent back to the King of God's Space. Unless they had special tools or skills, they would be devoured by the King of God's Space after 3 consecutive deaths and be completely dead. When he entered the game and opened his eyes, a pale and terrifying face appeared in front of Fang Heng. A zombie was less than half a meter away from Fang Heng. FCK. Fang Heng was so scared that he took 2 steps back. What a shock! After calming himself down, Fang Heng realized that this zombie was his clone. Oh right. S-level talent. Fang Heng opened the character page and switched to the character talent skill observation. Talent skill zombie clone. Talent level S. Talent description: you have a permanent zombie clone. The zombie clone has 5 of the main body's attributes and an additional 780 of the main body's HP. It inherits some of the main body's basic skills and passive skills. After leaving the battle for 7-8 hours, it will regain its full status. After dying, it will automatically resurrect 5 hours later. Additional description: by increasing your player's level, the zombie clone will receive a higher percentage of attribute bonuses and shorten the resurrection time. This level talent doesn't seem very strong. Fang Heng muttered to himself and closed the game description. He recalled that the zombie clone did not have the capacity for thinking. It only accepted Fang Heng's orders and he couldn't control it after it left his sight. Under normal circumstances, apart from using the zombie clone to fight, the zombie clone could also hack. Even after logging off, the zombie clone could still faithfully carry out Fang Heng's orders. However, it wasn't very clever, so it could only accept the simplest hack order. While thinking, Fang Heng opened the game log to check. Your zombie has started collecting materials and exploring the area. Your zombie has entered Highway 102. What did your zombie notice? Your zombie has picked up some common waste by the roadside. Your zombie continues to move forward. Your zombie encounters a group of zombies that are coming at him. Your zombie continues to explore. Your zombie brushes past a group of zombies. Your zombie picks up a piece of wood by the roadside. 1. Your zombie finds a pile of trash by the roadside. Your zombie is trying to search the pile of garbage. Search failed. Your zombie obtained contaminated bottled water during the search. 1. Your zombie backpack is full. Returning to the shelter. Your zombie has completed 20 rounds of gathering materials. It is waiting for new orders. Fang Heng quickly estimated the benefits of the hack. Some basic building materials. Water and food. Without a doubt, these materials and food were extremely useful to survive in this apocalyptic environment. But, can this skill be considered as an S-level? This was the so-called strongest S-level talent. How weak were the other players' talents? Fang Heng curled his lips and couldn't help but complain. Just as he was about to walk around the shelter to see how much materials his previous owner had left him, he suddenly heard a notification sound. Hint anomaly detected. Hint: a new player has been detected. New player. Could it be that my soul crossover has been detected? Fang Heng's expression changed slightly. Hint: conflict detected. The current player has been identified as a newcomer. Resetting in progress. All your current skills have been forgotten. All current points have been cleared. The backpack has been cleared. Level cleared. The initial number of rebirths reset. Current number of rebirths remaining 3. What did that mean? Empty is account data. No way, it can't be that bad. Fang Heng felt the fangs were getting worse. Hint clearing completed. Welcome to the King of God's game. New players can obtain talent skills. Hint, since you already have one talent skill, please make a choice. 1. Obtain a new talent. You will have 2 talents at the same time. 2. Upgrade your talent. Chapter 2. Chapter 2 Talent Advancement. A virtual selection box appeared before Fang Heng's eyes. 1. Draw a new talent and keep the original talent. 2. Level up your original talent. I can level up my talent. Fang Heng was surprised. Wasn't N's level talent already the highest level of talent? It could still be upgraded. After coming back to his senses, Fang Heng quickly assessed the situation in front of him. At the moment, it was too risky to randomly pick a skill. If he picked a normal skill, his talent level would be very average. In comparison, the current zombie clone with N's level talent was not as powerful as he had imagined, but it was still N's level skill. If he upgraded it, it might have a miraculous effect. He'll take the bet, he thought. Fang Heng reached out his hand and tapped on option 2. I choose to upgrade my talent. Hint player chooses to level up his talent. Obtained SS level skill enhanced super zombie clone. Hint original talent zombie clone skill level cleared. Talent enhanced super zombie clone. Level SSS. Talent description: you can now control a more powerful zombie clone. The zombie clone has 50 of the main body's attributes and an additional 300 of the main body's HP. The zombie clone can inherit most of the main body's skills and passive skills. Additional description: every time your character's level increases, you can obtain an additional number of zombie clones at the current character's level. Additional description: after the zombie dies, it will automatically resurrect 24 hours later. The resurrection time will be shortened as the player's level increases. Awesome! After reviewing the skill description, Fang Heng could not help but shout out in glee. The biggest change after a skill upgrade was the number of zombie clones. Although there was only one at level 1, every time a character leveled up, an additional number of zombie clones will be given, and the number would be the same as the current character's level number. When the character leveled up to level 2, it would get 2 more. And when the character leveled up to level 3, it would get 3 more. Hint reset completed. Please select the initial game world. After selecting his talent, Fang Heng found that he had returned to the King of God space. Even the game progress was reset. Fang Heng remembered that the original owner of the body was an infrastructure freak. He spent a few years building a single-person shelter in the zombie apocalypse. There were hundreds of storage boxes for basic building materials in the warehouse. Wait a minute. Even the survival materials that the original owner of the body had accumulated for so long were gone. What's the meaning of this? Please choose one of the following initial game worlds difficulty level. 1. Zombie Apocalypse. 2. Wasteland Apocalypse. 3. Vampire Apocalypse. Damn it. Fang Heng, who thought that he could inherit the legacy, sighed and was forced to accept reality. When players first entered the King of God's game, they could choose the game background. The zombie apocalypse corresponded to a zombie-infested apocalyptic world. The setting was that all countries would be destroyed and only a small number of survivors would survive. The wasteland apocalyptic environment was a world that had been destroyed by nuclear radiation. Humans had built several safety fortresses underground while the surface was filled with mutated monsters. If one left the underground rashly, they would be affected by the radiation. As for the last vampire apocalypse, it was a world ruled by vampires, and humans became food for them. Among the 3 novice worlds, the vampire apocalypse was universally acknowledged to be the easiest one. As a captive human, as long as one did not seek death in the beginning, it was relatively easy to survive. However, the zombie apocalypse was the most difficult one. More than 50 of the players would die at the beginning if they were to try to survive on their own. Fang Heng thought for a while and decided to enter the zombie apocalypse world. The zombie apocalypse was most compatible with his talent, since the zombies in the wild did not have high intelligence and would not attack their own kind. Fang Heng could use the hack skill of his zombie clone to quickly gather materials during the apocalypse. If it was the background of the vampire apocalypse, the zombies that he sent out to hack would soon be treated as monsters on the streets and shot by the police. Hint: player has completed his selection zombie apocalypse. Entering the apocalypse, Fang Heng's eyes went soft. Opening his eyes again, Fang Heng found himself standing in a forest. Please begin your journey. In this apocalyptic world, you will have to face all kinds of danger. Please try to survive. Fang Heng carefully looked around. The opening was the forest environment. After confirming that there were no zombies in his field of vision, Fang Heng first checked his character's attributes. Player Fang Heng. Level 1. HP 100,100. Vitality 100,100. Spirit 100,100. Energy 100,100. Strength 5. Agility 5. Physique 5. Will 5. Perception 5. Intelligence 5. Talent skill enhanced super zombie clone. There was only one mobile survival radio in his backpack, and the character's attributes had been reset by the King of Gods. The system is really a scam. The sudden game reset disrupted Fang Heng's original plan. He shook his head in disbelief and deliberated on the current situation. In order to protect the lives of the people, the federal government had established various safe zones in the elementary King of Gods game. Ordinary civilian players could receive free protection from the government within the safe zones. In other words, as long as he reached the safe zone, he would be safe. Unfortunately, it was very difficult to do this practically. There were very few federal certified safe zones and the game world was extremely large. In addition, the game world also had a setting that separated the game zones. Ordinary players would even randomly appear in various corners of the world after entering the game. Hence, it was very difficult to find the safe zones in the first place. Usually at this time, after players entered the game, they would choose to look for shelters established by various gaming guilds or gaming companies to temporarily stay in. This was not free. After logging off, players would also find the gaming company or guild responsible for setting the shelter and transfer a sum of money over as rent. As long as you had money, the chances of survival in the game could be greatly increased. Unfortunately, Fang Heng now owed a lot of money to others. However, some shelters also provided some jobs. Fang Heng could try to submit some materials to obtain a few days of rental rights. He'll find a shelter nearby and settle down. Then he'll think about other things. Fang Heng took out the mobile survival radio from his backpack. The mobile radio could send a message every half an hour. Players within 100 kilometers of others could search for information through the radio. Similarly, Fang Heng could receive messages from players within 100 kilometers of him through the radio. Many shelters would advertise every half an hour to attract customers. Fang Heng had just connected to the radio station when a dense number of messages refreshed. It's over. It's all over. It's District 8. God, so unlucky. Is there a party? My talent is Predator. Is there a shelter? Urgent, price is negotiable. FCK, why is District 8 open? Why am I so unlucky? Water. I need water. I haven't had water for 7 hours. I can't hold on much longer. I have wood to trade. Please. We have 3 people here. We are preparing to build a shelter in 7 days. Coordinates 2,029,180, 2,112. Those who are interested, please come quickly. Only elite players are accepted. Beggars can leave. District 8. A new server. Fang Heng was stunned. Beginner level King of Gods game worlds usually had multiple mirrored game worlds at the same time. Similar to servers, King of Gods would rarely open a new server. Usually, this situation would only happen when the old server was full. The old server was judged to be a passive game, or a certain server was cleared. After opening a new server, many old players who were judged to be passive games in the King of Gods game would be forced to join the new server. During the period of time when the new server was opened, everything would start all over again, and the difficulty of surviving would naturally increase by hundreds or even thousands of times. During this period of time, the death rate of players was the highest. I'm rich. Although he was facing a crisis, Fang Heng was actually a little excited as he clenched his fists. Similarly, the crisis also meant an opportunity. An opportunity to make a lot of money. The resources in the old server had long been monopolized by the gaming companies and the federal governments. In the new server, everything would start all over again. Fang Heng raised his hand. The mud in front of him rumbled. Kai! A light brown palm stretched out from the mud. The rotting zombies crawled out of the mud with great effort. They stood in front of Fang Heng with a rotten smell. Go! Fang Heng controlled his zombie clone to open a path in front of him, and took a step forward. There seemed to be a change in plan. If he could build a shelter in the game first and collect rent from the outside. Chapter 3. Chapter 3 Evolution Crystal Fragments. In the forest, Fang Heng followed the zombie clone and slowly moved forward. Fang Heng stops to observe his surroundings from time to time, then bent down to pick up the basic survival materials scattered on the ground. Hint: you have obtained firewood. In an apocalyptic environment, many materials could be picked up directly, such as small stones, firewood, grass, hay and so on. These were all materials used to make basic survival tools. They walked and stopped for nearly 10 minutes before the zombie clone in front stopped completely. Not far away, a zombie stood alone under a tree. Fang Heng frowned. He slowly squatted down and hid his body in the bushes to observe. In the apocalypse, zombies were the biggest threat. After a player defeated a zombie, there was a small chance that some tools would drop. Among them, there was an extremely important item called the Evolution Crystal. In the King of Gods game, the Evolution Crystal was the only way to increase a player's level. Generally speaking, in the early stages of the game, it was a race against time. The best choice was to think of ways to collect survival materials to survive. Wasting a large amount of time to kill a zombie was a very stupid action. After all, the drop rate of zombies was low, and the items that dropped might not be useful in the early stages. If one was accidentally infected by the zombie during a fight, it would be a dead end. The loss outweighed the gain. However, Fang Heng rolled his eyes. He was different from ordinary players. If there was a chance to kill zombies and farm evolution crystals, he could quickly upgrade to level 2. At that time, he could summon 2 additional zombie clones, greatly increasing his current strength and his hack efficiency in the early stages. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes, opened his backpack and looked at the materials. There were enough materials. Along the way, he had collected enough basic materials to create 2 wooden spears. Fang Heng had the zombies on alert mode. Then he squatted down and opened the skill panel. In the skill panel, the basic materials page had all kinds of survival tools to survive through the apocalypse, including wooden axes, simple beds, simple bonfires and so on. Fang Heng quickly selected a wooden spear, and a green channeling bar appeared above his head. 5 minutes later, 2 wooden spears appeared in Fang Heng's hands. Hint: you have completed the production of the wooden spear. You have obtained a wooden spear too. Hint: you have mastered the basic production skill. Your basic production skill experience points 2. Item: simple wooden spear. Quality: crude. Attack: 47. Description: the most basic survival weapon. It has crude workmanship and can cause relatively little damage to zombies. Fang Heng held the spear in his hand and weighed it. Then, he threw one of the spears to the zombie clone beside him. Fight! Fang Heng and the zombie clone each held a wooden spear and slowly approached the zombie from behind. Kai! The zombie clone was the first to attack, and the wooden spear pierced into the rotten zombie's body. Roarwoo! The zombie that was attacked let out a roar, then turned and pounced on Fang Heng. The clone beat you up. Why are you beating me up? Fang Heng was cursing, but his body's muscle memory was still intact. He reacted quickly and took half a step back to avoid the attack. The wooden spear in his hand stabbed forward. The tip of the wooden spear pierced into the zombie's body, making a dry sound. Fang Heng frowned. The spear felt like it was stabbing a piece of rotten wood. Fang Heng quickly pulled out the wooden spear and stepped back. The zombie's movements were very stiff, but its defense was pretty good. Its body was still full of vigor after being pierced by the spear a few times. Fang Heng didn't dare to be negligent. He worked with his clone to circle the zombie and occasionally poked it a few times. Although the zombie was slow, if it accidentally scratched you, you would be infected by the virus. In the early stage of the game, if you were infected by the zombie virus, it's better to end the game by suicide. There was absolutely no way to survive. Fang Heng waved the wooden spear and poked the zombie's body more than 20 times. After poking it 20 times, the zombie howled and fell. Hint: you have killed a zombie. You have gained 2 survival points. Survival points were the currency of the zombie apocalypse world. Players could use them to buy items through the system store. Damn it, no evolution crystals dropped. It was demoralizing. Fang Heng shook his head repeatedly. It took Fang Heng a lot of effort and time to kill the zombie this time. The lowest level evolution crystal fragment drop rate is about 20. The fact that it didn't drop the first time was within my expectations. If I kill a few more, it will drop eventually. Fang Heng could only comfort himself like this. There was still a margin for error. Worst case scenario, I won't log off tonight. Woo! The battle just now had made quite a commotion. The second zombie was attracted by the noise and approached Fang Heng from a distance. Again continue. Fang Heng raised his spirits with a few shouts, lifted his wooden spear and continued to kill the zombies. When the 8th zombie was killed by the spear, Fang Heng finally heard the notification of an item dropping. Hint: you have killed a strong zombie. You have gained 3 survival points. Hint: you have gained an evolution crystal fragment 1. Crystal. It finally dropped. Fang Heng let out a sigh of relief. He held the evolution crystal fragment in his hand and observed it. The thumb-sized crystal fragment was emitting a scarlet glow. Item: evolution crystal fragment. Item description: a special crystal fragment. It contains a powerful force and can increase the player's character experience points, only effective on players below level 5. Bang! Fang Heng crushed the crystal fragment in his hand. The red mist that was released from the crushed fragments was absorbed by Fang Heng's palm. Hint: you have absorbed the evolution crystal fragment. Hint: your level has been increased to level 2. You have gained 2 additional zombie clones. 2 zombies crawled out of the mud, one on the left and the other on the right. They stood behind Fang Heng obediently. Haha, it's a success. Fang Heng threw the spear in his hand to one of the zombies, then lowered his head and continued to make the spear. With the addition of 2 new zombie clones, the efficiency of killing monsters would be greatly increased. He needed to find a way to level up his talent skill to level 3 at that time. He would have 6 clones. Survival? No. Leveling up was the most important thing right now. Fang Heng made 2 more wooden spears, then commanded the zombie clones to knock on the big tree to make some noise to attract the nearby zombies. The plan to level up by killing zombies began. This game is so interesting, Fang Heng muttered to himself, then raised his spear and stabbed at the zombie that was slowly approaching. If someone saw Fang Heng killing zombies, they would think that he was crazy. How long had it been since the game started and he had already started killing zombies? Shouldn't this kind of thing be considered in the later stages of the game? 3 hours later, Fang Heng's character had reached level 4. A total of 10 zombie clones stood neatly behind Fang Heng. After reaching level 4, the experience points gained from using the crystal fragments would be greatly reduced. Fang Heng roughly estimated that it would take about 20 to 30 evolution crystal fragments to upgrade his talent skill to level 5. This was not something that could be accomplished in a short period. The sun was about to set, and the number and strength of zombies at night would greatly increase. It was better to find a system shelter to settle in. Thinking of this, Fang Heng took out the survival radio from his backpack. The survival radio could use the search function to search the coordinates of the nearby system shelters. The prerequisite was to spend survival points. Fang Heng had killed so many zombies along the way, and now he had a total of 172 survival points. With so many points, it could be considered a huge sum of money in the early stages. After spending 10 points to obtain the nearest location of the system shelter, Fang Heng did not delay any longer and rushed towards the shelter. Chapter 4. Chapter 4 Shelter. Hint: you have found a simple shelter. This shelter can accommodate up to 5 people. Currently, it can accommodate 3 people. Hint: players can be protected from zombies in the shelter. If the number of people in the shelter exceeds the maximum capacity, the shelter will lose its function. Hint after 62 hours. The shelter will lose its function. The shelter was a benefit provided to novice players by players. Under the sheltered state, zombies would not attack the shelter. Fortunately, the shelter was not full. Fang Heng pushed open the wooden door of the shelter and walked in casually. A few players who were sitting around the bonfire in the shelter stood up and stared at Fang Heng vigilantly. One of the old men even took out a crossbow and aimed it at the zombie behind Fang Heng. Don't get agitated. Fang Heng pointed at the zombie and explained. It's summoned by my talent skill, so it's not dangerous. Everyone looked at Fang Heng, and after making sure that the zombie behind him was standing still, they sat down again. There were 3 people in the room: a fat guy in a short-sleeve shirt, a skinny old man with a crossbow, and a young woman in light makeup and fashionable clothes. The young woman had been sizing up Fang Heng ever since he entered the room. Brother, your skill is really scary. Come and sit down. The fat man let out a sigh of relief and invited Fang Heng to sit down. I was wondering that since this is a shelter, logically speaking, zombies wouldn't be able to enter. Haha. The talent I just got is not bad. It's just a little ugly. Fang Heng waved his hand and ordered the 10 zombies to gather materials nearby. Then, he walked into the shelter alone. The zombie clone would not be attacked by the same kind of zombies even at night. It could maintain the hack state for 24 hours a day. By the way, my name is Leo Bufen. He is Jimmy. And this beautiful lady is Liu Lin. My name is Fang Heng. Fang Heng sat beside the bonfire with the others. What bad luck. I was originally in the government-built shelter, but I was suddenly judged as a passive game and got sent here. It's so annoying. This is bad. The new apocalyptic world. It will take at least a few months for the Federation to send people to build the shelter. Sai, how do we get through this? Liu Bufen was a chatterbox. He spoke indignantly and introduced everyone's identities. The 3 of them had been judged by the King of Gods to be passive games and had been forced into the zombie apocalypse world. Liu Bufen was a university student. He had only joined the game for less than a year. And the skinny old man was in the management of a foreign company in the real world. Other than Liu Bufen, the other 2 didn't like to talk much. As the sun set, the temperature in the cabin gradually dropped. Jimmy took out some dry wood from his backpack and threw it into the bonfire, making it even hotter. Coo! 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 Liu Bufen touched his belly, which was creating the sounds, and his face turned red. He was hungry. Fang Heng also felt hungry. After fighting zombies for a whole day, he had used up a lot of energy. Liu Lin took out 2 potatoes from her backpack, skewered them on a tree branch, and roasted them on top of the bonfire. The aroma of the food soon spread out. Gulp! Liu Bufen swallowed his saliva and looked at the baked potatoes in Liu Lin's hands with great envy. I'm quite lucky today. I've collected a few portions of potatoes. If you have any survival materials, you can exchange them with me. The black and thin old man, Jimmy, thought for a moment, took out 3 bottles of water from his backpack, and placed them in front of the bonfire. Little girl, what do you think of this? It's not enough. Uncle. Liu Lin shook her head. In the early stages of the game, food is the most precious. Especially in this forest environment. Elementary players cannot hunt, so food is the hardest to get. 3 bottles of water are not enough. Jimmy nodded and took out another 3 bottles of water from his backpack. 6 bottles. That's the most. I still need the rest for myself. Okay. I'll give you a potato in exchange. Liu Lin handed over a potato and put away Jimmy's 6 bottles of water. What about you guys? Do you want to exchange food with me? Liu Bufen had a bitter look on his face. He didn't have much survival experience in the zombie apocalypse, and his luck wasn't very good. He didn't collect any high-value materials along the way. He simply took out all the things in his backpack and put them on the ground. These are all I have. You can take whatever you want. Okay. Young man, you're really smart. You want to use these materials to exchange for food. Old man Jimmy picked up the potatoes that he had just gotten and roasted them over the bonfire. He shook his head and said, "Is this what you young people always talk about? Getting something without paying? Don't say that." Liu Bufen looked at Liu Lin with some expectation. How about I borrow from you? I'll return it to you tomorrow. Liu Lin refused flatly. No. Liu Bufan looked even more miserable. Fang Heng. What about you? Liu Lin looked at Fang Heng and winked at him. Do you have anything you want to exchange with me? Fang Heng shrugged. He had been killing zombies all day, so how could he have time to collect materials? However, he wasn't in a hurry. Soon, the zombie clones outside would bring him materials. Liu Lin smiled and asked, "What do you think tomorrow? We'll form a team and work together. During the day, you'll protect me. During that time, I'll be in charge of your food." What does that mean? Do you want to support me? Fang Heng wondered. Fang Heng raised his head and looked at Liu Lin. Something is wrong with you. Fang Heng couldn't help but feel that way. Hey, wait a minute. Liu Bufan saw an opportunity and volunteered. Rich lady, I can also help you. Tomorrow, I will help you with your work. I just need to fill my stomach. Liu Lin looked at Liu Bufan with disdain. You can try it too. But you only have half a potato tonight. Hey, why do I only have half a potato? Liu Bufan was angry. Why can't I rely on my looks to earn a living? Can this world be cured? Liu Lin smiled but did not answer. She only looked at Fang Heng. What do you think about my suggestion? Do you want to consider it? Fang Heng shrugged. No, I have other things to do tomorrow. Liu Lin was a little disappointed. She admitted that she did look for Fang Heng to form a team because of his looks. But most importantly, Liu Lin had taken a fancy to Fang Heng's talent skill. The first day was fine. As the game progressed, the rules of the real world became meaningless in the game when facing death. More and more cases of malicious snatching of materials would occur. She needed to find a partner that she could trust as soon as possible. In Liu Lin's opinion, Fang Heng's obedient zombie would be very useful in the apocalyptic environment. Liu Lin looked at Liu Bufan and said, "Alright, Liu Bufan. What about you? What do you say? Half a potato?" Liu Bufan was in a dilemma. He was in distress right now. The half potato that Liu Lin gave him was so small that it was not enough to fill his stomach. It was too cheap for him to agree to sell his body just like that. Fang Heng looked at Liu Bufan's conflicted expression and wanted to laugh. "Alright, I'll follow you tomorrow, but tomorrow, you must give me at least 2 pieces of potatoes per meal." "Okay," Liu Lin said as she handed over half a piece of potato. Liu Bufan's face was full of smiles again. He copied Liu Lin and used a tree branch to pierce through half a piece of potato and roasted it on the bonfire. After eating the piece of potato, his satiety increased by 10 points. Liu Bufan rubbed his stomach and felt that he was not satisfied yet. He looked at Fang Heng, who was sitting in front of the fire, and asked, "Brother, are you going to go hungry tonight? You'll be in a bad state tomorrow. Why don't you follow that rich woman for the sake of earning money? It's too shabby." Liu Bufan tried to persuade him. He had the mentality that if he had to lower his head for the sake of his life, the others should do the same. Fang Heng wasn't in a daze. He was checking the status of the zombie clone through the game system just now. The situation was good and he had gained a lot. Fang Heng closed the game log and patted Liu Bufan's shoulder. Then asked, "Brother, you had not eaten your fill just now?" "Of course. I'm not full with just half a potato. How about I give you a boiled egg in exchange for all your materials?" "You have boiled eggs?" "Not yet." Fang Heng raised his head and looked at the door of the cabin. "But I'll have them soon." "What do you mean?" Liu Bufan didn't quite understand. He raised his head foolishly and followed Fang Heng's gaze to the door of the cabin. The sound of footsteps could be heard outside the door. Chapter 5. Chapter 5 Sourcing for Materials. The skinny old man, Jimmy, narrowed his eyes and was on guard against the zombie. Then, he put his hand on the crossbow. The zombie staggered to Fang Heng and threw the materials it had collected on the floor. Hint: your zombie completed a round of sourcing materials ahead of time. You have obtained firewood 2, pebbles 7, feathers 4, bird eggs 2, waste 2, plastic 1. Fang Heng waved his hand and told his zombie clone to go outside for the next round of hack. This is. Liu Bufan looked in shock at the zombie who gave Fang Heng the materials. He was so confounded that he couldn't say anything. After a long while, he finally uttered feebly, How can a game be played like this? Look at what you're saying. These are the basics. While speaking, Feng Heng put away the materials. There were only 2 bird eggs left. He put them in front of his nose and sniffed. They are not spoiled. The zombie clone was lucky. During the search, it found a bird's nest and took 2 eggs as food. How can I not know the basics? Liu Bufan finally reacted. He was afraid that Feng Heng would go back on his words and hurriedly said, "It's a deal. Feng Heng, we agreed just now. I'll give you all the materials in exchange for a boiled egg." Of course. Feng Heng put all the materials in front of Liu Bufan into his backpack. Feng Heng didn't like most of the materials Liu Bufan collected, but one of them, the evolution crystal fragments, was what he required. "Boy, you're pretty good. Your talent skill is extraordinary. It must be of a high level." Seeing that the zombies weren't threatening him, Jimmy had already put away his weapon. "It's an S-level talent skill." Feng Heng admitted it openly. "No wonder." Jimmy nodded with a smile. Living in a shelter with an S-level support type talent skill, he could at least benefit from it. Liu Bufan, on the other hand, looked at the 2 eggs in Feng Heng's hands and drooled. He urged Feng Heng to start cooking. "Feng Heng, let's not talk about this nonsense. You've already taken my materials. Hurry up and cook. What are we waiting for? If it's boiled eggs, we will need water." Right. Liu Lin realized that Feng Heng's talent skill was more powerful than she had expected. After the initial shock, she took the initiative to show her goodwill and said, "I have water here. I can lend it to you." No need. No need." While saying that, Feng Heng raised his head to look at the door again. Another zombie staggered in through the wooden door. It stood in front of Feng Heng and took out the materials one by one from its backpack. Just like before. Hint: your zombie has completed a round of sourcing materials ahead of time. You have obtained firewood 7, pebbles 2 and a glass bottle filled with river water 2. Feng Heng took out the glass bottle and placed it on the bonfire to heat it. There was a high chance that drinking the river water directly would have an adverse effect. After the water was boiled, there would be no such concern. Liu Bufan watched eagerly as the water was boiling. He couldn't help but think that Feng Heng's skill was too perfect. In the post-apocalyptic era, it was like a cheat. Feng Heng slowly waited for the water to boil. Then, he cracked the bird's egg into the glass bottle. Hint: you have completed boiling an egg. You have mastered the cooking skill. Skill experience points 1. 2 simple boiled eggs were done. Huff. Huff. It's hot. It's hot. After the cooking was done, Liu Bufan eagerly took the glass bottle. He did not care that it was hot and directly gulped down a mouthful. Boiled eggs were really good stuff. It could quench thirst and also satisfy hunger. After eating a boiled egg, Liu Bufan's satiety increased by 15 points, and the feeling of thirst was also reduced by more than half. He sat in front of the bonfire and silently looked at Liu Lin. He suddenly felt that the potato he had eaten not long ago was not worth it. He had sold himself off in such a hurry. This was too much of a loss. Feng Heng slowly drank a bowl of boiled eggs. A pity. He did not care about his hunger. Liu Lin was right. It was very difficult to get food in the forest. Out of the 10 zombies sent out to search, only 1 found food. However, Feng Heng was not in a hurry. After all, the first round of search had not been completed. After a few rounds of hacking, finding food and water would not be a problem. After filling his stomach, Feng Heng started to prepare for tonight. In the early stages of the game, to spend a night peacefully, in addition to the shelter, one also needed a bonfire to keep themselves warm and a simple bed to sleep on. The bonfire was readily available here, so they just had to make sure that there was enough firewood. The production of the simple bed was also very simple. It only required the most basic firewood and grass. In the zombie apocalypse game, players were only allowed to go offline after making a simple bed. During the offline process, the game default was for the player to enter a sleep state, which allowed the player to quickly recover their energy. Moreover, their satiety would also decrease a little more slowly than usual. However, once the player's bed was destroyed during the offline process, The player in reality would immediately be drawn into the King of God's game and received a negative effect. Hint: you have completed the production of the simple bed. Your basic crafting skill experience points 1. Fang Heng. Huh. Hee hee. Leo Bufin leaned over and scratched his head in embarrassment. I forgot that I didn't even make a bed. Why don't you lend me some materials? I'll return them to you tomorrow. There's no need to return them. Consider it a gift. Fang Heng casually gave Leo Bufin the simple bed that he had just made. The materials used to make a bed were too ordinary. They could be found almost anywhere in the wild, so they were not valuable at all. Ha! So sorry about that, but thank you if you need me in the future. I'll help. Leo Bufin patted his chest to show that he was very reliable. The people sitting in front of the bonfire sorted out their harvest for the day and also made some basic survival tools. Fang Heng yawned. He felt a little tired, so he decided to log off and take a nap. However, there was one more thing he needed to do before that, which was to keep watch. It was necessary to take turns to keep watch at night. Although the zombies outside couldn't come in, what if other players came in? Why don't we arrange a night watch? None of them was a newbie. Seeing that no one objected, the black and skinny old man, Jimmy, followed up with what Fang Heng said and continued. Then let's allocate duties. From 12 a.m. until 8 a.m., each of us will be responsible for 2 hours of the night watch. After discussing for a while, Fang Heng chose to go online to keep vigil from 24 a.m. Okay, then let's go online 5 minutes earlier. After they came up with the night watch schedule, Fang Heng instructed the zombies to search for hack materials on an infinite loop. Everyone, I'm a little tired. I'm going offline now. See you tomorrow. After saying that, Fang Heng laid on the bed without waiting for the others to react. Hint: the player is about to quit the game. Hint: the player has been online for 7-9 hours today. You have a total of 30 hours of offline time. Please return to the game before your offline time runs out. Hint: please note that under certain circumstances, you will be forcefully pulled into the game. Seeing that Fang Heng would quit the game as soon as he said so, the remaining people in the small cabin looked at each other in dismay. In the early stages of the game, it was usually better to stay in the game for as long as possible. This way, they would be able to obtain more offline time and make up for the mandatory 30-day game time set by the King of God's game earlier. Why was this guy in such a hurry to go offline? Leo Bufin looked at Fang Heng's simple bed, shook his head and said silently, "Big brother, you're so willful." Chapter 6. Chapter 6 Hack Income. Fang Heng opened the game cabin and came out. He had eaten a boiled egg in the game, but in reality, Fang Heng felt even hungrier. Opening the refrigerator, Fang Heng found 2 rows of instant noodles neatly arranged inside. They were all braised beef flavor. "You're awesome," Fang Heng said and silently took out a pack. In his previous life, Fang Heng did not have any mysophobia, but it felt uncomfortable living in such a messy room. After filling his stomach, Fang Heng cleaned the room and recalled the memories of this body. Ever since he was separated from his ex-girlfriend and got chased out of the gaming club, he had been hiding in his small room. Strangely, he still couldn't remember why this body chose to commit suicide. Even memories of what happened in the gaming club in the past were all very vague, including his ex-girlfriend. What was her name again? Fang Heng looked at a group photo pinned on the refrigerator in a daze. The woman in the photo had long hair and fair skin, giving people the impression of the girl next door. Fang Heng felt a pang of heartache for no reason. Forget it. Don't think about it anymore. They had already broken up anyway, he thought. After eating a bowl of instant noodles to fill his stomach, Fang Heng looked at his debt on his phone and smiled bitterly. Just watch. Brother, I won't take your body for granted. It'll make your ex-girlfriend regret dumping you back then. After a tiring day, Fang Heng said in a daze and soon fell asleep. In the game, Leo Bufin, Jimmy and Liu Lin looked at one another, from the initial surprise to shock and then to disbelief. Now, they were completely numb. Among the 3, Leo Bufin looked the most miserable. After Fang Heng left, a zombie would come back almost every few minutes and stand in front of Fang Heng's bed. Then, it would pile up the materials it had collected on the ground one by one. Until now, The pile of materials in front of Fang Hang's bed was as tall as a human being. Liu Bufan saw very clearly that there were more than 6 potatoes in the pile of materials, and more than half of the eggs were crushed by the clumsy zombies. Liu Bufan was distressed by the waste. Liu Lin, I think I've been deceived by you. Didn't you say that food is hard to get? Can I take back my words? No. Are you still a man? Liu Lin rolled her eyes at him. She also felt indignant. She had clearly seen that Fang Hang's talent skill was out of the norm at that time. Why didn't she take the initiative and directly seek his cooperation or give him a few potatoes as a gesture of goodwill? Sigh. Liu Bufan let out a long sigh. Why did he sell himself for half a potato back then? Before 2 o'clock in the morning. The alarm woke Fang Hang up from his sleep. Fang Hang rubbed his face. He got up, put on his clothes and entered the game. Fang Hang, you're finally here. I'm going to sleep now. In the game. Liu Bufan reached out his hand weakly to greet Fang Hang. Ever since Jimmy and Liu Lin went offline, Liu Bufan yawned while watching Fang Hang's zombie clones delivering materials back and forth. It was a great mental blow. Looking at Liu Bufan's red and swollen eyes, Fang Hang said instinctively, "Oh, okay. You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me." Liu Bufan showed an aggrieved look. He moved his lips as if he wanted to say something, then sighed and quietly lay on the bed to go offline. What was going on? What happened to him? He was fine when he logged off. But why does he look half dead now? Fang Hang murmured in a low voice. He turned his head to look, and couldn't help but be stunned. What the hell? The pile of materials besides the bed was as tall as 2 people. A few potatoes were squashed. Some bird eggs were crushed and egg liquid was spilt all over the ground. Even some of the glass bottles were broken as well. Alright. Fang Hang imagined the process of the zombies transporting the materials. The zombies weren't that intelligent, so they could only accept simple instructions. After collecting the materials, they didn't know how to differentiate them according to categories, so they kept piling them up. Fang Hang scratched his head. He casually took out a few flattened potatoes from the supplies, skewered them using tree branches, and roasted them over the fire while he opened the game log to check. During the time you went offline, your zombie team collected firewood 412, pebbles 298, firewood 420, empty glass bottles 7, glass bottles filled with turbid water 2, clean mineral water 3, broken glass pieces 1, waste 61, potatoes 12, nails 6, canned fruits 2. However, in terms of gathering materials, the zombie clones were doing pretty well. With so many more materials, it was a little troublesome to manage them. Fang Hang chuckled and patted his head. A blissful trouble. Hint: you have completed baked potato 3. Your cooking skill experience points 4. After roasting a few potatoes to fill his stomach, he drank 2 bottles of mineral water to quench his thirst. After satisfying the basic needs of satiety and thirst, Fang Hang started working. Fang Hang didn't expect the zombies' hack skill to be so efficient. The game had a weight-bearing attribute, so he couldn't put everything into his backpack. So, he needed to sort them first, and then put the materials into simple wooden boxes. It looked like a lot of materials, but for the shelter that was about to be built, these materials were far from enough. Fang Hang opened the character attribute page and checked for basic production. Then he found the simple wooden box option in the production category. The wooden box required wooden plank 4 and nails 2, and the wood plank required a lot of firewood to be synthesized, or it could be made directly from high-level wooden logs. The prerequisite for using high-level wooden logs was that the basic production level had to reach level 5. He did not have wooden logs and the basic production level had not reached level 5 yet. Therefore, he could only use firewood to synthesize. Take your time. Fang Hang shrugged and began to use 10 pieces of firewood to synthesize into a wooden plank. After 1 minute worth of channeling, Fang Hang received a wooden plank. Hint: you have completed the production of the wooden plank. Your basic production experience points 1. Isn't this too slow? Not only did it take time to create tools, but it also consumed the player's energy points. The player's energy points were limited every day. and the only way to quickly recover his energy points was through sleeping. Why don't I hire a few people to help me with the production? He'll ask Liu Bufan. He seems to have the awareness of a toolmaker. While Feng Heng was talking to himself, the cabin was pushed open again. A zombie clone completed Feng Heng's order. It returned to the cabin, walked to Feng Heng, and piled the materials in its backpack onto the hill one by one. Facing this group of zombies who were not intelligent, Feng Heng had no choice but to order it to pile the materials in one corner of the cabin. Only then did the zombie stagger toward another direction. Zombies are good at everything, but they are not very smart no matter what. Their skill level had upgraded to the SS level. How come they are still so stupid? While speaking, Feng Heng suddenly thought of something. He remembered that after the upgrade, the zombie clone could now inherit the skills of players. Did that mean? No way. Feng Heng thought of something. He excitedly rubbed his hands and gave the zombie the order to make a wooden plank. The zombie's eyes were dull as usual. It slowly walked to Feng Heng and picked up the firewood placed in front of him. A long channeling bar appeared on its head. Ha, awesome! Feng Heng excitedly clapped his hands. This toolmaker had started making wooden planks. Feng Heng kept staring at the channeling bar on the zombie's body until the zombie finished making the wooden planks. Hint, your zombie clone has finished making the wooden planks. Hint, you have gained a wooden plank 1. Hint, your basic production skill experience points 1. Ha ha, that's awesome. Feng Heng laughed out loud. Not only could his clones use skills, but his main body could also inherit the experience points from the skills. Rich, he was ecstatic. Zombies didn't need any energy points and satiety points. As long as he had enough materials, he would have 10 clones that could log in 247 to accumulate skill experience points. For a moment, Feng Heng felt that he was invincible. After calming down a little, Feng Heng gave the order to the zombies to continue making the wooden planks. He ran to the side cheerfully and began sorting the materials that the zombies had collected. Chapter 7 Ride 1's Coattails. Chapter 7 Ride 1's Coattails. When Liu Lin went online, Feng Heng was sorting out the materials. There were 3 simple wooden boxes placed in front of his simple bed. Yo! You're here! Feng Heng waved his hand and greeted Liu Lin. Liu Lin's smile was a little stiff. This guy had made simple wooden boxes. Liu Lin envied Feng Heng's talent, but also regretted not having a good relationship with Feng Heng. Fortunately, at least she did not offend Feng Heng. Liu Lin hesitated again and again. She took a deep breath and made her decision. Feng Heng, my talent is medicine making. Ah. Feng Heng raised his head and looked at Liu Lin, who had introduced herself in a level talent attribute. Liu Lin looked at Feng Heng. Currently, I can make some medicinal herbs for hemostasis and recovery. After level 10, I can make an antivirus serum to increase infection resistance. And after level 20, I can make gene potions to increase players' attribute level. Very powerful. Potion making was one of the rare talents in the game. After all, there were very few ways to increase a player's basic attributes in the zombie apocalypse game. Potion making was one of them. The troublesome thing was that Liu Lin would only be able to make a potion after level 20. Take the zombie apocalypse in District 7 as an example. It had been decades since the game started, and 99 of the players had yet to reach level 10. How's my talent? Liu Lin asked straightforwardly. It's okay. The latter stage of the game would be very challenging. But of course, she had to survive until the later stage. Feng Heng didn't quite understand why Liu Lin would ask that. Liu Lin was indeed a little unhappy. What did he mean by it's okay? Such a talent was already very hard to find. Probably 1 out of thousands. But on second thought, compared to Feng Heng's powerful talent, it was indeed okay. Soon, Feng Heng realized that Liu Lin's self-introduction was a request to form a team. Feng Heng nodded and pondered over it, not considering Liu Lin's skills for now. Indeed, the zombie clone was not omnipotent. At least, before the player's shelter was built, he still needed teammates. For example, when he went out, the materials in the shelter might be taken away by others, and the materials obtained by the zombies also needed to be sorted, as well as the transactions with the other players. Feng Heng looked at Liu Lin and hesitated. He wasn't sure if Liu Lin was suitable to be a teammate. After all, they had only known each other for one day. He wasn't sure what kind of person Liu Lin was. Seeing Feng Hang's hesitation, Liu Lin pouted and humphed, then began to explain. I don't like playing games and I have no intention of developing in the game. I just hope that I can pass the time that the King of Gods forced me to play, so it's the most convenient for me to rely on you. Don't worry. As long as you guarantee my safety. If there's anything that I can be of use to you in the future, I'll do my best to help you. Originally, Liu Lin could only rely on herself when she couldn't find someone to depend on. Now that she had found Feng Hang, she naturally felt that it would be easier to rely on him. Liu Lin felt that with Feng Hang's powerful talent skill, as long as he wasn't a fool, it wouldn't be a problem for him to survive. Alright, I understand. I'll provide you with 3 meals and guarantee your safety. In return, you'll work for me. Do you accept this condition? Let's cooperate. Both parties can terminate the cooperation at any time and go their ways. Deal? Feng Hang shrugged and agreed. At this stage, it was always good to have a helper. As for whether Liu Lin was suitable to be a trustworthy partner, he would have to interact with her for some time and observe her. At least Liu Lin was pretty. Liu Lin grinned. Ha! Happy working together. Feng Hang pointed at the box on the right. There's food in that box. If you're hungry, you can take it. Remember to protect it well. I have a mission for you later. Haha, you're generous. I have picked the right person. Liu Lin laughed. Ever since she joined the Apocalypse game, the pressure to stay alive was so huge that she found it hard to breathe. She had no choice but to suppress her nature and act unapproachable. Now, Liu Lin finally felt a little more at ease. She returned to her usual self, and like a happy little magpie, she skipped towards the front of the box. Wow, rich boss. You have bottled mineral water. I couldn't stand it for a long time. The boiled water here always has a strange smell, while you even have canned fruits. Hearing Liu Lin crying out in surprise beside him, Feng Hang shook his head silently. Why was she so excited over such a small amount of food? At present, Feng Hang had collected enough food for him to last for several days. As the number of zombies increased, the amount of food collected would also increase. Perhaps because the former owner of his body was a night owl, Feng Hang didn't feel sleepy at all. Instead, he felt more and more energetic. After he was done organizing the materials, Feng Hang still could not fall asleep. He turned on the radio to check on the progress of the other players around him. Materials exchange. Those who want to exchange. Come, lack of food, lack of food, lack of food. Is there anyone who wants to take me and I beg you? Request for a group currently. There are 3 people in the shelter. They require talent level and above. If you are interested, send me a private message. Does anyone know where I can find nails? Why can't I make them? I'm starving. Do you have anything for stammers? I'll do whatever you want. Where can I find a shelter? The shelter I found is full. Feng Hang flipped through the chat logs on the radio. Most of them were just random messages. Most of the players in the vicinity had already found a shelter. On the first night, they were also hungry, so there was a huge demand for food. This was a good thing, but it was also a bad thing. On one hand, he could use the food premium to exchange for a large number of basic materials. On the other hand, he had to be careful of other players taking advantage of him. Feng Hang secretly set up a plan to create a shelter. Tomorrow, he needed to do 2 things. First, he needed to explore the surrounding area and find a suitable place to build a shelter. He also needed to find out if there were other survivors nearby and if there were camps for Apocalypse game merchants. To avoid trouble in the early stages, it was best to find a place with fewer players to build a shelter. After all, players would kill their zombies. This kind of thing often happened in the memories of this body. Second, he needed to level up. The evolution crystal fragments that dropped from killing ordinary zombies could at most increase a character's level to level 5. After that, if he wanted to continue leveling up, he needed to kill higher level zombies or use a large number of survival points to exchange with the players. He would first level up his character to level 5 and expand the number of zombie clones to 15, further increasing the efficiency of hacking. Oh right. He almost forgot. He still had to go for an interview tomorrow afternoon. Otherwise, it would be interesting if he didn't starve to death at the end of the game, but instead starved to death in the real world. While thinking, Fang Heng said, Liu Lin, tomorrow, you and Liao Bufan will go around and try to figure out the surrounding environment. Try to find a suitable place to build a shelter. It's best to stay hidden. Okay. When you go, bring some food. If you find other survivors, you can exchange for nails with them. Shelter nails. Liu Lin was not stupid. Her eyelids twitched. She asked in disbelief. Fang Heng, you want to build your shelter? Chapter 8. Chapter 8. The interview. In Sicheng, a red business car was speeding along the main road. It left a trail of cars behind. Xia Zai was in the driver's seat. She had a high nose bridge, and as she raised her head, it revealed a fair and delicate neck. She held the steering wheel tightly with both hands as if she was secretly competing with an invisible enemy. Fang Heng was shivering in the passenger seat. He could vaguely feel the killing intent coming from Xia Zai. She was so wild even when driving. Fang Heng realized that this body still had some memory loss. He could no longer remember how he and Xia Zai met, but he clearly remembered that he had always been annoyed with Xia Zai and his attitude towards her was not very good. It was strange. Xia Zai was quite pretty. Have you remembered all the information I sent you last night? You'll likely be asked about the development of the enterprise, and big companies will be very concerned about this aspect. Fang Heng, am talking to you. Do you hear me? Xia Zai frowned, turned her head to look at Fang Heng and raised her voice by 2 levels. Fang Heng, why are you always like this? You have to pay more attention to your matters. Okay. Do you not want to get out of this for the rest of your life? Madam, look at the road, look at the car. Okay. Fang Heng's face turned even paler. He was panicking to death. But Fang Heng still maintained his cold and aloof persona on the surface. He said in a deep voice, I'm listening. With your capabilities, passing the interview shouldn't be a problem. Xia Zai turned her head and carefully observed Fang Heng from the corner of her eyes. Also, if they ask about the past, control your emotions. The car stopped in front of a high-tech building. Fang Heng alighted from the car. His legs were still a little weak. Racing gangs were too scary. Fang Heng almost thought that he would lose his life on the way. Xia Zai was a bit uneasy. She was worried that Fang Heng would lose control of his temper, so she drove the car and followed him for a distance. She pressed the horn twice and poked her head out of the window. Do you want me to go with you? No need. Fang Heng tried his best to imitate the tone of the original owner of the body. Okay. Then all the best. After watching Xia Zai drive away, Fang Heng heaved a sigh of relief and raised his head. In the towering technology building, the exquisite logo of the company was hung on the external wall of the building. A phoenix soared into the sky. Every feather was meticulously crafted and looked lifelike under the sunlight. It must have cost a fortune. Phoenix Sound Gaming Company. Fang Heng muttered to himself. The original owner of the body had investigated Phoenix Sound Gaming Company. In the game, players' talent skills were not fixed. When a character reached level 10, he could receive his first talent enhancement. Players needed to find their talent enhancement plan in the game to level up. Talent enhancement plan levels varied from ES. S-level talent enhancement plan was also extremely rare. According to the data released annually by the federal government, the number of players who successfully obtained and completed the S-level talent enhancement plan each year was less than 10. But the Phoenix Sound Gaming Company had the highest level. The S-level talent enhancement plan mission. The owner of this body had wanted to obtain Phoenix Sound Gaming Company's S-level talent enhancement plan before. Then, scenes of his memory surfaced in his mind. Ever since he was kicked out by the club, Fang Heng had also tried to look for a job. Because of the highly publicized and sensational matchfixing incident, any gaming company and club that had done a little background work would be aware of Fang Heng's character. The resumes that Fang Heng handed out were almost like stones dropped into the ocean, never to be seen or heard again. He was even ridiculed by some gaming companies when they replied to his resume. Phoenix Sound Gaming Company. Office on the 17th floor. Fang Heng sat on a stool. Opposite him were 2 men and a woman. The three of them were from the management of Phoenix Sound Gaming Company, as well as the interviewers. The man sitting in the middle looked to be about 50 to 60 years old. His back was straight and his clothes were neatly arranged without a single wrinkle. He was also in good spirits. He was Pan Guanglin, the game technical director of Phoenix Sound Gaming Company. He was in charge of the company's in-house game technology. The woman sitting on his left was about 40 years old. She gave off a shrewd and capable feeling. The middle-aged man on the right was hugging his arms. He did not even lift his eyelids from beginning to end. It was as if he was asleep. It was strange. Even though he was wearing a suit, he still gave off a sense of cynicism. The female assistant secretary introduced him. Fang Heng, a former member of an A-class gaming guild club. He has been exposed to gaming competitions since high school. He has trained for more than 10 years and has survived in the zombie apocalypse game for more than 2 years. He has an initial talent related to the zombie apocalypse game. His talent level is S. Pan Guanglin nodded repeatedly. It was the first time they met and he had a pretty good impression of Fang Heng. Yesterday, the zombie apocalypse in the King of Gods game had opened District 8, and all the gaming companies had taken action upon hearing the news. Phoenix Sound Gaming Company was also in urgent need of talents in this field. Not to mention that Fang Heng was personally introduced by President Qin. 4 years after graduation, Qin Shiren won the trust of her family and underwent training to gain experience for her family business. This time, she even acquired 2 gaming companies and merged them to establish Phoenix Sound Gaming Company to enter the gaming industry. For a time, she created a huge commotion in Suchang. It was as if she wanted to compete for the top position. Pan Guanglin was still very impressed with Qin Shiren. He said, "Since you were recommended by President Qin, it shouldn't be a problem." Hai exempted from the interview. Zia Zai was so highly revered. Zhu Yuling said, "Fang Heng, I have another question I want to ask. Mr. Fang Heng, I'm very curious why you chose to leave the club." Fang Heng felt that the other party was not friendly. He glanced at Zhu Yuling and replied, "Personal reasons. Can you explain it in detail?" "Personal reasons. I don't want to talk about these things." Han Guanglin realized something. President Zhu seems to be very concerned about this issue. Zhu Yuling took out her phone and flipped through an article on it. She handed a piece of text to Pan Guanglin, who was sitting in the middle. "Director Pan, take a look at this first." On the phone was a report about Fang Heng, matchfixing internal discord. All kinds of negative information about Fang Heng made Pan Guanglin's face darken. He was upright and could not accept corruption or violence in a person's character. In Pan Guanglin's view, Fang Heng was eliminated due to his involvement in matchfixing. The company could not accept such a person. Pan Guanglin put down the phone. "Mr. Fang Heng, please explain. If you can't give a reasonable explanation, our company will not welcome you." Zhu Yuling looked at Fang Heng with a smug expression. She was here to reveal Fang Heng's true colors. The company had taken a keen interest in the newly established business department. In addition to the sudden opening of District 8 in the game, the newly established gaming department had become a hot topic in the company. Countless pairs of eyes in the company were looking at this place, including Zhu Yuling. Her nephew had also participated in this interview. Unfortunately, Fang Heng was in her way. Fang Heng stared at Zhu Yuling without saying a word. He felt inexplicably unhappy in his heart. What did I do to offend her? There was no such person in his memory. Pan Guanglin's face was expressionless. When he saw that Fang Heng didn't answer, he said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, Fang Heng. I made you come here for nothing. I'll explain this matter to President Qin personally." As he was speaking, the office door was suddenly pushed open. President Qin, Pan Guanglin and the others stood up at the same time. President Qin. Fang Heng also turned around when he heard that. He looked at the woman who walked in through the door and subconsciously stood up as well. He saw a familiar face. Qin Shiren. She was Zix's friend. "President Qin, I happen to have something to report to you." A surprised voice interrupted Pan Guanglin's words. "Fang Heng, why is it you?" Fang Heng turned his head and looked at the person beside Qin Shiren. "Jimmy." Fang Heng never thought that he would meet a player who had gone through thick and thin in the game here. "Ha ha ha." The skinny old man, Jimmy, laughed loudly. He looked very happy and walked up to pat Fang Hang on the shoulder, then turned back to look at Qin Shiren. So everything is part of President Qin's plan. This is the big surprise you mentioned just now. Right, no wonder my friend is so impressed with Phoenix Sound Gaming Company. Ha ha ha. I'm very satisfied with your efficiency. Everyone was baffled when they heard Jimmy's words. They only knew that Jimmy was here to discuss a partnership on behalf of a foreign joint venture company. Phoenix Sound Gaming Company valued this partnership very much. This kid knew Jimmy, and it sounded like they were very familiar with each other. Su Yuling felt like the matter was already out of her control. Han Guanglin was smart enough to shut his mouth. Qin Shiren's beautiful eyes quickly swept over Fang Hang. She gave the secretary a look and said, Mr. Jimmy, as long as you're satisfied, you don't have much time in the real world. Let's talk about cooperation first. Okay. Let's talk about cooperation first. Jimmy was very happy. He nodded repeatedly. Last night, Jimmy had personally witnessed Fang Hang's powerful abilities in the game. Among other things, just the food alone was enough to make him drool. Jimmy wore a smile on his face. Well, at least he won't go hungry in the game anymore. Chapter 9 Nails and Wooden Planks. Chapter 9 Nails and Wooden Planks. Fang Hang thought back to the interview and felt that the old woman was targeting him. One step at a time. The development of the game was going well. After a while, the trading channel between players would open. As long as they could sell some materials, it would not be difficult to fill their stomachs. He was forced by Zia Zai to come for the interview. Fang Hang did not want to stay here for too long. He took a sip of coffee. As expected of a big company, the taste of coffee was pure bliss. The human resource lady carried a stack of documents and hurried into the reception room. Mr. Fang Hang, this is an emergency. Our company will sign an internship contract with you directly. The probation period will be half a month and the monthly salary will be 30. It will start from today. You will be confirmed automatically after half a month. This is the contract. Can you see if there are any problems? Do I get to sign the contract so soon? 30 per month. In Secheng, 30 was considered a high salary. However, Fang Hang hesitated for a moment. Was it really necessary to join Phoenix Sound Company? Yes. At least for now. He was short of money. The game had just been launched and he lacked trading channels. It was difficult for him to cash out the materials he had collected, and his phone was already receiving reminders from the bank to pay his debts. Fang Hang looked over the contract carefully. Fang Hang was a little surprised. The contract was too good. The conditions were better than expected, and it made him wonder if this was a trap. 30 a month. No mandatory working hours. Any materials, equipment, skills and other rewards that the player obtained in the game need not be given to the company. The only thing he needed to do was to complete the company's performance appraisal. If his performance was not up to par, there would be a deduction from his bonus. And in the worst-case scenario, he would be fired. There was also a bonus. Fang Hang thought to himself that since he would only be working here for a month, he would first take out 30 to resolve the urgent matter. He would just resign after a month. Since he was accepted into the company, he could also see if he had a chance to obtain the company's level talent enhancement mission. He would temporarily endure it and work as a worker for a month. After thinking for a while, Fang Hang signed his name on the contract. Mr. Jimmy is an important customer of Phoenix Sound Company. President Qin hopes that you can start work immediately and ensure Mr. Jimmy's safety in the game during this period. This will be part of your internship performance evaluation. Fang Hang nodded and thought that this job was pretty good. As long as Jimmy didn't run around and cause trouble in the game, it wouldn't be difficult for him to fill his stomach and guarantee his safety. This way, he could save a lot of time and make use of it to develop in the game. It was that simple, and he could earn 30 a month. Fang Hang suddenly had a feeling that making money was very simple. He'll take you to the business department first. Your accommodation hasn't been arranged yet. Can I arrange for you to stay in the hotel next door for the next few days? Of course. After all, it was a big company, and he had free accommodation in a hotel. Fang Hang muttered in his heart. In the gaming business department on the third floor, the lady from the human resource department had just led Fang Heng into the door when an unkempt and unshaven young man walked up to them. "You're finally here, my Miss Angel. Is he the newcomer I've been waiting for a long time? We're short of manpower. What's your level? What district are you from?" As he spoke, he was sizing up Fang Heng from time to time. No. If your project team needs people, you have to report it to the higher-ups. This person isn't for you. President Qin has temporarily let him stay with you for 2 weeks. What do you mean he's not my person? Let me tell you. Now that District 8 is open, we're in urgent need of manpower. You know how urgent this situation is. Besides, I've already made the report. Aya, don't tell me that. Fang Heng has a special mission from the boss. The human resource lady was just about to explain when her phone rang again. Okay, I'll be right there. She hung up the phone and pushed Shen King in front of Fang Heng. Fang Heng, this is Shen King. You'll be working here temporarily for a few days. Follow him to familiarize yourself with the environment. Just remember to complete the mission that the boss gave you. When the boss is available, she'll talk to you face to face. After saying that, the young lady hurriedly ran away. Sai Shen King sighed and patted Fang Heng's shoulder. Are you new Shen King? The team leader of Team 3 of the business department. Which server are you from? Server 8. As Fang Heng spoke, he looked around. The interior of the entire office of Team 3 was very big. There was a row of game cabins on one side of the room and 1/3 of them were running. Most of the employees were sitting in front of their computers, busying themselves with their work. They looked like they were in dire stress. Oh, it's also a new server. It must be very busy. Shen King nodded, and then he pointed at a row of advanced gaming cabins in the room. Team 3 doesn't have so many rules. The 7 gaming cabins here are still new. You can choose one and use it as you like. If you want to eat, it's on the 7th floor and the 8th floor. Brother can come and take a look. There's a big deal in District 7. The client is rushing us. I'm coming, Shen King shouted and said to Fang Heng. Take a look first. If you have any problems, feel free to look for me. Fang Heng nodded silently. The business department seemed very busy. It was good that no one cared about him. Just now, the secretary said that he would start work today, so it was time to go to work. Right. Playing games was part of his job scope. After all, the early stages of the game were the most pressing and they could not be delayed. Fang Heng walked to a new game cabin, opened it and directly entered the game world. There were 2 ways to enter the King of God's game. One was to enter the game voluntarily, using items like the game cabin to enter the game. The game cabin was set with an emergency button. Once it was pressed, the player in the game would receive a prompt. The other option was to join the game involuntarily. The player would be pulled into the game world by the King of God's game and disappear from the real world. This method was considered extremely dangerous. Opening his eyes, Fang Heng appeared in the system shelter again. Inside the cabin, wood, stones and other materials were randomly thrown on the ground. A zombie staggered into the cabin and threw the collected materials on the ground one by one. Seeing this, Fang Heng rubbed his temples as he experienced a little headache. Liu Lin and Liu Bufan were out. According to their plan, this morning, Liu Lin and Liu Bufan would start to search the area on the west side of the cabin. They would find out the situation there and see if they could find a suitable place to build a shelter. Jimmy was still in the real world just like him. In this way, there was no one in the entire shelter. If someone came in and saw the materials lying all over the ground, wouldn't they be laughing in their dreams? He needed to build a shelter as soon as possible to store the materials and prevent other survivors from intruding. Fang Heng opened the game log to check. Hint: during the hacking, your zombie team collected firewood 221, nails 7, instant noodles 1, hearts 1, insulator 1, turbid water 4, bird eggs 3, brick 7. Found instant noodles. Fang Heng summoned all the zombies to stop the hack and return to the cabin. He then made himself another bowl of instant noodles. 20 minutes later, Fang Heng walked out of the cabin after eating and drinking his fill. Behind him were 10 zombies holding wooden spears. Their combat ability was not bad. In the morning, Fang Hang had already circled the cabin a few times, clearing away the zombies that were wandering around and farming some evolution crystal fragments. Perhaps it was because they were in the early stages of the game, but the King of God's game was more merciful. There were not many zombies that had resurrected around the cabin, and even after circling twice, he only managed to obtain 2 crystal fragments. Forget it. Let's put aside killing the zombies for now and move on to the next step of the plan. Nails. To build a player's shelter, there were 2 types of materials that were essential: wooden planks and nails. Fang Heng had zombies as coolies, so it was not a big problem for him to make and collect wooden planks. On the other hand, it was a little difficult to obtain nails. It was very difficult to satisfy the demand of building a large shelter by simply collecting materials in the wild and trading with players. The other way to obtain them was to make them themselves. This would require cast iron and a furnace. The materials needed to make a furnace were very complicated, and they also needed to rely on extremely high skill levels. It was almost impossible to do so in the early stages, so they could only buy them from the Apocalypse Merchant camps. Chapter 10. Chapter 10 Apocalypse Merchant. Fang Heng turned on his survival radio and used it to send messages to nearby players. 20 survival points for the location of the Apocalypse Merchant camp. If you know anything, send me a private message. A few scattered messages appeared. What the heck, 20 survival points? Boss is so rich. What is this? Who doesn't know how to brag? I even have 100 points. Brother, you didn't just spend your time killing all the zombies in one day, right? What are you pretending for if you can get 20 survival points? I'll chop off my head and kick it like a ball. 2 survival points for a bottle of water. What are you thinking about? It's okay if there's no water. There's a stream in the forest. Just drink it and you'll be done. Following that, the topic was completely changed. Fang Heng was speechless when he saw the player's feedback. Just as he was about to turn off the radio, a private message from a player popped up in his personal message. Brother, I know the location of the Apocalypse Merchant, but you have to give me some points first. Fang Heng glanced at the other player's ID. Lu Yu. He immediately transferred 20 survival points through the system. When Lu Yu received the survival points transferred by Fang Heng, he was a little surprised at first. There was such a powerful player who could transfer 20 points to him without even blinking an eye. Lu Yu thought about it and he quickly understood that the other party belonged to an organized team. Brother, you're very straightforward. The Apocalypse Merchant camp's coordinates are at 21,232, 29,123. It's very safe there. I've just been there. Fang Heng looked at the map. The coordinates of the Apocalypse Merchant camp that the other party had marked were pitch black. The distance wasn't too far and it would only take about half an hour to get there. He would go over and take a look first. Fang Heng blended into the zombie crowd and headed toward the location of the Apocalypse Merchant camp. More than 10 zombie clones were gathered together and they could completely crush ordinary zombies. If they encountered ordinary zombies, they would be pierced into a sieve by wooden spears. If ordinary players encountered them along the way, they would mistakenly think that they had encountered a small zombie crowd and run far away, not daring to cause any trouble. After walking for nearly half an hour and crossing a hill, Fang Heng stopped in his tracks. He saw it. The Apocalypse Merchant camp. In the zombie apocalypse game, players were not the only survivors. There were also a few NPCs and aborigines. Some of the NPCs were staying in the Apocalypse Merchant camp. Players could talk to them and interact with them. If they were lucky enough, they might even be able to trick an NPC mercenary to return as a bodyguard. Other than that, players could receive quests from the Apocalypse Merchant and exchange survival points for materials. Fang Heng had his zombie clone stay on standby and enter the camp alone. After all, the zombie clone was also a zombie. It was restricted by the system. Once it got close to the Apocalypse Merchant camp, it might be attacked by the people from the camp. In the camp, the bearded NPC warmly greeted the newcomer. Fang Heng. Hey, survivor. You're lucky to have met me during the apocalypse. You're the 18th survivor I've seen here, so you don't get any rewards. This is my new camp. It's pretty good, right? I can guarantee your safety here. but it's very cheap to charge 500 survival points for one night. Fang Heng ignored the NPC's initial lines and nodded. Is there any mission for me to do? You came at the right time. We just set up a gathering point here, and there are many things that we need help with. See if any missions are suitable for you. Fang Heng opened the mission panel. Rows of mission requirements were refreshed. Fang Heng's eyes were immediately attracted by the first row of missions. Clearing the zombies in the lumberyard camp. Difficulty SSS. Description: clear all the surviving zombies in the target location. Reward 4,000 survival points. Description: as the time in the game world increases, the difficulty and reward of this quest will gradually decrease. It was an SS level mission. The memory of the previous owner of the body had been in the game for 2 years, and the highest difficulty level of the quest that he saw was only its level, notwithstanding whether he could complete it or not. Fang Heng never had the chance to get an S level mission before. The new server was not bad, and no one had ever done an SS level mission. Fang Heng lowered his head and reviewed the mission requirements again. Kill zombies. It was just the right time. Fang Heng was relieved. The main purpose of this SS level mission was to kill zombies. It was very compatible with him. He could earn survival points and also farm evolution crystal fragments. I accept this mission. Oh, it's a very challenging mission. There's a lumberyard camp by the river. There are a lot of zombies there. If I let them do whatever they want, they might pose a threat to my camp. I need you to completely clear out the zombies in the lumberyard camp. Are you sure you want to accept this mission? You have 3 days to complete this mission? Yes. Very good. Look, this is the first time we've met. To ensure that you can complete it, you need to give me a deposit. I think 167 survival points should be it. You would agree, right? Don't worry. After completing the mission, I will return the deposit in full. 167 points were exactly what Fang Heng currently had left. Fang Heng knew that this was one of the settings of the game. Hidden score. The King of the Gods had an initial hidden score for each player. Every time a mission was completed, the King of the Gods would evaluate the overall completion of the mission and update the hidden score. The player would receive a mission that was more difficult than the hidden score, and the Apocalypse Merchant would propose to collect a deposit. The greater the difference between the difficulty of the mission and the hidden score of the player, the more the deposit would be collected. However, the highest deposit would not exceed all the survival points of the player. Once the mission failed, the deposit would not be returned. Hint: 167 survival points have been deducted from you. Hint: you have accepted the mission of the Apocalypse Merchant. Battle. To completely clear the zombie horde in the lumberyard camp. Hint: during the apocalypse, one person's power is too small. You can try to seek help from other survivors to complete the mission together. I wish you success. Also, I have to remind you that the zombies there are quite troublesome. You can't easily finish them off by yourself. You need to find some help. Don't die in there. Thank you. Fang Heng left the Apocalypse Merchant camp without looking back. Find help. No. He was going to farm alone. The early stage players did not even have enough food to eat. On one hand, they had to seize the time to collect materials to survive. On the other hand, they had to think of ways to strengthen the shelter provided by the system. They did not have the time to kill the zombies. So what if they found help? How much contribution could they make to clearing the camp? The early players' combat power was very low. Fang Heng was different from ordinary players. Not only did he have the spare energy to kill zombies, but he was also very eager to kill zombies to obtain the evolution crystal fragments. While he was in thought, Fang Heng had already left the survival camp. He happened to notice 2 survivors walking toward the Apocalypse Merchant's direction. The 2 parties looked at each other and did not say anything. They just brushed past each other. 5 minutes later, a scream came from the survival camp. What the hell? The SS level mission was taken away by someone. Is he crazy? He might be a newbie. He didn't understand the rules and directly accepted the mission. You're right. Lu Yu nodded, but his head was filled with questions. The person who accepted the mission wouldn't be the big boss who spent 20 survival points to ask him for the location of the camp. Right. No way. No matter how powerful he is, he won't be able to clear all the zombies in that area. Thinking about the scene he had seen before, Lu Yu felt his scalp go numb. Chapter 11. Chapter 11 Clearing the Lumberyard. The lumberyard camp was not far from the Apocalypse merchant camp. 15 minutes later, Fang Heng had reached the outside of the lumberyard camp. He hid in a bush and observed in the dark. At first glance, he saw hundreds of zombies occupying the lumberyard camp. The area was densely packed, and the whimpers of the zombies filled his eardrums. Anyone who saw this scene would feel their scalps go numb. Fang Heng didn't expect that there would be so many zombies. He rubbed his hands excitedly. Just in time. This will give me a chance to collect evolution crystal fragments. Fang Heng waved his hand, and the 10 zombies who had been following behind him immediately took action. They slowly walked into the lumberyard camp with wooden spears in their hands. The zombies in the camp didn't sense the 10 intruders. They just stood there foolishly. The zombie clone raised its spear and stabbed into the back of a zombie in front of it. The zombie that was stabbed by the wooden spear slowly turned its head and glanced at its kind of zombie expressionlessly. Ordinary zombies couldn't feel pain. Their minds were only occupied by the basic desire to eat meat. They wouldn't understand, nor would they think about why another zombie would suddenly stab them. It continued to stand there in a daze. The zombies in this lumberyard camp were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They stood there silently, being attacked by Fang Heng's zombie clones time and time again until they died. Hint: your zombie clone has killed a weak zombie. 1 survival point. Hint: your zombie clone has killed a strong zombie. 3 survival points. Hint: your zombie clone has killed a strong zombie. 3 survival points. Obtained evolution crystal fragment 1. Hint: your zombie clone has killed. At this moment, Fang Heng was hiding in the bushes at the entrance of the camp, quietly reading the messages in the game log. Heck, this game was awesome. At first, watching zombies kill monsters was indeed a little exciting, but after the initial excitement faded, Fang Heng, who was a little bored, sat down on the ground, took out a can of canned fruit from his backpack and started to eat. It can't be helped. His talent skill was just too powerful. In the zombie apocalypse world, getting a zombie clone as your talent was really useful. Killing monsters without suffering any injuries. Especially after the number of zombie clones was growing in magnitude, the efficiency of killing monsters had greatly increased. If it was another apocalyptic world like the Wasteland Apocalypse, the slow-moving zombie clones would have already been cut into pieces by the mutated creatures. It wouldn't have been like now, where the silly zombies were all standing where they were and letting you kill them. Hint: you have completed the clearing of the camp. Hint: you have completed the mission of clearing the lumberyard camp. Please return to the Apocalypse Merchant camp as soon as possible and look for the Apocalypse Merchant Vettel to receive the mission reward. 3 hours had passed by the time the game notification sounded. It took 3 hours to strike those restless zombies to death. It was conceivable how time and effort ordinary players would have to take to clear out the zombie camp. The zombie clones walked out of the camp, one by one, and threw the evolution crystal fragment that they dropped from killing the zombies in front of Fang Heng. Hint: you have obtained evolution crystal fragment 47. Rich, he thought to himself gleefully. Fang Heng grabbed a bunch of shiny evolution crystal fragments from the ground and crushed them in his hand. A thick blood mist exploded in his palm. Fang Heng felt a weak force enter his body through his palm. Bang, bang, bang. The blood mist exploded one after another. Hint: your character's level has risen to level 5. The soil behind him stirred and 5 newly resurrected zombie clones joined the team. Fang Heng was quite satisfied. His zombie army had expanded by 1/3 and its combat power had increased greatly. After players reached level 5, normal evolution crystal fragments could no longer provide experience points. They needed a higher level of complete evolution crystals to upgrade further. The method to obtain a complete evolution crystal was rather troublesome. Under normal circumstances, only elite monsters had a chance of dropping it. There were other ways to obtain a complete evolution crystal. For example, the Apocalypse camp had a small probability of selling a small number of complete evolution crystals. Some players could use special skills or talents to reassemble the fragments to obtain a complete evolution crystal. Currently, it was still a little difficult to obtain a complete evolution crystal. Fang Heng would not consider it for the time being. Fang Hang put the remaining 13 pieces of the evolution crystal into his backpack and led the zombie group into the abandoned lumberyard to collect materials. 10 minutes later, Fang Hang was surrounded by a pile of materials. Your zombie group has searched the lumberyard camp. You have obtained small barrels of gasoline 2, firewood 21, cooking pot 1, steel logging axe 33, lug 291, abandoned parts 23, worn out mountain bike 1, scrap material 2, rags 21, frozen dumplings 10, lumberyard worker's jacket 24. Good stuff. A mountain bike. Fang Hang's eyes lit up. A treasure that could greatly increase the speed of exploration in the wild, a transportation tool. In the forest environment, sometimes a mountain bike was even more useful than a military truck. It could greatly reduce the time to return home. There was also the steel logging axe. A large amount of wood was needed to build the shelter. With the steel logging axe, the zombie clone could harvest wood more efficiently. Rich. Really rich. There were still so many finished logs, which saved him a lot of logging time. Gasoline. With generators, electricity could be generated, and the vehicle also needed gasoline as fuel, whether it was in the early, middle or late stages. Gasoline was an extremely important material. Frozen dumplings. That's great, they were going to be tasty. There were even clothes. Most of the ordinary clothes in the game did not have any attributes. Fang Hang took a look at the clothing description. Item: lumberyard jacket. Description: when worn, it can increase defense by 1 point. Wearing a lumberyard jacket and lumberyard pants at the same time can increase logging efficiency by an additional 25. 1 defense point was not bad, but the suit was too ugly. Fang Hang thought for a moment, then waved his hand to call the zombie clone to come over and let it put on the suit. Not bad. Not bad. It fits very well. After putting on the lumberyard suit, the zombie didn't feel out of place at all. It even gained 1 defense point. Although 1 defense point was better than nothing for the zombie, the extra 25 of logging efficiency provided by the suit was what Fang Hang wanted. The harvest after clearing out the lumberyard camp was amazing. Looking at the materials piled up on the ground, Fang Hang began to worry again. His backpack was not big enough now, so he could not bring all these things back at once. It was going to be dark in half an hour, so it was not realistic to go back and forth between the shelter and the lumberyard camp. Helplessly, Fang Hang could only bring some valuable food and logging axes, temporarily throwing the logs and other materials that were heavier on the ground. The rest of the materials could not be wasted. After sunset tonight, he would let the zombies carry them back to the system shelter again and again. Fang Hang packed his backpack full to the brim and rode his bicycle to the Apocalypse Merchant Camp to report about the completion of the mission. Chapter 12. Chapter 12: Hidden Mission. Oh, you completed the mission so quickly. In the Apocalypse Merchant Camp, Big Beardy was surprised to see Fang Hang return so soon. Very good, young survivor. You have done very well. Your performance has impressed me. You have completed the mission to clear the lumberyard camp. You have received the praise of the Apocalypse Merchant Vettel. You have received 167 survival points. Your friendship with Vettel has increased. Because you completed the mission in a very short period. Your friendship with the Apocalypse Merchant has increased significantly. It's rare to see such an outstanding young man like you. Recently, a few of my friends are looking for someone like you. Have you heard of the Dark Knights? Dark Knights? It was a hidden mission. Fang Hang was both surprised and happy. His hidden score had reached the Dark Knights so quickly. In the memories of this body, the Dark Knights were related to the main storyline mission of the game world. Only players with a hidden score higher than a certain level in the King of Gods game were qualified to obtain it. Moreover, there were quite harsh hidden trigger conditions. In the past, Fang Hang even heard rumors in the gaming club that the Dark Knights were related to clearing the zombie apocalypse world. It seems that you've heard about it. The Dark Knights are an organization that was established after the disaster. They've been looking for ways to save the entire human race. An old friend of mine is a member of the Dark Knights. If you're interested, I can recommend you to join the Dark Knights. I'm very interested. Very good. The Dark Knights need strong survivors. So you need to make some achievements to prove your capabilities. What do you need me to do? There's a small town 200 kilometers away from here. There's a T-virus serum in the director's office on the 3rd floor of the town's community hospital. I hope you can find it and bring it back safely to me. After completing the mission, I will take you to find the Guide of the Dark Knights. Hint: player has triggered the mission Find the T-virus serum. Mission name: Find the T-virus serum. Mission description: Find the T-virus serum and hand it over to the Apocalypse Merchant Vettel. You can find the T-virus serum in the director's office on the 3rd floor of the community hospital in Hopetown. You can also find the T-virus serum through other means. Hint: as time passes, the antivirus serum in Hopetown may be taken away or destroyed by the survivors ahead of time. Mission time limit 60 days. The difficulty has increased so much all of a sudden. Feng Heng frowned and muttered to himself in a low voice. During the apocalypse, there were a lot of zombies in the city. The probability of encountering mutated zombies in the city was also higher, and the danger was greatly increased. In his original plan, the exploration of the city would at least be considered after the construction of the shelter was completed. Fortunately, this mission gave him a full 60 days to complete. In theory, he only needed to find the serum before the other players. This was the best chance for him to come into contact with the main storyline mission of the game world. Feng Heng analyzed briefly and immediately chose to accept the mission. There was no penalty for failure anyway. I will help you get the serum. I admire your confidence. Survivor, I wish you success. Big Beardy nodded in approval. Another suggestion: take advantage of the fact that the antivirus serum has not been destroyed. The sooner you get it, the better. Feng Heng understood that Big Beardy was hinting at him. The faster he completed the mission, the higher the reward provided by the game. He really couldn't complete the mission in such a short time. Thank you. Feng Heng smiled bitterly and continued. Also, I want to exchange for some materials. After completing the mission, the 167 survival points reward was added to his account, together with the 300 points which he obtained from clearing the zombies. Feng Heng now had a huge sum of 520 survival points. The new world had just opened 2 days ago. Even an advanced gaming guild would not be able to raise such a huge sum of money. Of course, you can. The materials here are cheap and good. In addition, you've just helped me a lot. I can give you a friendship price. Feng Heng knew that this was the benefit of increasing his favorability. He could enjoy a small discount when he exchanged for materials. Big Beardy waved his hand and an exchange list appeared in front of Feng Heng's eyes. Feng Heng quickly browsed through the sales catalog. The Apocalypse Merchant provided a variety of materials in the exchange list. In addition to food, there were also some sophisticated high-grade materials, and even guns and ammunition were available for sale. However, the price of guns was just as shocking. Originally, Feng Heng only wanted to buy a few furnaces. However, when he saw the modified motorcycles on the list, he immediately hesitated. The modified motorcycles had a detachable 2-wheeled rack behind them, which could store a large number of materials. The modified motorcycles were excellent tools for both traveling alone and transporting supplies. The only drawback was that they burned oil, but he had just found 2 tanks of oil from the lumberyard camp. Feng Heng was in a dilemma. He wanted both of them. However, in terms of price, he could only buy 3 furnaces or a modified motorcycle. If only he had a little more survival points. What, you don't like these things? Seeing Feng Heng's distressed expression, Vettel thought that he was not satisfied, so he waved his hand with a smile and opened another exchange column in front of Feng Heng. Then take a look at this place. These are my private collections, and they are generally not open to the public. In addition, you can only exchange the materials here at the original price, and you are not allowed to have discounts. Feng Heng's eyes lit up. The Apocalypse Merchant had a hidden exchange column. This was the first time he had heard of it. Big Beardy, he hid it quite well. Seeing the goods provided by the Apocalypse Merchant in the hidden exchange list, Feng Heng's breathing became a little hurried for a moment. There was a skill book for sale. What motorcycle, what forged furnace, their combined value could not even be compared to this skill book. Feng Heng reached out his hand and tapped on a skill manual. He looked at Vettel excitedly. Uncle, I want this. Item Apocalypse Survival Strength Training. Type skill book player has not mastered this skill. Description after learning this skill, you will be able to master the skill strength training. Each level will increase the player's basic strength points by 0.2 points. This skill can be upgraded to level 20. The skill level does not exceed the current player's level. Of course, you can. It's a very smart choice. You only need 1,500 points to buy this skill book. It can help you to provide a decent fighting strength in your quest for survival. Vettel shrugged. What's better than investing in yourself? In the King of Gods game, players could not obtain any attribute gains just by leveling up. Therefore, a skill book like this had already been sold for millions in the real world. Fang Hang licked his lips and pointed at the remaining 2 skill books in the exchange list. And these 2, physical training and agility training. You'll take these 2 books as well. Okay. A total of 4,600 survival points. Hint: you have spent 4,600 survival points to purchase the following skill books on strength training, physical training and agility training. Chapter 13. Chapter 13 Skill Books. Heh. After leaving the Apocalypse Merchant Camp, Fang Hang almost could not hold back his laughter. Several million. Each of the 3 skill books in his hands could easily sell for several million. Not to mention that this was a newly opened server. After some time had passed, the price of the skill books would increase by several times. Yesterday, Fang Hang was still worried about his bank debt. Now, a few million was within his reach. Fang Hang put away the smile on his face and tapped the 3 skill books worth a few million on his head. Without the slightest hesitation. Hint: you have learned the skill Apocalypse Survival Strength Training, Apocalypse Survival Agility Training, Apocalypse Survival Physical Training. Isn't it just a few million? He'll earn more as time goes, he thought. The Apocalypse Merchant was right. Only by improving himself could he earn more money. Fang Hang had a feeling that this game would completely change his fate. Level 5. HP 102,102. Energy 83,100. Strength 5. 2. Agility 5. 2. Physique 5. 2. Talent Skill Enhanced Super Zombie Clone. Normal Skill. Skill Strength Training Level 1. Skill Description increases strength attribute of the current skill level by 0.2. Skill Physical Training Level 1. Skill Description increases the physical attribute of the current skill level by 0.2. Skill Agility Training Level 1. Skill Description increases the agility attribute of the current skill level by 0.2. Life Skill. Skill Basic Crafting Level 1. Skill Description creates basic apocalypse survival items. Increasing the skill level can increase the production speed and unlock more survival items. Skill Basic Cooking Level 1. Skill Description: you can cook delicious food. Increasing the skill level can reduce the probability of cooking failure and slightly increase the taste of delicious food. Fang Hang tried to clench his fist to feel the changes in his body. It seemed like he was a little too strong. Right. Why didn't he feel anything when he spent close to 10 million yuan? Seeing that the sky was getting darker, Fang Hang did not delay any longer. He rode his mountain bike back to the cabin so that he could study the books properly when he got back. Inside the cabin, Lao Bufan watched helplessly as Fang Hang opened the packages of quick-frozen dumplings and threw them into the pot. He swallowed his saliva. Fragrant. It was too fragrant. The fragrance went straight into his nose. In comparison, the 2 baked potatoes in his hands were simply tasteless. Raising his head, Lao Bufan said seriously, Fang Hang, I've decided to work with you in the game from now on. Fang Hang shrugged. He had one more tool, man. You have to take care of the food. Okay. Lao Bufan waved his fist excitedly. Tonight, he had dumplings to eat. Jimmy drank a mouthful of hot tea and said, Fang Hang, I may not have much time in the game during the day, so we'll have to trouble you. In his mind, Fang Hang added, it's all work. After all, the monthly salary is 30 Disney. My talent attribute can make crossbows. Due to the limitation of my energy, I can't make many crossbows every day. Thank you. This thing is a great help. In the early stages of the game, crossbows were used for long-range attacks, whether it was hunting, dealing with zombies or dealing with other hostile survivors. They were extremely effective. In the game, Jimmy probably didn't want to reveal his real identity, so he didn't like to talk too much. He nodded slightly. At first, Jimmy scoffed at Fang Heng's plan to build a shelter in the game, but now he knew that the Phoenix Sound Company must be behind Fang Heng's plan of building the shelter. Jimmy didn't mind giving him a little help. The dumplings were soon cooked. Lacking bowls and chopsticks, they took the glass bottles and divided the dumplings. While the outside players were still hungry, they could hide in the system shelter and cook dumplings to eat. Thinking of this, Lio Bufin was particularly excited. He ate one dumpling at a time and didn't forget to give his opinion. It's a pity there's no vinegar. Otherwise, it would be perfect. You're the nosy one. Liu Lin cleared her throat and said, Fang Heng, Lio Bufin and I have searched about 20 kilometers to the west during the day. We've noticed 2 system shelters. Players and survivors are living in them. I've talked to the survivors and am going to bring a small amount of food to trade with them for cast iron and nails tomorrow. Also, we've found an abandoned prison. There are a lot of zombies in there. It's scary. Lio Bufin swallowed a dumpling and added, I think this is the biggest threat. Once the zombies escape, we'll be implicated. We have to be careful. Fang Heng sensed something and raised his head. Prison? Yes. All the people in there are infected. I wanted to get closer to see if I could find some weapons in the prison. DMN as soon as I got closer. Zombies swarmed out of the house. There were at least thousands of them. Fortunately, they were stopped by the barbed wire outside. Lio Bufin shuddered in fear at the thought of it. I don't think the barbed wire is very reliable. Luckily, we were able to escape quickly. Fang Heng nodded and said, This is a good place to build a shelter. What? Lio Bufin was so stunned that he slowed down when putting the dumplings into his mouth. He thought that Fang Heng must be crazy. Brother, don't tell me you want to build a shelter in the prison. Give up this unrealistic idea. Why? Fang Heng raised his head and asked, Don't you think the prison is good with the prison as the outer defense and the primary shelter on the inner side? We can have double protection and double security. We can slowly expand in the future. Brother, stop fooling around. Building a shelter in the prison means that we need to fill up the outer prison. The prison is too big. It will cost us a lot of manpower and resources. After going through his analysis, Lio Bufin stuffed a mouthful of dumplings into his mouth. He felt smug and was waiting for the others to compliment him, but he didn't get that compliment. After a long time, Jimmy drank a mouthful of soup and said, Young man, we don't lack materials now. Lio Bufin was speechless for a moment. He glanced at the pile of materials that covered half of the wooden house and couldn't help but scratch his head. All right, even so, how are you going to deal with the zombies in the prison? Don't worry about that. I have a plan. Fang Heng was confident. Zombies? Of course. They will all be stabbed to death. Fang Heng, you didn't see the situation back then. The prison is very big. There are at least 3,000 to 4,000 zombies in there. It's not easy to deal with them. Yeah, you'll be careful. Fang Heng remained calm on the surface, but in his heart, he was beaming with joy. 3,000 to 4,000 zombies. That was 7,000 to 8,000 survival points. He hoped that there would be as many zombies as possible. It would be best if he could gather 10,000 survival points and buy all the modified motorcycles and furnaces from the Apocalypse Merchant. Liu Lin and Lio Bufin looked at each other. They saw the nonchalant look on Fang Heng's face. Did he have a way to deal with zombies? Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Amazing efficiency. Fang Heng, do you think we should reinforce this shelter tomorrow? The system's shelter protection will be ineffective the day after tomorrow. Fang Heng lowered his head and thought for a moment. There was still a huge gap in the number of nails needed to build a personal shelter. Tomorrow, he would have to clean up the zombies inside the prison. The construction of a player's shelter could not be completed in less than 2 or 3 days. They would have to stay in this shabby place for the next few days. Fang Heng did not want to be forcefully pulled online by the game when the shelter was under attack at night. The reinforcement of the cabin had to be put on the agenda. Feng Hang patted Lao Bufan on the shoulder and said, "Then, brother, I'll leave the reinforcement of the shelter to you. You'll reinforce the cabin tomorrow and watch over it." Lao Bufan agreed and patted his chest proudly. "I forgot to mention that my talent is reinforcement and maintenance. It increases the reinforcement efficiency by 20 and reduces the consumption of materials by 20. This skill saves materials. Do you know that you've got a good deal by hiring me?" Creak. The sound of the wooden door being pushed open interrupted Lao Bufan's bragging. A zombie in a lumberyard uniform staggered in from outside. The people in the cabin turned their heads to look at the zombie. The zombie clone threw the piles of logs from its backpack onto the ground. It didn't care about the stares of the people. It turned around and left the cabin again. Hint: your zombie has completed a round of material transportation. You have gained logs 10. You have gained a skill physical training experience point 20. Hint: your zombie has started a new round of material transportation. Lao Bufan opened his mouth. This time, he was completely in awe. He could finally see that Feng Hang didn't lack materials at all. Feng Hang didn't notice the change in Lao Bufan's expression. His attention was now focused on the game log. The zombie clone could also provide experience points for skills. This was a really good deal. After eating and drinking his fill, Feng Hang logged off first. At 8:30 p.m., Phoenix Sound Gaming Company was still brightly lit. Most of the game cabins in the office were running, and there were still many employees busy in front of their computers. Feng Hang saw that his game cabin had an eye-catching note, and a room card stuck on it. "Mr. Feng Hang, I've already booked room Phi 602 for you in the hotel next door. This is your room card. If you have any questions, please contact me. My contact number is within 272. After getting the room card, he returned to the hotel and went to sleep. After leaving the company, Feng Hang flipped through his phone. There were more than 10 missed calls on his phone. All of them were from Zia Zai. Feng Hang slapped his forehead. Oh no, he forgot to tell Zia Zai about the interview today. Feng Hang was in a good mood now. He casually replied to her message. "Thanks to you, I've passed. I'll treat you to a meal when the time comes." Something was wrong. After sending the message, Feng Hang felt a little regretful. This tone was not suitable for the cold and aloof image of the original owner of this body. Before he could retract the message, Zia Zai immediately replied, "Okay, I'll take note. Wait for me to come back." "Where are you going?" "To Seoul. To play a match." "What match?" Could it be that Zia Zai was also a professional player? Why did he not have any impression of this matter? Feng Hang scratched his head. Feeling a little frustrated, he noticed that he still had a lot of lost memories. "Qin Shuren is my good friend. She just took over the company recently. You have to help her too." "Help her? No way. Does the boss still need my help as long as she doesn't fire me?" Feng Hang cursed silently in his heart, but he still obediently replied with a message. The hotel room was very big and it was far more comfortable than the small and rundown room from before. After a tiring day, Feng Hang slept until dawn. The next day, Feng Hang returned to Team 3's large office as usual. Early in the morning, the office was bustling with people. Many workers carried game cabins into the office. "Hey," I said, "you guys be careful, these are advanced game cabins. Don't break them. Move it aside. Don't put it near the window." Shen King commanded from the side and his voice sounded a little hoarse. Noticing Feng Hang's arrival, Shen King walked over to Feng Hang. "Feng Hang, did you have a good rest last night?" President Qian had an urgent business trip last night. Before she left, she said that you should temporarily stay in Team 3 until she comes back. Halfway through, Shen King's expression changed slightly. He shouted at a porter beside him, "Don't leave it there, don't block the intersection, that's for people to pass through." The porter looked impatient. "Then where do you think we should leave it? Hurry up. There are still a lot of them down there." "Wait a minute. I'm sorry. The new district, District 8, has opened. There's a big shift in Team 3 business department. I'm so busy with all these." Shen King smiled apologetically and patted Feng Hang's shoulder warmly. "In short, that's the general situation. I'll go back to work first. There are still a lot of rookies reporting for duty today. Feel free to use the row of gaming cabins over there. If you run into any problem, come and find me." After saying that, Shen King hurriedly ran to look for the workers to cause trouble. What the hell, the power cord of the gaming cabins is exclusive. There will be a problem if you connect it like that. Are they all so busy? Fang Heng was helpless. Indeed, the zombie apocalypse new district, District 8, had opened. The business department of the gaming company was now focused on District 9 and was channeling resources in it. It was only right for them to be a little busy. Not only the Phoenix Sound Gaming Company, but other gaming companies, clubs, player guilds, and even the federal government would give their full support to the development of District 8. Fang Heng felt the pressure of competing with these giants. He needed to hurry up and build a shelter. Fang Heng randomly found a game cabin and returned to the game. Hint: while you were offline, your zombie group carried barrels of gasoline too. Firewood 21, logs 291, abandoned parts 23. Your skill basic physical training experience points 8, 912. Hint: your basic physical training level has been upgraded to level 5. Hint: your skill basic physical training level cannot exceed the character's level. Please upgrade the player's level. In just one night, the basic physical training level had reached level 5. The efficiency was amazing. In the game, most players needed a long period of training to level up their skills. Since zombie clones need not rest, they could log in 24 hours a day, and Fang Heng could greatly reduce the time needed to level up his skills. Normal weight-bearing travel can provide the skill level of basic physical training. Then, the upgrade of basic strength training and agility training will most likely depend on actual combat. Fang Heng, you rascal. What are you muttering so early in the morning? In the small cabin, Leo Buffen held a wooden board in one hand and gestured towards the cabin window. When Uncle Jimmy came online, he said that he had something to do today and will only return tonight. He even left 7 crossbows for you. Liu Lin went out alone to explore the surrounding environment. I couldn't stop her, so I asked her to bring a crossbow with her. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Cleaning up the prison. Fang Heng picked up a completed crossbow and put it in his hand to observe. Item: crossbow. Type: weapon. Quality: normal. Durability: 5050. Damage: 911. Description: after loading, you can fire a crossbow arrow forward. There is a probability of causing bleeding damage. Using a special arrow can increase the damage. Good stuff. I'll leave one for you to use for self-defense. Fang Heng threw a crossbow and some arrows to Leo Buffen and put the remaining 5 into his backpack. Leo Buffen used a small stone hammer to hammer the nails on the window while saying, "Boss, this crossbow alone is not enough. If the enemy comes, my fragile body will not be able to withstand it." Fang Heng glanced at him and said, "We have to eat extra food tonight." "No problem, leave it to me." Leaving the cabin, Fang Heng and his 15 zombie clones marched toward the prison. If they encountered any zombies on the way, they would kill them immediately. If ordinary players saw more than 10 zombies gathered together, they would hide far away and not dare to provoke them. On the way, Fang Heng also took some time to study the attributes of the zombie clone. Creature: zombie clone. HP 412,412. Strength 2. 6. Agility 2. 6. Physique 3. Will 2. 5. Perception 2. 5. Intelligence 2. 5. Basic skills. Skill: zombie body level max. Skill description: activated passively. Not affected by most mental spells. Not affected by most diseases and viruses. Does not possess mental strength. Does not possess energy value. Increases HP by 300. Description: zombie clone does not possess the ability to infect. Living skill. Set skill. Skill: lumberyard level max. Fang Heng put away the attribute panel. The biggest advantage of the zombie clone was its HP. If it was a one-on-one fight, Fang Heng was sure that he was no match for the zombie clone. Fang Heng did not delay along the way and went straight to the prison. However, it was inconvenient to walk in the forest environment, so it took him more than an hour. From afar, Fang Heng looked at the prison at the foot of the hill. The prison was backed by a mountain and there was a small path passing through the front door. This was the first time Fang Heng had seen a road since he had played the game for 2 days. There was a road, which meant that this place was probably at the periphery of the forest. If he walked along the road, he might be able to leave the forest area soon. Fang Heng retracted his gaze and continued to look inside the prison. Just as Liao Bufan had said, the prison occupied a large area. In addition to the vast square, there were 3 large buildings inside. Thick walls, huge iron doors, 3 layers of barbed wire, watchtowers standing tall and erect, as well as searchlights. The prison's defensive measures made Fang Heng envious. These are all good points. It's best to build a player shelter here. Fang Heng continued to observe the square. A large number of zombies were wandering in the square. Some of them were wearing prison uniforms, while others were wearing thick riot gear. A small hole had been made in the inner gate of the prison. 2 of the 3 layers of the barbed wires had been broken by the zombies, leaving only the last layer to teeter. Where could he enter the inner square of the prison? Fang Heng scanned the surroundings. He didn't dare to get too close. The breath from a living person would affect the zombies. When that happened, groups of zombies would be attracted by him. Even if he had a zombie clone, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Found it. It was right next to the gate. As long as he went through the sentry cabin next to the iron gate, the zombie clone could jump through the window of the sentry cabin and enter the prison. Fang Heng quickly came up with a battle plan. He stood on a small slope and carefully controlled the zombie clones to let them enter the sentry cabin. After killing 2 zombies in the sentry cabin, the 15 zombie clones went through the window and arrived at the prison square. Done. The invasion has been successful. Fang Heng clapped his hands and sat down on the lawn, ordering the zombies to freely clean up the zombies in the prison. Then, he could hang up the phone slowly. Hint: your zombie clone has launched an attack on ordinary zombies. The attack has hit the target. Your basic training strength experience points 1. Hint: your zombie clone has killed an ordinary zombie. You have gained 2 survival points. Hint: your zombie clone. Just as he had guessed, the zombie clone could increase his strength training skill experience points by attacking. He estimated that the skill experience points would be maxed out very soon. On the lawn, Fang Heng would occasionally flip through the game log. He was bored. It wasn't that he wanted to slack off. As a human being, he really couldn't be of much help in this situation. He just needed to wait for the zombies to gain experience. Or, he could just go back to the cabin. After thinking for a while, Fang Heng decided to check again. He took out the survival radio from his backpack and read the conversations of the other players on the survival radio to kill time. Someone has sent a private message more than half an hour ago. Fang Heng opened his private message to check. The person who sent the message was the player who sold him the location of the Apocalypse Merchant Camp yesterday. His name was Liu Yu. Liu Yu boss. An SS level mission at the Apocalypse Merchant Camp has been completed. Is it you? Yes. What's the matter? FCK, it's really him, it's him. After receiving Fang Heng's confirmation, Liu Yu cried out in shock. This morning, when he and his companion were accepting the mission at the Apocalypse Merchant Camp, they discovered that the SS level mission had actually disappeared into thin air. Almost subconsciously, Liu thought of the big shot who had spent 20 points to inquire about the location of the Apocalypse Merchant yesterday. Could it be that he had completed the mission? After receiving an affirmative reply from Fang Heng, Zhu Yi, who was traveling with Liu Yu, also opened his mouth wide in disbelief. Impossible! How could this mission be completed? He must have used some kind of trick. Right. Liu Yu looked at Zhu Yi and shook his head, indicating that he did not know. He sent another message to Fang Heng. How did you do it? After a while, Fang Heng's reply came back. 100 survival points. Liu Yu cursed in a low voice. It must be a super awesome combat type talent attribute. Otherwise, it would be impossible to clear out the entire camp. Zhu Yi lowered his head and analyzed the information in his mind. Suddenly, he raised his head and stared at Liu Yu. Let's go offline. Such a powerful boss would not be unknown in the game. Go check his identity and think of a way to poach him into our company. I've already said that he's a big boss. I don't think he's willing to come to your small and broken company. Right. Let's give it a try. Even if we can't poach him, it won't be a loss to work with him. Ji was not even prepared to complete the mission that he had planned to complete today. He turned his head and looked at Lu Yu. He'll go offline to check his information. Help me guard the simple bed. Hurry back. Chapter 16. Chapter 16 Mutated Zombie. Tisk, poor bastard. Seeing that the other party had no more words after making the offer, Fang Heng was a little disappointed and closed the private chat. Fang Heng was also bored. He didn't care about a mere 100 survival points. But no matter what, freeloading was always the best. In the game, the private chat was also restricted. Players can have a limited number of private chats on survival radio every half hour. But this number can be accumulated up to 5 times. Hint, your skill strength training level 1. Hint, your zombie clone is under attack. Hint, your zombie clone is dead. Hint, your zombie clone will be resurrected in 24 hours. What the hell? Fang Heng, who was lying on the grass, glanced at the game notification and sat up straight as if he was electrocuted. The zombie clone was dead. Fang Heng looked at the prison square through the barbed wire fence. A small part of the zombies wandering in the square had just been cleaned up. What was that? Among the crowd of zombies, a zombie was very eye-catching. Its grayish-green skin had a hint of red and its eyes were shining with a strange red light. It was a mutated zombie. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes and immediately controlled the remaining zombie clones to stop attacking and retreat. Mutated zombies were the products of ordinary zombies being mutated. Compared to ordinary zombies, all of their attributes had a huge increase and they even had some special abilities. Basic level zombies had special abilities such as strength enhancement and agility enhancement. Other than that, mutated zombies might have higher intelligence than ordinary zombies. At least, they would choose to fight back after being attacked. The zombie clone that died before was probably killed because it provoked it. What a troublesome thing. Fortunately, I didn't go back to hack just now. Fang Heng was a little glad. Otherwise, his zombie clones would all be killed here. If he waited for the zombie clones to resurrect, he would have wasted 24 hours. After all, the game had just started and it was a race against time. 24 hours of resurrection time was too long. The good news was that this mutated zombie was still relatively quiet. As long as no one provoked it, it would just stand there quietly. He needed to think of a way to get rid of it, or else he would not be able to continue hacking. After calming down, Fang Heng opened the game log of the zombie clone before it died and observed it. Hint, your zombie clone is attacking the mutated zombie. The mutated zombie is dodging the attack. Your skill basic agility experience points 1. Hint, your zombie clone is attacking ordinary zombies. The attack hit the target. Your basic training strength experience points 3. On average, the zombie clone could attack once, while the mutated zombie could attack 3 times. Moreover, the attack of the zombie clone had a higher chance of being dodged by the enemy. Apart from that, the zombie clone took a total of 24 attacks from the enemy before it fell. According to the attack efficiency, the other side's damage output was not high. It could only be said that it was slightly stronger than ordinary zombies. In conclusion, it was a zombie that evolved in agility form. A few years of gaming experience allowed Fang Heng to make a quick judgment. Mutated zombies in agility form were the most troublesome because their movement speed would also be greatly increased compared to ordinary zombies. When the survivors encountered ordinary zombies, they could use the method of flying a kite to slowly exhaust them to death. Or they could just turn around and run away. However, if they were mutated zombies with fast-moving speed, flying a kite was simply courting death. Only by running away without turning back would they have a chance to survive. It's not difficult to deal with. Fang Heng rubbed his chin and immediately came up with a plan. He controlled his zombie clones to avoid the mutated zombie and chose the surrounding ordinary zombies as his targets first. It was similar to how he used to play games. He first cleared out the random soldiers around him, and then killed the largest elite monster. Unfortunately, Fang Heng's zombie clones didn't have high intelligence. They didn't understand the difference between mutated zombies and ordinary zombies. So, trouble came again. Fang Heng had no way to hack. He could only control his zombie clones from a distance and kill the other zombies one by one. After half an hour, a space was cleared around the mutated zombies. Then, Feng Heng summoned his zombie clones back to his side. In the morning, he brought out 5 crossbows from the cabin. He had 1 on him and had 4 left. Now, Feng Heng distributed all 5 crossbows to the zombie clones. From the very beginning, Feng Heng had never thought of risking his life to provoke the mutated zombie. After all, the attack power of the mutated zombie was not high and it only targeted the zombie clones. But it was a zombie. A player would be infected with the virus if they were scratched, and they would die. A one-hit kill. The attack power was limitless. What a joke, everyone only had 3 chances to be reborn and then they would die completely. Feng Heng cherished his life very much. The zombie clones accepted Feng Heng's orders. 5 of the zombies picked up the crossbows on the ground and loaded the crossbows with great effort. Feng Heng had done several similar experiments before. Apart from sticks and machetes, the zombie clones could also use some more complicated weapons. For example, crossbows, guns and the like. However, there were great restrictions on the use of these weapons. They could only be used under Feng Heng's control where he could see them. Once they left his sight and let the zombies hack, these zombies couldn't accept complicated messages such as if you encounter an enemy, aim the crossbow at your enemy and pull the trigger, then reload at the same time. The most they could do was swing the fang in their hands to hit the enemy. Feng Heng understood that zombies were single-threaded creatures. During the hack-in phase, they could only receive 1 complicated command at a time. 5 zombie clones with crossbows staggered toward the prison. They stopped 3 meters away from the barbed wire fence outside the prison. It was about time. Feng Heng estimated the distance and gave the order for the zombie clones to pull the crossbow. Kai kai kai. The 5 zombie clones pulled the crossbow at the same time. The arrow was shot out and struck the concrete ground not far away from the mutated zombie, making soft sounds. The mutated zombie raised its head. It noticed the zombie clones in the distance, then lowered its head and continued to think. It's my clone after all. You're not accurate enough. Feng Heng silently complained, then asked the clones to reload. Shoot! Kai kai kai. This time, an arrow hit the shoulder of the mutated zombie. Woo! The mutated zombie let out a cry and in anger. It quickly pounced on Feng Heng's zombie clone. What a fast-moving speed. It was only slightly slower than a normal person's running speed. Feng Heng's eyelids twitched. Crack! The fleeing mutated zombie crashed into the barbed wire fence outside the prison and was firmly blocked. Roar hiss hiss hiss. The mutated zombie let out a strange sound and kept struggling, trying to attack the zombie clones outside the barbed wire fence. Unfortunately, it lacked long-range attacks, so it couldn't do anything to the zombie clones on the other side of the barbed wire fence. Hee hee, you don't know what else to do, do you? Feng Heng, who was hiding in the dark, chuckled and controlled the zombie clones outside the barbed wire fence to continue loading the crossbows. Chapter 17. Chapter 17 Upgrade. The crossbow arrows pierced into the mutated zombie's body one after another, releasing putrid black liquid. The movement of the zombie clone was very stiff. Each round of loading the crossbow would take more than 10 seconds. Feng Heng wasn't in a hurry. All he needed to do was to hide in the dark and give out the commands. 10 minutes later, the mutated zombie, which was full of arrows, let out a howl and fell to the ground unwillingly. Phew! Feng Heng wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was a little tired. He sat down with his back against a big tree and rubbed his swollen temples. It was very tiring to control the zombie in this manner. Hint: your zombie has killed the mutated zombie. Your skill basic training strength experience points 24. Hint: your zombie clone has killed a mutated zombie. You have obtained 15 survival points and a complete evolution crystal tier 11. Amazing! It dropped a complete evolution crystal. The sudden good news made Feng Heng excited again and his previous fatigue was swept away. Go quickly! Feng Heng commanded his zombie clones to climb over the sentry cabin and into the prison square, and picked up the evolution crystal that was left on the corpse. Item: complete evolution crystal tier 1. Item description: a special crystal that contains powerful strength. It can increase the player's character experience points, only effective on players below level 10. Fang Heng held the complete evolution crystal tightly in his palm. The crystal shattered. A thick red mist gathered in his palm and was quickly absorbed by it. Hint: you have absorbed the complete evolution crystal tier 1. Your level has been increased to level 6. Hint: due to the enhancement of your talent skill Split Zombie Clone, you have gained an additional Zombie Clone 6. The soil around Fang Heng's feet began to churn again. Kai Kai. Gray-brown palms reached out from the soil one after another. Soon, 6 newly resurrected zombies stood behind Fang Heng. One of them had just been killed by a mutated zombie, but after leveling up, 6 more zombies were added to the list. This was a good deal. Fang Heng thought that it would take some time for him to level up after reaching level 5. But he didn't expect it to be so fast. Waving his hand, Fang Heng controlled the zombies to put down their crossbows and return to the prison to clear zombies. Meanwhile, he slowly sat back down on the ground and began to make wooden spears for the newly resurrected zombies. After the accident, Fang Heng gave up the idea of going back to the shelter to avoid any unexpected situations. He quietly sat on the grass and watched the zombies hack. Hint: your zombie group has obtained Evolution Crystal Fragment 142. Blueprint Grill. Blueprint Shovel. Blueprint Deer Antler. Recipe Golden Crab. Bandage 3. Precision Parts 4. After watching the zombies hack for 5 to 6 hours, Fang Heng stretched himself and counted the rewards. After a zombie died, there was a small chance that it would drop some rare things. For example, making blueprints. The antlers were not bad. When they were placed around the shelter, low-level zombies with no intelligence would rush to the antlers and commit suicide. It could greatly increase the safety level in the early stages. As for the barbecue grill and the recipe, they were a bit of a drag. Other than satisfying the taste buds, they were not very useful. That's strange. I'm not a chef. Why do I always get these things? Besides, are you sure I can afford the ingredients for the golden crab? Fang Heng muttered to himself and tapped the blueprints and recipe on his head. It was better to learn a few skills than have no skill. Hint: you have learned how to make antlers, shovels and grills. Hint: you have learned how to cook delicacies golden crab. Your cooking skill experience points 20. Fang Heng stood up to stretch his body while observing the prison situation. About 2/3 of the zombies in the prison square had been cleared, and the remaining 3 buildings had not been searched at all. There were probably quite several zombies left in the buildings. It's a big project. Optimistically, it will take another day to clean it up. If there are mutated zombies in the buildings, it will be even more troublesome. Fang Heng muttered to himself. The security level of the prison is much higher than that of the cabin. The faster we clear this place, the faster we can move. Hint: your survival radio received an urgent message from your good friend Jimmy. Jimmy is in trouble. The sudden game prompt made Fang Heng's heart skip a beat. Previously, to prevent accidents from happening, they had added each other as friends in the game. They could contact each other privately through the survival radio. Fang Heng had a bad premonition. He immediately turned on the survival radio and opened the unread message. Lu Yu boss. Are we cooperating? Our company sincerely invites you to be our companies. You want to poach me for nothing again, Fang Heng thought. Fang Heng didn't have the time to pay attention to Lu Yu. He didn't even finish reading his private message and went straight to the next one. Jimmy: Fang Heng, we've run into some trouble. You better go back to the cabin. Fang Heng replied, okay. I'll be back soon. Turning off the radio, Fang Heng controlled his zombie clones to return to the shelter. He took out a mountain bike from his backpack and rode it back to the shelter. Compared to before he left, the shelter had been reinforced. The broken wooden windows had been resealed and the hole in the roof had also been resealed. The gate of the shelter was closed as if it was facing a great enemy. Was it an attack? Fang Heng's heart sank and he pushed the door open. Liu Bufan and the others were sitting around discussing something. When they saw Fang Heng, they raised their heads at the same time. Fang Heng's gaze swept over Jimmy, who was playing with the crossbow in his hand. What happened? We were robbed. Liu Bufan was very unhappy. He answered first. Liu Lin went to trade with a group of players in the afternoon. I didn't expect that the other party didn't follow the rules and directly robbed the food. If Liu Lin didn't have the crossbow with her, something might have happened to her. Fang Hang's expression changed slightly. He turned to look at Liu Lin. "I'm fine." Fang Hang nodded and started to reflect. Everything had gone too smoothly for the past 2 days. He had taken it for granted. The crisis in the apocalypse didn't only come from zombies, but also players. It was indeed very dangerous to let Liu Lin barter with other players alone. Fortunately, Liu Lin was fine. Liu Lin felt a little guilty. She thought that she was an experienced player, which was why she dared to barter with other players alone. She did not expect to be tricked. They were already prepared. In the beginning, the person I was trading with was a woman. She was very cooperative and had already prepared the goods to trade with me. I was a little careless. I did not expect that just as I took out the food, several people appeared around me and forced me to hand over the food. Chapter 18. Chapter 18, Small Stone Hammer. After that, when they saw that I took out my crossbow to defend for my life, they probably felt threatened and I got the chance to escape. Liu Lin roughly explained what had happened. "I'll remember this next time. I'll get back at them." Liu Bufin was extremely displeased that his materials had been stolen for nothing. However, he felt a little helpless and hence said those harsh words. What should he do? Should he rush over and fight with the other party? To vent his hatred was one thing. However, doing so would only hurt himself more than the enemy. It was not worth it. The vast majority of players could only admit that they were unlucky when they encountered such a situation. Let me remember this grudge first, he thought angrily. There was still time in the future. There would always be a chance to slowly settle the score by then. Liu Lin knew very well that she could only blame herself for being careless and admitted that she was unlucky. At that moment, Fang Hang raised his head and asked, "How many are there? How strong are they?" "Fang Hang, don't be rash." Liu Lin sensed that Fang Hang's tone was not right. She advised, "Now is not the time to fight these people head-on. There will be plenty of opportunities for revenge in the future." She had misunderstood. Fang Hang softened his tone and said, "I know. I want to know how many are there. I see 5 people, but their shelter is medium-sized. It can accommodate up to 12 people. Fang Hang nodded and fell silent again. Liu Bufin saw that Fang Hang's expression was not very good, so he tried to persuade him. "Fang Hang, why don't we just forget about it this time at most? We want trade with them in the future." Liu Lin pursed her lips as well. "I was very careful when I traded. I traded in batches, so I only lost a few packets of instant noodles. We can accept this loss, but I will be more careful next time." Fang Hang didn't say anything. He had a very bad premonition, and he kept lowering his head to think about something. This was the first time Liu Bufin saw Fang Hang so serious. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little quiet, he couldn't help but persuade him again. "Fang Hang, we don't have to go head-to-head with these people right now. It's just a few packets of instant noodles. We don't lack this little bit of materials. Right at most, I'll eat less tonight." Liu Bufin's voice grew softer as he spoke. It was obvious that he didn't have enough confidence in this matter. "No, I'm not thinking about this. This little bit of food loss is nothing to us." Fang Hang raised his head and explained to the two of them. "Moreover, I'm also responsible for this matter. I shouldn't use high-value food to trade with other players at this time." Liu Bufin scratched his head, looking as if he didn't understand. Jimmy took a sip of hot tea and said slowly, "A man with wealth is guilty of a crime. Yes, think about it from another perspective. If you were them and found out that a neighbor had extra food to trade when there was a lack of food, what would you do?" "If I'm them," Liu Bufin thought for a moment, and then subconsciously blurted out, "Of course, I would rob him." Fang Hang raised his head, a worried look flashing across his face. "That's right. I am just worried that they will come and rob us of our materials." Liu Bufin understood. This can't be. Liu Lin became nervous when she heard this. "If they come, then don't blame me." Liu Bufin shook his arms and looked fierce. "If they are going to rob me of my food, I am going to fight them to the death. When that happens, it will be either you or me who will die. I don't know. Just be careful. We have enough materials now. Don't go out during the day for the next 2 days. All of you stay here and wait for 2 days before moving to a new shelter. Jimmy put down the glass in his hand and shook his head. Fang Heng, it's too late. We might not make it in time. Everyone looked at Jimmy in confusion. I went to check around the cabin after I heard Liu Lin talk about the food being stolen. I found a stranger's footprint in the bushes. I guess someone has been snooping around our cabin. Liu Lin's expression changed slightly and she said anxiously, "That's impossible. Did I make a mistake? I checked carefully when I came back. I was sure that no one was following me. I didn't see wrongly. I noticed that besides human footprints, there were also animal footprints. I deduced that it was some kind of a large dog." Jimmy explained, "This isn't your problem. I think a certain player has the talent to summon hounds. They tracked your scent and found this place. It was over the base camp was exposed." Leo Buffon slapped his forehead. "Fine. We'll take it as it comes. Let's fight it out with them. Old man, help me get more crossbows and arrows. I'll reinforce the cabin while I have some time." Liu Lin said, "I've prepared 10 portions of painkillers and bandages. I only have 2 bottles of rapid healing potion. Because I need licorice. I can't mass produce them." Leo Buffon and Liu Lin had begun to discuss how to defend against the enemy. Fang Heng didn't say a word. He lowered his head and pondered. The passive defense plan was frustrating and it was a waste of time. It would disrupt his plan to build a shelter. In the early stages of the game, time was precious. And Fang Heng didn't want to waste it. Most importantly, if they fought, he wouldn't be able to utilize the combat ability of the zombie clones in this defensive battle. The zombie clones were still too stiff. What about taking the initiative to attack? A few minutes later, an evil plan was formed in Fang Heng's mind. Fang Heng raised his head again. "Liu Lin, where is the base of these people?" "They are in the northwest of our camp. It'll take at least 90 minutes to get there." Liu Lin was confused. "Why are you asking this?" "Clap." Leo Buffon clapped his hands suddenly as if he had realized something. "I see, I understand. Catch them off guard." Leo Buffon was also a militant by nature. He thought that he had understood Fang Heng's strategic intention. So he patted Fang Heng's shoulder excitedly. "The best defense is to attack, brother Fang Heng." "I understand. Let's go. Well, go there first and sneak attack 1 or 2 of them. Let them know how powerful we are. When the time comes, they won't dare to come and find trouble with us. I've been displeased with those people for a long time. Attack Maya this boar." Fang Heng sighed under his breath and silently moved Leo Buffon's hand away from his shoulder. "I didn't say that I wanted to fight them head on. Anyway, I already have a plan. Leave this matter to me. I'll keep watch tonight. All of you go offline to rest first. I still need your help during the day tomorrow. Go offline and rest." Leo Buffon widened his eyes. He wondered if he had heard wrongly. He and Liu Lin looked at each other, and countless question marks appeared in their minds. What was Fang Heng trying to do? Why did he take the initiative to keep watch tonight? His summoned zombies were indeed good at collecting materials. However, they couldn't deal with the other players just by relying on these zombies. Could they? Fang Heng didn't care about the gazes of the others. He slowly sat down in front of the bonfire and began to prepare the materials for the night. Hint: you have completed the production of the small stone hammer. You have gained production experience point 1. Item: small stone hammer. Grade: crude. Damage: 12. Description: the most basic survival tool. You can use it to destroy and disassemble. After disassembling, you will receive a small portion of the basic building materials. Description: this thing has the reputation of the world-breaking hammer. As long as the hammer is in hand, you can break anything. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. Game Mercenary. Shen Gui was a federally registered game mercenary. He received quests in the game to earn money. In the game mercenary world, he had a famous nickname, Prisoner Snake. After entering the game's new server, he immediately discovered a large-scale system shelter and gathered a nearby group of villain players with combat-type talent through the survival radio. Prisoner Snake successfully united these people into a small team and became the leader of the team. This team was very powerful in the early stages. He felt that this was a God-given opportunity and he might even have a chance to become an overlord in the game. In front of the bonfire in the shelter, Prisoner Snake and his subordinates celebrated today's harvest. "Ha ha ha, Ahur. Well done, you found that BTCH's nest. I'll give you credit this time. Lin Ahur touched the hound by his feet and laughed proudly. No prey can escape Ray's nose. Hee hee. Brother Snake. We've done some investigation. There's the girl and the thin old man there. Both of them don't have much combat ability. We'll definitely take them down tomorrow. Let's eat to our fill tonight. We'll go there to ambush them at dawn tomorrow. No matter who comes out from there, we'll kill them directly. Prisoner Snake's face was full of viciousness. He wasn't a man of faith and did not display kindness to others. When he was a mercenary, killing people in the game was a common occurrence. He didn't have any psychological burden. Just kill all of them and steal their materials. Haha. A rather sweet and charming-looking woman giggled as she sat on Prisoner Snake's lap. Brother Snake, don't kill and fight all the time. Leave a few people alive and ask them how they found so much food in the game. That way, we won't have to be on tenterhooks all day. Prisoner Snake's eyes lit up as he touched Kyona's smooth legs. Good. You're the smart one. I'll listen to you. How do you think I should reward you tonight? Aya. Brother Snake doesn't pity me at all. As she said this, Brother Snake suddenly frowned. What's that sound? SHH. Brother Snake became alert. He signaled all the players to keep quiet. Dong. There was another sound. It wasn't very loud, but it wasn't soft either. It seemed to be the sound of a collision. The sound came from outside the shelter. As they traced the source of the sound, everyone couldn't help but look at the wooden wall behind Brother Snake. It seemed like someone was knocking on the wall of the cabin. Dong dong. The frequency of the knocking became higher and higher. The sound began to ring out in all directions in the shelter. For a moment, the players in the shelter all broke out in cold sweat. What was going on? Why was there such a strange sound? Could it be that the zombies had invaded? That wasn't right. The game's 72-hour protection time had not yet expired, so the zombies would not take the initiative to attack the shelter during this period. Moreover, hearing such a loud noise, there must be a lot of zombies attacking from the outside. Could it be a player invasion? That was even more impossible. At night, the zombies would go into a berserk state and all their attributes would be enhanced. In addition, the viewing distance of the players at night was very short, so early-stage players would not be able to act at night. Dong dong dong. The hammering sounds became more and more frequent and louder, as if there was a circle of enemies surrounding the cabin. It was too terrifying. What on earth was outside? Hint, your shelter is under attack. Hint, your shelter's safety level is decreasing. Hint, please repair your shelter and protect it from attacks. Hint, your shelter's current safety level is 12. As the safety level decreases, the maximum number of players that can be accommodated in the shelter will gradually decrease. Everyone's expression changed again. They did not know what was outside. But if this continued, the shelter might not be able to survive. Calm down. What are you afraid of? Brother Snake pretended to be calm. He pointed at one of his subordinates and said, Wang Xiao, go out and take a look. Wang Xiao was also a mercenary who did not say much. He nodded and raised the baseball bat in his hand. Under everyone's eyes, Wang Xiao slowly walked to the wooden door and slowly reached out his hand, preparing to push it open. Before Wang Xiao was ready to open the door, the wooden door suddenly let out a dong sound. Wang Xiao was startled by the sudden sound and took half a step back. Humph, you're playing tricks. Wang Xiao was enraged and pushed the door open. An ugly zombie was blocking the door with a small stone hammer in its hand. Ah! Kyo was so scared that her face turned pale and she screamed loudly. It's a zombie, you're crazy, Wang Xiao. Close the door. Get lost. The veins on Wang Xiao's forehead bulged. He shouted and swung the baseball bat at the zombie's head. Then, he raised his leg and kicked the zombie back a few steps. Taking advantage of the gap, Wang Xiao quickly poked his head out and looked out the door. Wang Xiao's scalp went numb when he saw what was happening outside. It was too dark to see clearly at night. But with this glance, he saw at least 5 or 6 zombies swinging hammers at the wall of the shelter. Wang Xiao quickly retreated and closed the wooden door tightly. He panted heavily and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. What's going on outside? What's going on? Tell me. Wang Xiao took a deep breath and said, "There are at least a dozen zombies smashing the wall." Hearing this, everyone's faces turned pale. At least 7 or 8, how could they fight? For a moment, the sound of hammering echoed throughout the shelter like a life-threatening talisman. What should we do? What should we do? Kao Na was scared out of her wits. She held Brother Snake's hand tightly and begged for help. "Brother Snake, think of something. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." "Shut up, BTCH. What are you doing?" Prisoner Snake was in a terrible mood. He slapped Kao Na with his palm. He had no idea what to do. "Let's fight it out with them." Prisoner Snake's eyes turned red and his blood raged with anger. If this continued, the shelter would be destroyed and they would all die. If they fought, there might be a 50 chance of survival. "Let's go. It's just a few nights of zombies. We have so many people, and we're still afraid of a few zombies." Prisoner Snake took out a steel rod from his backpack and led the way to the door. Prisoner Snake kicked the door open and hit the zombie's head with the rod. The zombie was hit by the rod and staggered back a few steps. In the cabin, Lao Bufan and Liu Lin didn't go offline. Feng Hang had been urging them to go offline to rest. However, how could they sleep peacefully under such circumstances? After all, Feng Hang sitting in front of the bonfire in a daze was not reassuring. Both of them were trying their best to prepare for the upcoming fierce battle. Jimmy, on the other hand, was holding a cup of hot tea as usual. He was still online purely for the sake of playing the game for a longer time. To be honest, Jimmy also wanted to see how this young man would deal with this crisis. Feng Hang, who was sitting in front of the bonfire, seemed to be in a daze. But in fact, he had been staring at the game log. Hint: your zombie clone used a stone hammer to demolish a building. Obtained firewood 1. Hint: your zombie clone used a stone hammer to demolish a building. Hint: your zombie clone used. Hint: your zombie has been attacked. It's coming. You can't hold it in anymore. Your endurance is bad. Brother. Feng Hang licked his lips and muttered softly. Our game has just begun. Chapter 20. Chapter 20 to be continued. Brother Snake flipped a zombie to the ground with a steel rod. Seeing how brave Prisoner Snake was, the players became more aggressive. They waved their wooden sticks and came out of the shelter. They stood behind him, ready to fight to the death with the zombies. If the shelter was destroyed, everyone would die here. Prisoner Snake's eyes were full of killing intent. However, even if he was determined to die, he didn't dare to step out of the light range of the cabin. The zombies gathered at the door one by one. Both sides were in a stalemate for more than 10 seconds. Prisoner Snake felt tired of holding the steel rod in his hand. He was too stressed and he was very nervous. His hands were full of sweat. However, what he didn't expect was that after a short stalemate, the zombies surrounding the cabin retreated like a tide. What was the meaning of this? Why did they suddenly retreat? Just as Brother Snake was puzzled, someone shouted behind him, "Brother Snake is awesome." They ran away. Haha, they all ran away. Hearing the players behind him discussing it, Prisoner Snake was relieved. Although he was panicking, he still tried to maintain the dignity of a leader in front of everyone. He adjusted his stiff facial muscles, turned around and smiled disdainfully. I thought it was something else. Is that it? No matter how many of them come, they won't be enough for me to kill them. Hint: your zombie clone has been attacked and is trying to dodge. Hint: your zombie clone has failed to dodge. Hint: you have gained basic agility skill experience point 1. Hint: your zombie team is retreating. Hint: your zombie team has completed the retreat command and is standing by. In the small cabin, Feng Hang added a piece of wood to the bonfire and took out a can of coffee from his backpack. Gulp, gulp, gulp. After finishing the can of coffee in one go, Feng Hang let out a sigh of relief. Phew! Awesome! In terms of taste alone, the coffee in the game was much better than the coffee in the real world. He was even a little reluctant to finish it. Feng Hang opened another can of coffee for himself. Ugh! Seeing Feng Hang drinking so boldly, Liao Bufan was also a little envious. He said, Brother Feng Hang, it's already so late and you're still drinking coffee. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to sleep at night? After drinking the coffee in the game, the effects were astonishing. After drinking a can of coffee, one couldn't fall asleep for an entire night. There was even an additional state called excitement, which could slightly increase the recovery speed of the player's energy points. Sleep. I've already said that I'll be on my own tonight. You guys should rest early. Feng Heng smiled, giving off an unfathomable feeling. I'm going to have a lot of fun tonight. Jimmy glanced at Feng Heng. Seeing that he was holding onto a pearl of wisdom, he smiled and nodded. Okay. Then I'll have to trouble you tonight. It's time for me to sleep too. I'm getting old and can't take it anymore. As he spoke, Jimmy laid down on the simple bed and went offline. Liu Bufin blinked his eyes and looked at Liu Lin, who was beside him. These two guys were fearless. They could sleep in such a dangerous situation. Hurry up and go offline. Feng Heng crushed the leftover cans, broke them into scrap metal and threw them into the storage box before starting to chase them away. I still need you guys to work during the day tomorrow, or are you trying to slack off? Alright. Liu Bufin was a little reluctant, but thinking about it carefully, there wasn't much use for him to stay here. It was better to go offline to recover his energy and prepare for the battle tomorrow. Maybe Feng Heng had a plan. Liu Lin glanced at Feng Heng worriedly. Seeing that he was waving his hand to urge her to go offline, she sighed in her heart. She hoped that he would be alright. After finishing the 2 cans of coffee, Feng Heng, who was sitting in front of the bonfire, was full of energy and fighting spirit. Come on, brother. Let's continue playing. We're just getting started. Feng Heng muttered to himself as he opened the game log and controlled the zombies in the outside world. Brother Snake is awesome. The moment they see Brother Snake, these zombies will shit their pants. Aren't they just zombies with Brother Snake here? What are we afraid of? We'll kill as many as we want. In a few days, Brother Snake will lead us to rob a shelter. When that time comes, we'll be the king of the game. Prisoner Snake was still afraid of what had just happened, but he still pretended to be calm. They say that the zombies at night are very scary, but that's all they are. Brother Snake still couldn't understand why the zombies had retreated. After chatting for a while, Prisoner Snake felt sleepy, so he waved his hand. Who's keeping watch tonight? Everyone else. Rest early. It's just a little harassment. It's not a big deal. But you're all so excited. Tomorrow morning, we still need to. There was the sound of hammering. The players who were about to return to their beds and go offline to rest froze on the spot. Almost at the same time, everyone shut their mouths. It couldn't be. Could it be? The room was extremely quiet. Everyone remained silent, praying that they had heard wrong. The familiar sound of hammering was heard again, as if it was hitting the hearts of every player. They didn't hear wrongly. The zombies were back. FCKs there no end, not again. The hammering did not stop. Instead, it was getting louder and louder, coming from all directions. Prisoner Snake gritted his teeth and raised his steel rod. Let's go, let's fight. Pushing open the door, Prisoner Snake used his steel rod and swept away the zombies that were attacking the shelter with their stone hammers. Under the attack, the zombie staggered a few steps back. It didn't attack, but slowly staggered backwards and hid in the darkness. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding zombies quickly retreated into the darkness again. The sound of stone hammers gradually disappeared from the shelter. The players who followed Prisoner Snake looked at the darkness and their hearts sank to the bottom. The darkness was like the mouth of a giant beast, swallowing all the zombies. Brother Snake, what should we do? Should we chase after them? Chase my ass, how could they not see through such a simple trap, these idiots? Prisoner Snake had nowhere to vent his anger. At night, the visibility in the wild was only at most 2 to 3 meters long. Under such circumstances, no one could survive if he was surrounded by zombies. How could Prisoner Snake gamble his life on such a small chance of survival? Prisoner Snake gritted his teeth and said, "Don't chase after them. Let's go back first." Back in the cabin, everyone's morale was low. The atmosphere in the room was so heavy that it was scary. No one said anything and no one went offline to rest. They were all worried that the annoying hammering sound would come back again. Ko-na curled up in a corner and shivered. Everyone in the room had a premonition that this sound would appear again. What one hoped for came true. Less than 5 minutes later, in the quiet cabin, the sound of the hammer hitting was very clear. Damn it. It was happening again. Tip: your shelter's current security level has dropped to 11. Please repair your shelter level in time. Chapter 21. Chapter 21: Chopping Trees. The shelter's defense level was dropping. The game notifications kept ringing in the ears of Prisoner Snake and the other players like a death knell. Prisoner Snake had lost count of the number of times he had rushed out of the door with the others. Each time, as soon as Prisoner Snake ran out, the zombies would automatically retreat into the darkness. Before long, they would return and pound the shelter with their stone hammers again. Prisoner Snake even tried to send a few players to guard the door. At first, it worked. But after a few times, the zombies changed their tactics. They began to try to go around the back and attack the wooden wall from the back and side of the shelter. Just a few players could not guard the entire shelter. At night, if players stayed in the wilderness for a long time, they would enter a negative state called dark fear. This state would gradually reduce all the players' basic attributes. The longer they waited, the more attributes they would lose. According to the official statistics provided by the federal government, if players accumulated more than 300 minutes in one night, there was a high chance that they would be infected by the zombie virus. This was the scariest part of the night. They could not all stay outside the door. If this went on, once the shelter was destroyed, everyone would die here tonight. No one could escape. Fear enveloped every player. They even began to feel despair. Lin Auer said coldly, "Why don't we go out and fight them?" "Fight your head, are you going out to die? Stay here." The anger that Prisoner Snake had been trying to suppress finally exploded out of his control. He gritted his teeth. A bunch of trash. Not only was he being played around, but these idiot underlings were completely useless and could not help at all. Repair the defense. Amid the silence, a player suddenly shouted, "Right, repair the defense." The other players quickly reacted. This proposal was like a ray of light in the night, lighting up the hearts of this group of players and giving them a glimmer of hope for survival. The attack power of the zombie crowd was not high, so the defensive power of the shelter did not decrease quickly. In addition, the zombies were attacking one after another, so they still had enough time to fix the shelter's defense. They still had a lot of basic materials left. They only needed to withstand the zombies' attacks until the next day. Then, they could rush out and finish off the zombies. "What are you waiting for? Move." Prisoner Snake was not an idiot. He immediately called his men to start repairing the shelter's defense. "Those who don't want to die, hurry up." At this time, none of the players would even think about logging off to rest. Under the threat of the zombies, the players were especially united. Some were gathering firewood. Some were rubbing wooden boards, and some were taking turns to clear the circle of zombies to buy some time for themselves. For an entire night, Prisoner Snake and his group of players were fighting against these zombies. It was not until early in the morning when the sun slowly rose. Brother Snake was about to go out and fight the zombies to the end when he realized that the zombies had already run away without a trace. After being tortured for the whole night, Brother Snake's eyes were bloodshot. On one hand, it was because he was angry, and on the other hand, it was because he had been under great mental stress for the whole night. "Brother Snake, let's." Wang Xiao's face was full of fatigue and he sighed silently. "Why don't we let our brothers go offline to rest first? Last night was too tiring." Prisoner Snake's gaze swept across the haggard faces of his players. Everyone had worked through the night, and both their mental and physical strength had hit rock bottom. Even so, the shelter's defense had dropped to 62. This was even after everyone had worked through the night to repair it. What made matters worse was that by the second half of the night, they no longer had the materials to make wooden planks. They could only dismantle everything in the shelter. The entire shelter was now bare. The inner doors of the shelter had been demolished and even the ceiling on the second floor had been torn down. Prisoner Snake closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Due to the limitations of the game, he would enter a negative state if he did not rest for a long time. Fatigue. Like other players, Prisoner Snake only had one thought at the moment: get a good night's sleep. Such a team could not even protect themselves, let alone attack other players' shelters. Also, the system shelter would be ineffective again tonight. Their shelter had been hammered by the zombies on and off for the entire night. They lacked a large number of basic resources for maintenance. Everyone was tired and the team urgently needed to rest. The more he thought about it, the more Prisoner Snake felt a headache coming on. Let's take a break first. The shelter will lose its protection tonight and we still need to maintain it. We'll go after them in a few days. As he said that, he suddenly trembled without rhyme or reason. Those zombies wouldn't come looking for them again tonight, would they? In the cabin, early in the morning, Leo Buffin went online as usual. The skinny old man, Jimmy, was holding a glass full of hot water. Where's Fang Hang? You're a little late. He just went offline 5 minutes ago. What? Leo Buffin was stunned. No way. He stayed online the whole of last night. Jimmy nodded and took a sip of the hot water. Does the boss want to go to heaven? Leo Buffin thought to himself that the boss was awesome. He took a can of meat from the storage box, opened it and put it in his mouth. Did the boss say anything when he left? Yes. He asked you and Liu Lin to stay in the cabin today and help transport the logs. He also asked you to make a few storage boxes that are easy to move. It will be more convenient when we start moving out. Ah, that's it. Leo Buffin was confused. It's good enough if you can finish the tasks. Jimmy looked at Leo Buffin, paused and added, if you have the energy, reinforce the shelter again. No. What did you mean by transporting logs? Where did the logs come from? Jimmy pointed to the door with his chin. You'll know when you go out and take a look. Leo Buffin was baffled. He blinked his eyes and pushed open the door of the cabin with confusion. FCK. Looking at the scene outside, Leo Buffin couldn't help but swear. In the forest outside the cabin, there were about 20 zombies wearing lumberyard uniforms and they were holding steel axes in their hands. They were surrounding the trees and swinging the axes to chop them down. Boom! A big tree fell to the ground under the zombies chopping. The zombie expressionlessly took a few steps forward, walked to another big tree and swung its axe tirelessly. Bang bang bang. The forest was filled with the sound of axes chopping down trees. Leo Buffin was stunned for a moment. There was such an operation. It seemed that vitality didn't apply to the zombies at all. They swung their axes mechanically to cut down the trees. They didn't need to rest at all. If you switched to a player, it would need at least half of his vitality points to chop down a tree. According to the game's settings, half of the vitality points would take half an hour to recover under normal circumstances. Liu Lin shouted at Leo Buffin, who was standing there in a daze. He was carrying a large backpack of logs back to the cabin. Leo Buffin, don't be lazy, come and help me pick up the logs. Oh, I'm coming. Leo Buffin came back to his senses and couldn't help but lower his head to look at the ground. The surrounding area around the cabin was covered by logs. All logs. Chapter 22. Chapter 22 Intern. Clang. The metal basin on the table fell to the ground. The ear-piercing crash woke Fang Hang up from his sleep. I'm sorry. I accidentally woke you up. I didn't mean to. The girl was about 20 years old. Her cheeks were round and she looked somewhat immature. She repeatedly lowered her head and apologized to Fang Hang. Oh, it's okay. Fang Hang smiled kindly and got up from the lounge chair. The fatigue experienced in the game would be reflected in reality. After staying up all night, Fang Hang didn't even want to spend time going to the hotel next door to sleep after he went offline. He directly moved a lounge chair and placed it in the lounge of Team 3. He fell asleep immediately. He slept very comfortably this time. Fang Hang stretched lazily and looked at the time. It was already past 1 in the afternoon. The girl was very apologetic for waking up Fang Hang. An ordinary 5-gallon bucket of water. Could it be that this body had been training all along? This did not it carefully and suddenly felt that it was strange. As he thought about it, he was in the game for the whole of yesterday. Weird. What was the reason? Who cares? Fang Heng couldn't figure it out, so he just ignored it. After to skill physique training experience points 24. 995. Hint your skillfulling has been upgraded to level 6. Hint your skill strength training level. Strength training and physique training cannot exceed your current character level. Please upgrade your character level as soon as possible. After appearing in the cabin, Fang Heng immediately opened the game log to observe the hack situation. It was a good discovery. It turned out that chopping down trees could also increase the skill experience points for strength training and physique training. In addition, one log could produce 1 to 7 wooden planks. The exact amount depended on luck and the level of the production skill. Fang Heng made a slight calculation. With this, he had almost collected enough logs. It would not be a problem for him to use them to create a large level 1 primary shelter. If he still needed more logs, he would go to the entrance of the prison to collect them. It was not even 2 o'clock and there were still a few hours before sunset. Fang Heng ordered the zombies to stop the felling and go to the prison. The next step was to continue clearing the prison. Speaking of which, the shelter would lose its system protection tonight. Fang Heng judged that it was the early stage of the game, so it was not a big problem. At most, 1 or 2 zombies would scratch the door at night. As long as they had an action plan beforehand, it would be easy to deal with the problem. In the morning, Fang Heng had already asked Jimmy to clean up the wandering zombies around the camp. He chose to cut down the trees near the cabin first. In fact, he also had the intention of opening up the nearby field of vision, so that the wandering zombies nearby would be easier to find. The wandering zombies would also be easily attracted by the noise produced by the logging here and be disposed of as soon as possible. That way, they would be safer at night. While he was in thought, Liao Bufan pushed the door open. He walked into the room with a backpack full of logs. Fang Heng, you're back. Seeing Fang Heng, Liao Bufan pointed at one corner of the room and started complaining. Big brother, look, I'm begging you. Please make your zombies stop working. I really can't do it anymore. Fang Heng turned around and looked in the direction Liao Bufan was pointing at. Only then did he realize that 1/3 of the cabin had been filled with logs. Big brother, do you know that working for you is very tiring? Liao Bufan looked determined. He emphasized, you have to pay me extra. When the new shelter is completed, he'll give you a permanent free residency. Good, the meal ticket was renewed. Liao Bufan was delighted and immediately agreed. Okay, then it's a deal, boss. Riding his mountain bike, Fang Heng rushed back to the prison. After more than 10 hours, the zombies in the prison square were scattered again. The number of zombies was much smaller than yesterday. Fang Heng didn't see any mutated zombies among them. With a wave of his hand, the zombies behind him raised their wooden spears and rushed into the sentry cabin. The zombies climbed into the prison square through the windows of the sentry cabin and started killing. Hint, your zombie clone has killed an ordinary zombie. You have gained 1 survival point. Hint, your zombie clone. The game log started flooding with hints again. Seeing that the number of zombies in the prison square was greatly reduced, Feng Heng became bolder. He sneaked into the sentry cabin through the broken iron door. After closing the door, Feng Heng quickly took out a wooden board and reinforced the sentry cabin. Hint: you have cleaned the sentry cabin and completed the reinforcement. You can try to transform the cabin into a shelter. Feng Heng poked his head out of the window and carefully observed the square. He was now completely sure that there were no zombies in the prison square. This was easy. He could hack in peace. Feng Heng took out a wooden board from his backpack and completely sealed the window and the door of the sentry cabin. This way, even if the cabin was attacked, it could still last for an hour. Done. Feng Heng muttered and made a simple bed and threw it on the ground. Go offline, get some sleep. Chapter 23. Chapter 23: The Art of Felling. Feng Heng took a nap in the lounge and ate his dinner early. Then, he returned to the game. Hint: during the time you are offline, your zombies has completed purged the prison square. You have obtained Evolution Crystal Fragment 41. Recipe Espresso. Precision Parts 3. Skill Book: The Art of Felling 1. Scrap 2. Skill Book: Espresso Coffee Recipe. They were all good stuff. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. He immediately removed the reinforced wooden board on the window and jumped through the window into the prison square. The zombies in the prison square had been cleaned up. Hata. As soon as he landed, Feng Heng turned his head and looked at the building not far away. The lights in building No. 3 were on. According to the description in the game, more than a month had passed since the outbreak of zombies and there were still lights in this building. It might be the backup emergency power source in the prison system. The zombie clone staggered to Feng Heng and threw the materials they had collected on the ground. Feng Heng opened one of the white skill books. Skill Book: The Art of Felling. Description: after reading this skill, you can slightly increase the speed of cutting down trees. There is also a small chance of obtaining seeds, berries, honey and other materials after cutting down trees. This skill can be upgraded to level 30. The skill level does not exceed the current player's level. It was better than nothing. It seems that in the future, relying on zombies to cut down trees can also obtain food items to fill the stomach. Recipe Espresso. Description: learn how to make espresso. Effects: after drinking espresso, you can obtain a continuous 12-hour state of excitement, which will increase the speed of energy recovery by 100. After 12 hours, you will fall into a severe drowsiness state. Additional details: continuous use of espresso can increase the duration of the state of excitement, but the player will also bear the additional severe drowsiness state effect and time penalty. Espresso can alleviate drowsiness. Its effect is comparable to stimulant. It has always been an emergency material in the game. However, the coffee beans needed to make espresso are not easy to obtain. The harvest was good. Feng Heng tapped the skill book and recipe on his head. Hint: you have learned the skill: The Art of Felling. Hint: you have learned the art of making espresso. Your cooking skill experience points 30. Next, Feng Heng narrowed his eyes and observed the situation in the prison again. There was still more than half an hour before the sunset. According to the original plan, Feng Heng should leave immediately and return to the shelter before sunset. However, the light from building No. 3 made him change his mind. Under normal circumstances, due to the darkness of the night, the visual distance was short and the danger level was greatly increased. However, the working building in front of him was well lit. In addition, Feng Heng had slept for a whole day and was now in high spirits. He couldn't fall asleep even if he went back, so he might as well take this time to explore. After making up his mind, Feng Heng controlled his zombie clone to open a path in front of building No. 3. The door couldn't be opened as it was locked from the inside. According to the sign, building No. 1 and building No. 2 of the prison were the two main buildings where prisoners were kept, while building No. 3 was the office building of the prison staff. Through the glass window, Feng Heng could see the zombies wandering in the building. Feng Heng didn't enter building No. 3 immediately. Instead, he ran to the doors of building No. 1 and building No. 2 to observe. The doors of building No. 1 and building No. 2 were locked from the outside with thick iron chains. It seems that the zombie virus broke out in building No. 1 and building No. 2 where the prisoners were held. so the guards locked Building No. 1 and Building No. 2 in advance. Fang Heng guessed. The strange thing was that the two buildings were unusually quiet. Fang Heng tried to get close to the door of Building No. 2 again and put his ear on the door. There was no sound at all. The silence made Fang Heng feel a little weird. It didn't make sense. It wouldn't be so quiet if it were full of zombies. Fang Heng frowned. He still felt that something was wrong, so he raised the small stone hammer and tried to knock on the iron chain. The iron chain that locked the door had total durability of 500 points, but it only dropped 7 points after being knocked by the small stone hammer. It would take at least 2 or 3 days to break it open with a small stone hammer alone. It's quite hard. The lock was so tight that even if there were mutated zombies inside, they would not be able to come out for the time being. He could ignore Building No. 1 and 2 for now and directly clean up Building No. 3. He would first rely on Building No. 3 to build a player shelter. After some time, he would think of a way to slowly deal with the zombies in Building No. 1 and 2. If everything went smoothly, he could complete the plan of moving to the prison tomorrow. After all, there was a group of villains targeting the cabin right now, so Fang Heng couldn't feel at ease. The sooner they move, the better. Having made up his mind, Fang Heng sent a message to Liu Bufan through the survival radio to tell him that he wouldn't return to the shelter tonight. After that, he brought the zombie clones back to Building No. 3. They started to smash the door. The zombie clones raised their small stone hammers one after another. After a few minutes of continuous hammering, the door of Building No. 3 was destroyed. Woo! The zombies entrenched in the office of Building No. 3 smelled the scent of strangers and staggered towards the door. The zombie clones blocked the door and raised their wooden spears to face the enemies. The zombies that rushed out of the building fell one after another like wheat being harvested. The sun gradually set. Hint: the sun has set. In the darkness, you will feel unspeakable fear. Hint: at night, staying in the wild for a long time will make you feel uneasy, and you will enter a dark fear state. Hint: please find a building to hide in as soon as possible. The last zombie that stumbled out of Building No. 3 fell in front of Fang Heng. Hundreds of zombie bodies appeared in the prison square. The interior of Building No. 3 became completely quiet. Fang Heng let out a sigh of relief and stepped into Building No. 3. Hint: you have entered a dangerous building. You can't confirm whether this building is safe or not, but it can give you a little protection in the dark. Hint: the protection of the building and the comfortable light make you feel less afraid. Hint: you are no longer affected by the dark fear. Fang Heng looked around as he walked into Building No. 3. The office building seemed to have experienced an apocalypse. Pools of blood could be seen everywhere and all kinds of documents were scattered on the ground. Fang Heng took out a newly made wooden door from his backpack and installed it at the entrance. Then, he reinforced it with 2 layers of wooden planks. Done, he thought to himself. This way, he didn't have to worry about being ambushed by zombies from behind. Then, Fang Heng ordered the zombies to search the entire building and attack all the zombies that could be seen. First, he asked the zombie clones to clean the building to reduce risks. Fang Heng had always been cautious. After giving the order to hack, he sat down and made a bonfire. Then, he started to heat the instant noodles. Chapter 24. Chapter 24: Police Officer's Diary. Bored out of his mind, Fang Heng turned on the survival radio. He was ready to watch the other players' encounters and find some fun. Liu Bufan: no way, it's only been a few days, you're already starting to stay out all night. It's not too much for me to call you big brother. Right, Liu Bufan: big brother. We're almost out of food. Remember to make more tomorrow. Okay, Liu Yu said. Brother, I was rude to you earlier on. Please believe us. We came here with sincerity. Even if you don't want to join our company, you can still work with us. Right. Why is it this kid again? Fang Heng rubbed his chin and replied, intending to tease him. That's a good suggestion. But, what do you have that I can work with? I want to see your sincerity. Can you get the complete evolution crystal? The fastest way for Fang Heng to improve his strength was to level up. With each level up, he could get more zombie clones. But at this stage, Ordinary players could hardly get the evolution crystal fragments, let alone the complete evolution crystal. Fang Heng believed that leveling up was still a long way to go. Lu Yu received a message from Fang Heng and he immediately replied excitedly. Big brother. Jokes aside, we're serious. How about this if we work hard? We can probably get 10 pieces of evolution crystal fragments as a sign of sincerity. Fang Heng curled his lips and closed the private chat. He thought, only 10 pieces of evolution crystal fragments, who are you looking down on? I could just get them for free. Fang Heng glanced at his backpack. Damn it. After clearing the zombies in the prison, he now had more than 300 pieces of evolution crystal fragments. He didn't know what to do with so many fragments. In the shelter not far from the Apocalypse merchant camp, looking at the survival radio that went quiet, Lu Yu fell into silence again. What's wrong? Ah, the god is not replying again. Lu Yu sighed sadly and showed the radio chat message to Zhu Yi. We can't keep up with the god's footsteps. He has already started to mention the complete evolution crystal. Zhu Yi shook his head dejectedly. Anyway, we will try and get familiarized with the god by exchanging conversations with him. In the meantime, let's focus on the prison No. 507 mission first. When he heard prison No. 507, Lu Yu became serious. There was a prison more than 20 kilometers away from their shelter. Prison No. 507. The mission Zhu Yu was referring to was something he had spent a lot of effort to purchase from a game intelligence organization. The intelligence organization claimed that the hidden mission had been accidentally triggered by a player on server 3. At that time, the player's medium-sized gaming company had utilized all the manpower within the company, and even hired several groups of mercenaries to participate. Unfortunately, the mission failed, due to investing too much time and energy in the mission. The medium-sized gaming company eventually closed down due to the breakdown of its capital chain. After a series of follow-up reviews by the intelligence organization, they determined that this mission was a rare hidden continuous mission. The difficulty level was higher than SS level and the reward was also higher than that of SS level. The intelligence organization provided the first 3 steps of the continuous mission. Just by looking at the reward of these 3 steps, Ji did not even frown and immediately took out money to buy it. This mission is a continuous one, one step at a time. We don't need to complete it directly. We just need to get the items from the first phase of the mission and hold on to the mission tightly in our hands. I went to the prison again this morning. It's strange. The number of zombies there has suddenly decreased by 2/3. There's such a good thing. Ji raised his eyebrows in surprise. This is a great opportunity for us. Now, we have a greater chance to sneak into building No. 3. Really? Lu Yu smiled bitterly. Of course it's true. Why do you think we've been staying at the Apocalypse merchant's place for the past few days? I think we'll be able to exchange our survival points for an Earth-made explosive tomorrow. As long as we make a hole in the outer layer of the prison, the number of zombies will decrease a lot in a few days. Don't be too happy yet. Even so, building No. 3 is very dangerous. Fortunately, we only need to find the police officer's diary. It's hiding in the cabinet on the 2nd floor. It's hidden very far away. Ordinary players can't even enter the prison, let alone find it. This is the only way to trigger the mission. The seller said that we must get it, otherwise the mission won't be triggered. Inside the prison, Fang Heng was sitting in front of the bonfire. Hint: your zombies have completed a round of collection. You have received plastic 2. Waste paper 176. Broken parts 1. Hint: your zombies have started a new round of collection. Hint: your zombies have completed a round of collection. You have received waste paper 201. Soap 2. Hint: your zombie has started anew. The zombies that were sent out to search the place kept going back and forth, throwing the sundries that they had collected in their backpacks in front of Fang Heng. The exploration of the building was slower than Fang Heng had imagined. After a few hours, he was so bored that he started reading 2021 Prison Cleaning Record Report. Tisk, tisk, tisk. The cleaning lady was lazy. On the 19th she didn't even clean the toilet, and the excuse was that the detergent was gone. While Fang Heng was mumbling, another zombie returned and started to take things out of its backpack. Hint: your zombie has completed a round of collection. You have obtained rags 3. Contaminated documents 30. Damaged police officer's diary 1. Police officer's diary. Diary is good. This is even better than the annual cleaning report, he thought. Fang Heng opened the bloody and torn notebook. Because most of the notebook had been destroyed, Fang Heng could only see part of the contents. 6. 4. Today was my first day on the job. Everyone looked very friendly. Team leader Turley told me not to be kind to the prisoners. This would make them feel that you were weak and easy to bully. 6. 5. The password of the safe in the gun room was left 6 right 2 left 11. For the record, after 3 failures, the safe would automatically be locked. It would be very troublesome to open it again. The team leader was very nice to me. After work, we played cards together. I lost a lot of money, but the team leader also bought me a drink. 6. 8. Oh my god, was that giant Arita? He's so tall and strong. He's about 234 meters tall. Right. The team leader was right. He was the most dangerous prisoner in the prison. He could bend an ordinary iron bar with his bare hands. I have to keep an eye on him. 7. 7. I noticed that there were a few unfamiliar faces in the prison. The team leader told me that they were doctors from Dawn Hospital. Recently, there seemed to be some kind of infectious disease in the prison. It was a terrible infectious disease. I had to be careful to avoid being infected. 7. 19. Recently, many patients were being carried out one after another. I secretly took a few glances at them. The way they died was terrifying. The team leader told me that they had all died from an infectious disease. He also warned me not to come into contact with the prisoners. This infectious disease was very strange. The ones who died were mostly strong men while the skinny prisoners were fine. Could it be that their immune systems were different and they were more vulnerable? 8. 1. It was too scary. There was a sudden large-scale riot in the prison. We locked up buildings No. 1 and 2, and let building No. 3 become the last refuge. I've never experienced such a thing. I heard the team leader calling for help, saying that an infectious disease had broken out. Outbreak. Was this a riot? The warden wanted to meet us in the basement. I got to go. I hope it goes well. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. The basement. The contents of the notebook ended there. It seems that a zombie virus did break out in the prison. But, isn't this hint too obvious? The password of the safe in the gun safe room is left 6. Right 2. Left 11. Fang Heng murmured in a low voice. It's obvious that you want me to find the safe. Such an obvious hint. Could it be a trap? Fang Heng flipped to the back. On the last page of the diary, there was still a paragraph of text. The handwriting was quite messy. It seemed to be written in a hurry. I'm sorry. I was too scared. My body was out of control. At that time, I just wanted to escape. Everything was my fault. God, what stupid thing did I do? I locked them all in the basement. I'm a coward. I'm a loser who killed my friends and my colleagues. The team leader was right. This isn't a riot. It's an epidemic. The outside of building No. 3 has been surrounded by crazy infectious people. I can't get out. The only way out is the basement. But it's already occupied by monsters. No matter who it is. If you see this note, please tell the others that there are monsters in the basement. I'll hide the key to the basement in the safe later. Don't open the basement door without permission. Sorry, team leader. I'll be with you soon. The next second, a few lines of game notifications were refreshed in Fang Heng's mission log. Hint: you have completed the reading. Hint: you have triggered a hidden mission. A police officer's diary. Mission name: a police officer's diary. Mission description: find the key to the basement entrance. Mission difficulty. Mission reward: survival points. Additional description: the faster you complete the quest, the more rewards you will receive. After reading the note, Fang Heng fell silent. So this prison guard locked his teammates and zombies in the basement to escape. Tisk tisk tisk. Having a foolish teammate was terrifying. Fang Heng could not help but sigh under his breath. Hidden missions would also be triggered in the game. Generally speaking, the rewards of hidden missions were relatively high. Fang Heng opened the game log to take a look, trying to assess the risk of this mission. The zombies had finished cleaning the first and second floors of the prison's work area and were on the way to cleaning up the third floor. The second floor was not very dangerous. The assessment was completed. Fang Heng made a simple judgment. The benefits far exceeded the risks. He accepted this mission. Since he had decided to accept the mission, Fang Heng targeted the highest reward and wanted to complete it as soon as possible. Fang Heng put out the bonfire, stood up and looked up at the wall. On the wall of the entrance hall was a map of the overall layout of the prison. The diary said that the safe is in the gun safe room. Fang Heng tried to find the location of the gun safe room on the map. He found it. It was the last room on the second floor. Fang Heng took out a mace from his backpack and summoned 5 zombie clones to follow him. They entered the second floor through the stairs at the front of the hall. The zombie clones that were sent out to hack could investigate, collect materials and kill the enemies at the same time. Unfortunately, they didn't have enough intelligence. When they encountered some doors that couldn't be opened, they wouldn't force their way in. Instead, they would take a detour. These locked rooms might contain zombies and materials. Fang Heng had planned to leave the blind box for Liu Bufan to open tomorrow. In front of the gun safe room, Fang Heng tried to twist the handle of the door. As expected, the gun safe room was locked. Fang Heng tried to stick his ear to the wooden door to listen. There were many zombies inside. Fang Heng waved his hand, signaling the zombie clones behind him to smash the door. In just 3 minutes, the door was knocked down. A few zombies staggered toward Fang Heng. Hiss hiss. The zombie clones blocking the door were prepared. They kept pushing the zombies back with their long guns, leaving a few holes on their bodies. The cycle repeated dozens of times and the remaining zombies in the room were cleaned up. Fang Heng walked into the gun safe room to check. The gun safe room was as messy as the outside world, as if it had been ransacked. The guns on the shelves had also been emptied, leaving only a few scattered bullets. Bullets were also good stuff and they were all rare materials. Fang Heng put them into the player's backpack one by one. Hint: you have obtained an ordinary handgun bullet 237. The old-fashioned green safe described in the diary was placed in the right corner of the gun safe room. It could be seen at a glance. Left 6. Right 2. Left 11. Fang Heng walked forward and carefully twisted the numbers on the turntable. Click. With a light crisp sound, the safe was opened. Fang Heng opened the safe. A pistol and a bunch of keys lay quietly in the safe. There is a gun. Fang Heng's eyes lit up and he picked up the pistol. Item: pistol Colt M4000. Description: a modified Colt M4000 pistol. It could be loaded with 12 bullets and slightly increase the critical strike rate. Guns were extremely good items in the apocalypse. They were extremely valuable to players, especially in the early stages of danger. They posed the greatest threat to players. Fang Heng was sure that someone would be willing to pay a high price for it. There was also this set of keys. Fang Heng picked up the keychain and weighed it in his hand. He reckoned that all the keys to the entire work area of building No. 3 were here. Well, he could stop banging on the doors tomorrow. Fang Heng put away the keys and the game prompt appeared again. Hint: you have found the key to the basement entrance. Hint: you have completed the mission police officer's diary. Obtained 15 survival points. Hint: you can choose the following options. Option 1: try to explore the basement. Option 2: sell the key to any apocalypse merchant for 100 survival points. This mission is weird. Fang Heng examined the mission notification. Although the mission gave me options, it didn't let me make a choice right now. After thinking for a while, Fang Heng decided to go to the basement first. He planned to build the prison as a shelter. If a group of zombies were gathered in the basement, how could they sleep well at night? Fang Heng brought the zombie clones back to the first floor. The entrance of the basement was on the right side of the warehouse, which was relatively hidden. There was even a 3-layer iron gate outside. No way, the protection measures are so good. Fang Heng mumbled and searched through the keys one by one. He slowly marked each key until he opened the last door. Behind the door was a long corridor. The lights were abnormally dim and pools of dried blood could be seen in the corridor. 2 zombies were scouting ahead, while Fang Heng was slowly walking behind them. After walking for about 10 steps, Fang Heng suddenly heard a small noise. What was that noise? Fang Heng stopped walking. Crack crack. Listening carefully, it sounded like something was rubbing against the wall. The noise was getting closer and closer. Fang Heng's pupils constricted slightly. We're in big trouble. Fang Heng realized the seriousness of the situation. He cursed loudly and turned around to run. Mutated zombie spider. A zombie with high-speed crawling ability. Its movement speed was extremely fast, and it could climb all kinds of terrain. It was best at breaking through the shelters built by players. They could climb into your shelter from all kinds of gaps, and forcefully pull you back into the game from the real world. Because it had been climbing on the wall, its hands and feet were particularly slender after the mutation, so it was also known by the players as the spider zombie. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. Large skewers of grilled meat. Fang Heng had just turned his head when 4 or 5 spider zombies quickly crawled out from behind the corner at the end of the corridor. Crack crack. The spider zombies were leaning against the wall and started to chase after Fang Heng along the side wall at a great speed. Fang Heng immediately left the 2 zombie clones behind and ran away without looking back. After escaping from the basement, he slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Hint, your zombie clone is being attacked. Now, Fang Heng finally knew. Why was that rookie prison guard in the diary so scared that he even left his teammates inside? Previously, he was still mocking him to be a foolish teammate. But now Fang Heng admired the kid's alertness. It turned out that the basement was full of mutated zombies. After locking the outer 3-layer iron door, Fang Heng leaned against the wall and panted heavily. What was the point of him accumulating so many survival materials if he was accidentally scratched by a spider zombie and got infected with the virus? He would still die. Fortunately, he ran fast. Fang Heng was secretly rejoicing. The difficulty of this mission is really... While he was talking to himself and rejoicing that he was lucky to be alive, Fang Heng suddenly turned his head and looked at the locked basement door. There seemed to be a lot of mutated zombies in there. If I can kill them, doesn't that mean that I can get a lot of complete evolution crystals? Then I would be able to level up quickly. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes, his brain working quickly. But how should he kill them? The spider zombies were extremely agile. It would be very difficult for the zombie clones to hurt them. If they attacked from afar, the zombie clones would be too slow to load their crossbows. It seemed. He had an idea. He could go to the apocalypse merchant and see if he had any weapons that could deal with the spider zombies. The next morning, Liao Bufin went online as usual. He opened his eyes when he entered the game and saw 2 zombies moving logs out of the cabin. Hey, what's the situation with these zombies? He had spent a lot of effort to move these logs in yesterday. Why did the zombies move them out again today? Big brother, are you kidding me? Liao Bufin was about to ask Liu Lin about the situation when the game notification rang. Hint, your survival radio has received an urgent message. Fang Heng, come to the prison. Bring the materials. We're moving house. Liao Bufin was stunned. For a moment, countless questions flashed through his mind. Move? Why move? Move to the prison. What about the zombies there? What about the cabin here? Where's Fang Heng? Is he also in the prison? Liao Bufin immediately replied. Liao Bufin, Fang Heng right now. Remember not to destroy the building after you come to the prison. Come in through the window of the sentry cabin. I'm in building no. 3. Hurry. Liao Bufin rubbed the back of his head, his face revealing a confused expression. Inside building no. 3. No way could it be that this kid really cleaned up the entire prison by himself. He must be joking. This was too exaggerated. How could he deal with thousands of zombies? Liao Bufin didn't believe it. Was the big boss bragging? Half an hour later, Liao Bufin arrived at the small slope outside the prison. His mouth was wide open in an O shape. It was impossible. Why was it gone? Where were the zombies? Liao Bufin rubbed his eyes. For a second, he even suspected that he was seeing things. A few days ago, the prison square was still filled with zombies. Where did they go? Were they really wiped out? How did he do it? Can someone tell me what's going on? Liao Bufin scratched his hair in frustration. He felt like his world had been turned upside down. He needed to ask Fang Heng. Liao Bufin found the sentry cabin that Fang Heng described and carefully went in. Building No. 3. That's it. Right. Walking to the prison square, Liao Bufin smelled something before he could even enter the door. He sniffed. It smelled so good. Was it meat? Liao Bufin was suspicious. He slowly walked to building No. 3 and pushed open the wooden door. Creak. As the wooden door opened, Liao Bufin immediately saw Fang Heng fiddling with the barbecue grill in front of the bonfire. Having a barbecue in the morning. Was this something a human would do? Liao Bufin looked at Fang Heng with eager eyes and was about to scold him. Fang Heng happened to notice Liao Bufin. He turned to the side and pointed at the skewers on the grill. He spoke first. Come, try one to see if it's cooked. You're so polite. Big brother is mighty. Liao Bufin walked up quickly and picked up a skewer to bite. The aroma of the grilled meat permeated the air. Liao Bufin felt that he had never eaten such delicious barbecued meat before. He felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Fang Heng also picked up a skewer and took a bite. The taste was indeed good. Last night, after exploring the basement, Fang Heng also went offline to rest for a while. He and Liao Bufin went online around the same time. He was still counting the materials. Your zombie has completed the search of the building. You have obtained the recipe per large skewer. Skill book Gun Mastery. You have obtained pistol bullet 39. Broken wood 27. Bottled water 72. Raw meat 21. Shredded cloth 192. The harvest was not bad. Fang Heng had directly learned the recipe for the super large skewer. Coincidentally, he had also found raw meat. In addition, he had found a barbecue grill 2 days ago. It was the will of the heavens. Therefore, Fang Heng casually started making the skewer. While eating the skewer, Fang Heng continued to check the rewards from last night. Skill book Gun Mastery. Description: after learning Gun Mastery, the user will gain an additional 10 damage when using a gun, shorten the loading time by 10 and increase the accuracy by 10. The maximum level of this skill, level 20 skill level, does not exceed the current player's level. In the later stages of the game, guns were gradually becoming more and more popular. At that time, the value of this skill book would be at least 5 million. Fang Heng contemplated for a moment and tapped the skill book on his head. Hint: you have learned the skill Gun Mastery. Boss. Liao Bufin ate the meat skewer and was in a great mood. He forgot about the unhappy incident just now and went up to greet the boss with a smile. Boss, how did you get rid of those zombies outside? It's a secret. This answer made Liao Bufin a little disappointed. Liao Bufin rolled his eyes, then continued to ask, So, boss, what do you want me to do today? Repair the prison first. Take your time with the rest. Fang Heng briefly explained his plan to Liao Bufin. Their goal was to build a shelter based on the prison. Therefore, while collecting a large number of materials, they also needed to maintain the entire prison. But before that, they had to ensure the safety of Building No. 3. They would be staying in Building No. 3 for the next few days. They needed to thoroughly search all corners of Building No. 3 and the unopened gates. They needed to make sure that no zombies were left in Building No. 3 except for the basement. Fang Heng then explained to Liao Bufin about what he found in the prison last night. There are spider zombies in the basement. Liao Bufin picked up another skewer of meat and looked at Fang Heng with an even weirder expression. Compared to that, he was more amazed that Fang Heng was able to escape from the basement. That kid was really terrifying. I'm leaving now. Later on, contact Liu Lin and Uncle Jimmy and ask them to work with you. Fang Heng patted Liao Bufin's shoulder. I'm going to find a way to deal with the spider zombies in the underground passage. Liao Bufin was about to put the meat skewer into his mouth when he paused. Did I hear it right? Is he really going to deal with those mutated zombies in the basement? Chapter 27. Chapter 27 Mission: Collect wooden planks. Fang Heng was very greedy. He wanted to build the shelter and also leveled up his character. The mutated zombies in the basement were good stuff. If they were killed, they could get a lot of complete evolution crystals. This was the golden opportunity to level up. Fang Heng rode his mountain bike to the Apocalypse merchant camp. Yesterday, He cleared the prison square and building no. 3. So far, he had accumulated 13,782 survival points. Hi, Fang Heng. We meet again. Apocalypse Merchant Vettel waved at Fang Heng enthusiastically. You're just in time. I have a new batch of goods here. How are you interested? Really, what a coincidence. It was good that they were friendly with each other. Fang Heng opened the merchant's hidden exchange page to check. Oh, stun baton. It was a powerful close-range weapon that could paralyze zombies. It was a practical weapon. But unfortunately, it didn't work on mutated zombies. Shotgun. This was good too. Unfortunately, it was too expensive and the loading speed of the shotgun was too slow. It was barely enough to deal with one spider zombie. There were too many spider zombies in the basement. It was too dangerous. Fang Heng checked the exchange column, but couldn't find a suitable weapon. He was a little disappointed. Do you have a powerful weapon? Fang Heng tried to explain. I want to deal with the spider zombie. Spider zombie, that thing is quite difficult to deal with. Let me think about it. The apocalypse merchant pointed at his head with his index finger and thought for a while. I have a kind of compound adhesive landmine. It is quite effective. But it's hard to get. It's also very expensive. One of them costs about 3 survival points. No. Fang Heng shook his head. I need an offensive landmine, not just for defense. I see. Then I think you'll be able to use this thing. Apocalypse Merchant Vettel took out a book from under the counter and opened it to one of the pages. He pointed at one of the pictures. Focused flamethrower M021. It can instantly shoot out focused, high-intensity flames. Zombies are most afraid of this. This is good stuff. He had an impression of this weapon. In his memory, he had seen a video before. The players in the video used this kind of focused flamethrower to ignite the zombies one by one. The high temperature was so high that even the mutated zombies couldn't withstand it. The spider zombie didn't have a high HP. Its only weakness is that it can't be used for a long time. Otherwise, it will be damaged due to overheating. Seeing that Fang Heng was interested in the flamethrower, Vettel continued. I don't have any stock here. If you order it, you have to pay 10 survival points first. He'll restock it in 3 days. The merchant lowered his head and calculated for a moment. Very quickly, he gave a sky-high price. In addition, you still need fuel. Adding 3 bottles of fuel, you need a total of 620 points. What do you think of this deal? Very good. Unfortunately, I can't afford it now. Fang Heng spread his hands out in resignation. What mission do you have for me? I want to earn some survival points. I see. Then you can take a look at the missions here and see if there are any that are suitable for you. Fang Heng opened the mission panel again. Last time, because of the SS level mission, Fang Heng didn't have time to look at it carefully. He hurriedly accepted the mission and left. Today, Fang Heng patiently looked at the mission panel. Generally speaking, the missions provided in the mission panel were divided into several categories: clearing zombies, searching for items or people, collecting materials, and exploring the regional environment. A. Collecting materials. There was such a mission. Fang Heng's eyes lit up. He selected the keywords in the mission panel. Collect. Mission name: collect iron ore repeatable. Mission requirement: collect 300 units of iron ore. Mission reward: 600 survival points. Mission name: collect coal ore repeatable. Mission requirement: collect 300 units of coal ore. Mission name: collect wooden planks repeatable. Mission requirement: collect 300 units of wooden planks. A. Wooden planks. Fang Heng saw something extremely exciting. It was collecting wooden planks. There was no lack of wood in the forest environment. His zombie toolmen were completely capable of making wooden planks 24 hours a day. When the time came, he would sell the finished wooden planks to the merchants. I'm rich, he thought excitedly. My heart is beating so fast. Could it be that I discovered a bug in the King of Gods system? For a moment, Fang Heng even had the impulse to empty the Apocalypse merchant shop. I want to buy a modified motorcycle. Okay. A total of 350 survival points. Do you need to buy some fuel? No. Thank you. The modified motorcycle was in his hands. Feng Heng rode the mountain bike and returned to the prison. Liao Bufan and Liu Lin walked around Building No. 3 in the morning and carefully checked it to see if there was a dangerous breach. The external wall of Building No. 3 was abnormally strong, without any signs of damage. The 2 back doors of the building had been locked and sealed from the inside. The only entrance and exit was the wooden door that Feng Heng placed last night. Liao Bufan reinforced it 3 more times after the inspection to ensure that it had sufficient durability. Overall, the defense of Building No. 3 was several times higher than the small cabin that they stayed in last night. At that moment, Liao Bufan and Liu Lin were working together on the first floor to open the blind box to clear the zombies. Big Brother is powerful. He cleared the entire prison. I don't understand. How did he do it? Until now, Liao Bufan's mind was still full of question marks. He couldn't understand how Feng Heng managed to clear the entire prison. I know. How did he do it? HMPH. But I won't tell you. Liu Lin was in a good mood as she was about to move into a higher security shelter. She deliberately tried to scare Liao Bufan. The more you know, the faster you'll die. Don't ask too much about Feng Heng's secrets, or you'll be silenced. Hiss. Liao Bufan gasped. The boss is that scary? Yeah. Of course. He's very scary. Otherwise, have you ever seen anyone who could kill so many zombies in just 2 days? No. I mean, that one. Liao Bufan pointed at the window beside him and signaled outside. What do you think those zombies are doing? Zombies, weren't they moving materials back and forth between the cabin and the prison? Liu Lin thought. She curiously went to the window and observed the situation outside. On the prison square outside, nearly 20 zombies were divided into 3 groups. One group was using wood to make wooden planks, while the other group was using wood to make wooden frames. The last group of zombies disassembled the wooden frames into pieces of wood again. The process went on and on, forming a cycle. Was the boss playing some games? Liao Bufan couldn't understand it at all. With a confused look on his face, he could only ask Liu Lin, "What do you think the boss is doing?" Liu Lin was confused as well. What were the zombies disassembling the frame and putting it back together? What a waste of production capacity. Both of them turned their eyes to Feng Heng, who was sitting on the square with a silly smile on his face. Liao Bufan scratched his head. Did Big Brother suddenly become dumb? Liu Lin glared at Liao Bufan. You really can't say anything nice. Right? What good does it do for you if Feng Heng becomes dumb? Liao Bufan obediently shut his mouth. It made sense. He was still counting on Feng Heng's long-term meal ticket. Liu Lin looked at Feng Heng outside the window. She nodded and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Could it be that he was trying to gain experience? Chapter 28. Chapter 28. Transporting Goods. Feng Heng sat in the prison square. The game log started to refresh with countless notifications. Hint: your zombie has completed the wooden plank 3. Basic production experience points gained 1. Hint: your zombie has completed the wooden frame. Basic production experience points gained 3. Hint: your zombie has dismantled the wooden frame. You have obtained the wooden plank 8. Hint: your basic production skill level has been upgraded to level 3. There were 2 ways to make wooden planks. The first way was to synthesize wood from basic materials. This method was relatively inefficient. 10 pieces of firewood could only be mixed to make 1 wooden plank. Another method was to use logs. 1 piece of log could make 3 to 10 pieces of wood planks. But the prerequisite for using logs was that the player's basic production level reached level 5. Feng Heng's current basic production level was only at level 1. It wasn't just Feng Heng. Most players' basic production level was at level 1. After all, in the early stages, players were limited by their energy points. Except for those players who had related talents and skills, it was very difficult to raise their basic production levels. Feng Heng was different. His zombie clone didn't have energy points at all. It could go without sleep or rest for 24 hours. It was the perfect toolman. After Feng Heng's experiment, he simply divided the zombies into 3 batches. One batch mixed the firewood to make a wooden plank, and the other batch used the wooden plank to make a wooden frame. The last batch dismantled the wooden frame into firewood. The entire process formed a perfect cycle, without any material loss. The result was that Fang Heng's basic production experience points were soaring. A perfect hack. Fang Heng was quite satisfied with his production line and even lay on the ground to take a nap. After about an hour and a half, a notification popped up in Fang Heng's game log. Hint: your skill basic production level has been upgraded to level 6. Hint: your basic production's current level cannot exceed the current character's level. Please upgrade your character's level as soon as possible. Normal players took 5 to 6 days to upgrade their basic production skill level by 1 level. Fang Heng, on the other hand, only needed 1.5 hours to level up his basic production skill level to level 6. Opening the basic construction panel, Fang Heng noticed that there were a few new modules in the panel, including the making of wooden planks. Due to the lack of saw boards, it would take extra time to use the skills to make wooden planks empty-handed. However, Fang Heng didn't care. After all, he had more than 20 zombies with him. Fang Heng directly gave the order to his zombie clones to make wooden planks. Hint: you've finished making wooden planks. 30 minutes later, the loading truck behind the modified motorcycle was filled with wooden planks. Let's go off to deliver the goods. Fang Heng filled the newly bought modified motorcycle with gasoline and sped to the Apocalypse Merchant Camp. At the Apocalypse Merchant Camp, Vettel saw Fang Heng driving the fully loaded modified motorcycle back to the camp, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Fang Heng, I think I saw you carrying a batch of goods over. Let me guess. Were they prepared for me? Of course. Vettel, I've always been reliable. Right. Ha ha ha, of course. My friend, you've helped me a lot. Hint: your friendship with Vettel has increased. Fang Heng parked the modified motorcycle in the camp. Immediately, NPCs came over to help unload the goods. The NPCs moved the materials down and piled them up in the camp. Hint: you have submitted 300 wooden planks to a merchant. You have received 600 survival points. Hint: you have completed the mission. Hint: your friendship with the Apocalypse Merchant Vettel has become stronger. Hint: you have completed the mission. A series of mission notifications appeared. Fang Heng made a rough calculation in his mind. He could complete 3 missions from the prison and receive 800 survival points. If he had to go back and forth 20 times, not only would he have enough flamethrowers, he could even exchange for the furnace that he had been longing for. It was wonderful. Fang Heng's mind was inflamed with passion. He had only slept for less than 4 hours last night, but now he was in exceptionally good spirits. He wished that the carrying capacity of his modified motorcycle could be increased by another 10 times, and that he could directly empty the Apocalypse Merchant Camp. The day was about to pass. In another hour or so, the night was about to arrive. To increase efficiency, Fang Heng was reduced to a porter for the entire day. He drove his modified motorcycle back and forth between the prison and the Apocalypse Merchant Camp more than 10 times. When the last cart of goods was unloaded, Fang Heng found that he didn't have enough raw wood to make wooden planks. He had no choice but to call it a day. Fang Heng planned to let the zombies hack the trees for the whole night. In this way, he could have a large batch of wood to sell the next morning. Due to Fang Heng delivering too much wood each time, the merchant's camp was currently filled with wood. They did not even have time to separate the piles. Fang Heng counted the survival points he earned today. It was a total of 19 points. It was a great harvest. Vettel, I need to order the focused flamethrower MSV21 and fuel from you. Fang Heng thought for a moment and added, prepare a few more sets of fuel for me. 20 sets should be enough. Vettel was in a great mood. He immediately agreed and even winked at Fang Heng. I'll call my old friend later. The goods you ordered will arrive tomorrow afternoon. This is a special treat. Fang Heng knew in his heart that this was the effect of having a high enough favorability rating. If it was a normal favorability rating, Vettel wouldn't even bother to make an appointment to buy the goods, let alone let the goods arrive ahead of schedule. Haha. Vettel, you're a good friend. Of course. Everyone knows that I, Vettel, am famous for being loyal. Also, I need to purchase 2 more furnaces. Okay. This is the furnace. Keep it well. Hint: you have spent 500 survival points to purchase the furnace 2. Hint: you have spent 10 ZYEF survival points to order the focused flamethrower M211 and fuel 20 from the Apocalypse Merchant Vettel. Hint: please pay the balance within 3 days after the goods arrive. Otherwise, your prepayment will be forcibly deducted, and your friendship with Apocalypse Merchant Vettel will be greatly affected. Vettel, see you tomorrow. I will bring more wooden planks when the time comes. Prepare your wallet. Hahaha Feng Heng, you are an interesting survivor. Chapter 29. Chapter 29 Furnace. To save fuel, Feng Heng slowly returned to the prison on his bicycle. Coincidentally, when he left, he saw 2 players walking towards the camp from afar. Yi and Lu Yu also saw Feng Heng at the same time. Before Lu Yu could speak, Feng Heng had already turned away from another fork in the road. The 2 of them looked at each other. That person just now seemed to be Feng Heng the god. It should be him. Yi nodded and said, unfortunately, I've checked online. The god's character doesn't seem to be very good. I'm afraid that it would be troublesome to recruit him into the company. Otherwise, even if I had to spend a few million, I would still take him in. What are you thinking about? A few million people might not be willing to come to your company. What's wrong? Is my company unpopular? Your bonus for next month is gone. The company has a bonus. How come I never got one? Ji and Lu Yu exchanged words, bickering to relieve the stress. The 2 of them had worked hard for the whole day. They worked hard to complete a reconnaissance mission. In the process, Ji was attacked by a zombie. If it weren't for Lu Yu's quick wits, Ji would have lost his life. Ji rubbed his face and said, after completing this mission, we can buy Earthmade balms. It's a little late today. Tomorrow, we'll bomb the prison. After blowing up the barbed wire on the outside, it will take 2 or 3 days for the zombies inside to disperse. During this time, we'll collect more materials and reinforce the shelter. Lu Yu nodded and became serious. By the way, how's the recruitment going? We've interviewed a few professional players. They are all level 5. We've signed a contract with them. Yu was desperate to make a name for himself on this server, and he didn't hesitate to invest a lot of money. However, after the new server is launched, they'll have to wait another week before they can come in. It won't be that fast. The 2 of them chatted as they walked into the Apocalypse Merchant camp. Ji and Lu Yu stopped talking at the same time when they just stepped into the Apocalypse Merchant camp. They stopped and looked at each other. Inside the camp, there were messy piles of wooden planks to the left and the right. A few NPC labor workers were busy moving them. Where did these planks come from? When they came here to receive the mission earlier in the morning, there was clearly nothing there. Lu Yu asked the Apocalypse Merchant about the situation. Vettel, why are there so many wooden planks in the camp? It was a survivor who helped me get them. That kid is really amazing. Vettel was in a good mood today, as he checked the accounts and counted the materials. He answered with a smile, with these wooden planks, our camp's leveling plan will be on the agenda very soon. Ji and Lu Yu were even more baffled. A player. All these wooden planks were obtained by a player. Impossible. It had only been a few days since the server opened. Not to mention players. Which guild had the ability to collect so many wooden planks in such a short time? Perhaps only a big shot like the Federation government had the ability to do so. While Zhuyi was still in shock, Lu Yu instinctively thought of something. He swallowed his saliva and asked the Apocalypse Merchant in a low voice. Vettel, the player you mentioned, is he called Feng Heng? Vettel put down the account book in his hand and raised his head to look at Lu Yu. Oh, you know him too? It was indeed Feng Heng, a terrifying god. The sky gradually darkened. Leo Bufin and the others cleaned up the entire first floor of Building No. 3 during the day. They even specially arranged a relatively clean room for everyone to rest in. Old man Jimmy seemed to have something on today and logged off early. Finally, we don't have to worry anymore. Leo Bufin gulped down a mouthful of beer, stretched his back and stuffed a piece of roasted meat into his mouth. The taste, it was amazing. Liu Lin was in a corner by the window. She was fiddling with the 2 furnaces that Feng Heng had just exchanged for today, adding firewood and iron waste into them. The furnaces could melt iron ore and iron waste by burning firewood to make iron nuggets. Iron nuggets were the basis of advanced materials in the zombie apocalypse game. For example, nails, which were in short supply when making shelters. At this moment, Liu Lin deeply felt the power of Fang Heng's talent skill. How many days had it been? In the previous server No. 7, she remembered that the fastest guild had spent half a month to complete the basic production of iron nuggets. As for Fang Heng, it had only been less than a week, and he had already started preparing to mass produce iron nuggets. Thinking about it, it really felt like a dream. Initially, after learning that she had been forcefully pulled into a new server, Liu Lin was still very nervous. However, things had reached this point and everything was progressing exceptionally well, as long as they did not encounter hostile players. The prison could provide them with sufficient security. A small number of zombies could not break into the outermost layer of the barbed wire fence even after scratching the gate for an entire night. The new server's zombie apocalypse that everyone was fearful about seemed to have become exceptionally simple. Liu Lin's gaze unconsciously turned to Fang Heng. He was the one who made all these changes. Fang Heng ate something and started reading the game log. At night, he arranged for the zombies to go to the surrounding area of the prison to cut down the trees. They would only cut down the trees, not move them. He felt that the zombies were too slow, especially when they were carrying heavy loads. In order to increase efficiency, Fang Heng asked the zombies to cut down the trees and asked Liao Bufan to help collect the logs the next day. Even if some players passed by during the day and picked up logs, how much could they collect? Fang Heng was planning his operation for the next day when Liao Bufan coughed to attract everyone's attention. By the way, big brother, now that we have nails and logs, we have enough resources for the shelter. Where are you going to build the shelter? The game provided hundreds of blueprints for the simulated construction of shelters. Players could use the blueprints to build shelters, modify them, or even reconstruct them. Each blueprint required different materials. The larger the shelter, the more materials would be consumed. Fang Heng was already prepared for Liao Bufan's question. We will build it in the basement. In the game, digging 3 feet underground was the safest. Zombies didn't know how to dig underground. Of course, if it really reached the later stage, when the shelter's defense was strong enough, it would slowly extend to the ground. Fang Heng's current architectural layout was to rely on the prison outside to build the shelter. In fact, the building outside the prison was already part of the extension of the shelter, but it was not recognized by the game system. However, the core, as well as the most important part, was to be built in the basement. This was for safety. But there are spider zombies in the basement. Liao Bufan shrunk his neck. He had heard Fang Heng talk about it. The dangerous group in the basement. There were many spider zombies in there. Ordinary players were no match for them at all. Just hearing that there were many spider zombies, Liao Bufan felt a chill down his spine. I've already thought about this. When the flamethrower arrived tomorrow afternoon, he could try to break into the basement. Fang Heng suddenly thought of the mission in the police diary. The hidden mission had just entered the second phase, and he had to deal with a difficult group of spider zombies. The difficulty level was a little too high. This meant that the reward must be good. For example, he was rewarded with a pistol in the first phase, not to mention the possibility of evolution crystals being dropped after killing the spider zombies. While thinking, Fang Heng looked at Liao Bufan. The roast meat tastes good, right? Liao Bufan nodded. It was hard for him to deny this. Then come and help tomorrow afternoon. We'll go to the basement together and deal with the zombies. No way, big brother. Are you serious? Chapter 30. Chapter 30, The Upper Limit. Fang Heng, I'm so lucky to have met you. In the Apocalypse merchant camp, Vettel was grinning from ear to ear. But Fang Heng, we don't lack wooden planks anymore. You can go to the other Apocalypse camps and take a look. They still lack a lot of wooden planks. No more. They have already reached the upper limit. A hint of disappointment flashed across Fang Heng's face. He opened the mission panel to confirm. The mission for collecting wooden planks repeatable for the Apocalypse merchant camp had disappeared from the mission panel. What a pity. He had originally wanted to empty the Apocalypse merchant camp. He didn't expect the King of Gods to set a limit. Vettel continued, I've mentioned you to the other Apocalypse merchants. They will definitely welcome your arrival. This is my personal map. The locations of their camps are marked on it. This would be helpful to you. Hint: your friendship with Vettel has become stronger. Hint: Vettel has given you a map. You can use the map to navigate the location of the 7 Apocalypse merchant camps. Fang Heng took the map and looked at it. The 7 Apocalypse merchant camps marked on the map were all quite far away from here. Even the closest one was more than 200 kilometers away. His shelter hadn't been completed yet, so he couldn't leave. It wasn't practical to go there just to provide the wood. I also have good news for you. Your goods have arrived. Come with me. Hee. I promise. This is good stuff for dealing with zombies. Merchant Vettel brought Fang Heng into the cabin. He took out a wooden box from under the cabinet and put it on the cabinet with a bang. Look, this is the treasure. Fang Heng opened the wooden box, and inside was a bright red focus flamethrower. The focused flamethrower was shaped like a large submachine gun. The difference was that the front end of the muzzle looked like a water pipe, and the mouth of the pipe was big and thick. Fang Heng tried to lift it. It was very heavy and needed to be placed on the shoulder to be used. Hint: you have obtained an item: focused flamethrower MZU211. The zombies would lose consciousness, but most of them are instinctively afraid of fire. This flamethrower is absolutely useful. Vetter bragged and placed a few blue wooden boxes on the counter. Also, this is the fuel for your equipment. Be careful. They are explosive and very heavy. The fuel bottle was a mixture of special gases. After high pressure sealing, it was very heavy. Vettel finally handed a booklet to Fang Heng. Finally, this is the complimentary instruction manual. Use it carefully to ensure safety. Fang Heng took the booklet. According to the description in the instruction manual, the correct use of the focused flamethrower required the coordination of 2 people at the same time. One controlled the lance of the focus flamethrower and the other controlled the intensity of the flame by lifting the heavy fuel bottle. The zombies' movements were too rigid to coordinate accurately. He'll have to find another toolman to help. There's also the issue of cooling time. He mentally went through the plan to clear the basement. The focused flamethrower would overheat after a period of use. Once the temperature reached 50, the durability of the flamethrower would be depleted at a fast rate, so it was necessary to keep the temperature below 50 for safe use. In addition, there was fuel. Even with experience, it would take at least 3 minutes to change the fuel at a time. If there were a large number of spider zombies in the passage, the flamethrower alone might not be able to stop them. They didn't have time to change the fuel. What should they do? Got it. Fang Heng raised his head. Vettel, please give me another 20 barrels of gasoline. No problem. Here are the 20 barrels of gasoline you asked for. Hint: you have obtained focused flamethrower fuel bottle 20. Gasoline 20. At the prison, the entrance to the basement, Liao Bufin was a little flustered. He carefully observed his surroundings and lowered his voice. Fang Heng, are we really going in? Why don't we just forget about it this time? We can just withdraw. Right, we don't need to put ourselves at risk. Our lives are more important. Don't panic. I have a plan. Fang Heng replied softly. He used the key to open the first 2 iron doors, leaving only the last one. Then, he pressed his ear against the door. Good. There's no sound inside, he thought to himself. The spider zombies didn't block the door. Fang Heng took out a focused flamethrower from his backpack. What the hell, a flamethrower? Liao Bufin was stunned when he saw Fang Heng take out such a powerful weapon from his backpack. I'm so envious. Liao Bufin felt tempted. He reached out his hand to touch the flamethrower, feeling very excited. This is a treasure, big brother. Where did you get it? He had been worried for a long time. It turned out that Fang Heng was prepared with such a powerful weapon. What was there to be afraid of? Liao Bufin was secretly upset that Fang Heng didn't tell him earlier, causing him to be on tenterhooks for a long time. It's a secret. Come, give me a hand. Fang Heng tried to connect the fuel bottle to the flamethrower and placed the fuel bottle on the ground. It's coming. Liao Bufin helped carry the fuel bottle behind Fang Heng and adjusted the flame-setting raft. Fang Heng controlled the switch and direction of the flamethrower. Everything was ready. 3, 2, 1. Fang Heng signaled with his fingers and carefully pushed open the last iron door of the basement. Inside the iron door, a straight passageway about 30 meters came into view. There was nothing inside the passageway, and at the end, there was a corner to the right. After the corner was an invisible blind spot. The two of them exchanged a glance. Liao Bufan turned his head to look at Fang Heng. What should we do? Fang Heng raised his hand to signal Liao Bufan to keep quiet. He waved his hand. The 5 zombie clones following the two of them walked into the passageway. They staggered forward until they reached the end of the straight passageway. The zombie clone stopped, then slowly took out wooden frames from their backpacks and put them on the ground. Wooden frames, what are they trying to do? Looking at the zombies, Liao Bufan murmured in a low voice. His eyes filled with confusion. After 5 minutes, the zombies piled 50 to 60 wooden frames at the corner, blocking almost half of the passageway. After the wooden frames were piled up, the zombies took out a bottle of gasoline, opened the lid and poured it on the wooden frames. In the end, the zombie clones slowly poured the remaining gasoline along the passageway towards where Fang Heng was standing. Liao Bufan felt that he understood something, but he didn't seem to understand it completely. He looked at Fang Heng and asked in a low voice, "Will there be a problem? Do you want to burn this place down?" "Of course. It's not a problem. Uncle Jimmy has checked the structure of this place. It's all bare steel and concrete. It won't burn down the place." "That's good." Liao Bufan heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't easy to build a shelter. It would be a pity if it was accidentally burned down. Chapter 31. Chapter 31, Burning Spiders. Fang Heng temporarily placed the flamethrower on the ground and asked, "Are you ready?" Liao Bufan gave Fang Heng a thumbs up. Yes. Fang Heng controlled the zombie clones to leave the underground passageway. He carefully walked 5 steps into the passageway and took out a small stone from his backpack. SSHHH. Fang Heng threw the stone toward the end of the passageway. Ha-da-da-da-da. The stone hit the ground and made a series of sounds. 1 second. 2 seconds. Crack crack. 3 seconds later, the sound of something rubbing against the wall came from inside the passageway. Fang Heng turned around and ran. He grabbed the flamethrower on the ground and placed it on his shoulder. He turned around and aimed the flamethrower at the front of the passageway. Crack crack crack. The sound approached in an instant. A drop of cold sweat dripped down Liao Bufan's face as he stared at the entrance of the passageway. "Damn minute, how did this create such a big commotion? How many spider zombies are there in this passageway?" he thought nervously to himself. Liao Bufan's heart couldn't help but beat faster. The first spider zombie came around the corner and appeared in their sight. It climbed directly towards the two of them from the side along the left wall. It was extremely fast. It was covering a distance of 30 meters within a short period. Liao Bufan's face was pale as he shouted, "Fang Heng!" Fang Heng didn't move. His eyes were fixed on the corner. Over there, zombie spiders were crazily climbing out of the 4 walls. There were too many of them, and they were too fast. They even knocked away many wooden frames blocking the passageway. "Just wait a bit more." Fang Heng pressed his index finger on the trigger. He could hear his own heartbeat. He wanted to kill as many spider zombies as possible. A large number of spider zombies rushed out from the corner. The first spider zombie that rushed out from the corner had already picked up the smell of human flesh. Its twisted limbs exerted a force on the wall and its whole body rose abruptly from the ground. Psst! The spider zombie flew up and was ready to pounce on Fang Heng. Liao Bufan exclaimed, "Fang Heng, hurry!" The spider zombie was about to move its claws. Fang Heng steadily held the flamethrower and pressed the trigger with his index finger. Boom! The flamethrower roared. A long strip of pale blue high-temperature flame was spat out from the mouth of the flamethrower. The spider zombie that was charging straight at the mouth of the flamethrower was hit directly by the flame. Squeak! The spider zombie let out a strange cry. Its entire body was instantly ignited and burned intensely. Its entire body was sent flying backward. Ha! The zombie fell to the ground. Its body kept twisting and struggling on the ground. The flame on its body could not be extinguished and it kept squeaking miserably. It wasn't completely dead after being burned by the flamethrower. The mutated zombies were really troublesome. Fang Heng secretly clenched his teeth. He had no time to care about how much damage the burning had done. More spider zombies skimmed over the burning spider zombie which was rolling on the ground. They rushed toward Fang Heng one after another. Fang Heng, there are too many. Lao Bufan's forehead was full of sweat. He immediately turned the fire valve to its maximum power. Fang Heng heard him. He didn't have the time to answer. He gritted his teeth and controlled the flames to drive off the spider zombies. Squeak squeak. The spider zombies that came after him weren't afraid of death. They jumped into the sea of fire one by one and were burned by the high temperature of the flames. Their bodies were on fire and they rolled backwards. Seeing that more and more spider zombies were coming, Lao Bufan shouted out his name. It's not good. Prepare to retreat. There are too many of them. Half of the fuel has been consumed. Fang Heng raised his eyebrows. Retreat. Over my dead body, Fang Heng thought to himself. The word retreat was not in this plan at all. The flamethrower's output was strong. The firepour was fierce and it was exhilarating using it. But how could the fuel be consumed so quickly? In the video Fang Heng saw in his memory, that player used the focused flamethrower to burn for nearly half an hour before he ran out of a can of fuel. How long had it been? Could it be that the product Vettel sold him was inferior? How can it be used so quickly? How can it be so fast? Lao Bufan was burning with anxiety. He shouted. We've always adjusted the maximum power, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to hold on for long. Got it. Fang Heng quickly understood. In the video that he saw in his memory, the player was dealing with almost all ordinary zombies. Only one or two mutated zombies would appear occasionally. There was no need to use the maximum power to deal with such a situation. As for him, he was dealing with all spider zombies. Fang Heng wanted to farm for a while more. There was no other way. He was running out of fuel. Fang Heng had no choice but to tilt the flame nozzle and aim at the gasoline on the other side of the ground. The gasoline on the ground was ignited. The flame quickly moved forward along the gasoline. The wooden frames that blocked the corner at the end of the passageway were also ignited in an instant and started to burn fiercely. The burning wooden frames had formed a wall of fire in a short period of time. The spider zombies were very afraid of fire. The burning corner of the passageway had cut off the spider zombies that were coming. Seeing that, Lao Bufan's eyes lit up. He understood. So that's how those wooden frames are used. It's F-seeking awesome. It turns out that everything was part of the boss plan. The corner of Lao Bufan's mouth curled up and his tensed mind relaxed a little. FCK. I was worried for nothing again. Without the continuous stream of spider zombies joining the battlefield, the pressure on Fang Heng and Lao Bufan was greatly reduced. Now, they only needed to get rid of the remaining spider zombies that were not completely dead. The flamethrower had reached a dangerous temperature of 91. Fang Heng had no choice but to temporarily close the valve on hand. If he continued forcefully, the durability and even the upper limit of the flamethrower would be greatly reduced. The flames stopped for a while. Lao Bufan vigilantly looked at the spider zombies in front of him. The squeaking sounds of the spider zombies were everywhere and the air was filled with the smell of rotting and burnt flesh. It was like hell. Some of the zombies were writhing on the ground, while others were trying to escape. They tried to run back, but were stopped by the wall of fire behind them. The remaining ones were the most troublesome ones. Even though their bodies were burning with flames, they were still rushing toward Fang Heng. Boom! Less than half a minute later, the flamethrower's nozzle was still at 89 critical temperature. Fang Heng had no choice but to press the switch again. Fang Heng, there's still a quarter of the fuel left, Lao Bufan said as he quickly reduced the flame efficiency slightly. Mutated zombies were troublesome. Even the spider zombies with low HP and low fire resistance were still so difficult to deal with. Even with his flamethrower, they were not able to defeat most of the spider zombies. Leveling up was really too difficult. Fang Heng was glad that he had planned and used the artificial firewall to block the entrance to the rear passageway. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. The team grew stronger. Soon, the number of spider zombies began to decrease significantly. The pressure on Fang Heng and Lao Bufan also gradually lessened. Lao Bufan, how much fuel do we have left? Lao Bufan reached out his hand to wipe away the large beads of sweat that were dripping down his forehead. 9, 3, Fang Heng nodded. That was enough. 3/4 of this group of spider zombies had died, so they were no longer a threat. While Fang Heng was controlling the switch of the flamethrower, he was also taking a peek at the game log. The game log had already been refreshed. Hint: player has successfully killed the spider zombie. Player has obtained 23 survival points. Hint: player has successfully killed the spider zombie. Player has obtained 33 survival points. Hint: player has obtained a complete evolution crystal 1. Hint: player has successfully killed the spider zombie. Player has obtained 33 survival points. Among the mutated zombies, spider zombies were considered to be the higher level type. Therefore, the probability of them dropping complete evolution crystals was higher. Fang Heng took a quick glance and saw that there were at least 5 or 6 of them. It was enough for him to level up to level 7. 5 minutes later, the last spider zombie completely lost its breath under the burning flames. Coincidentally, the tank of fuel was used up. The entire passageway was filled with charred corpses. Under the corpses, there were still red specks on the ground, emitting a bloody glow. These were the evolution crystals that the spider zombies had dropped after they died. Fang Heng stretched out his hand. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The evolution crystals that were left on the ground flew into Fang Heng's hand one by one. Hint: you have obtained the complete evolution crystal 15. Fang Heng turned his head to look at Liao Bufan. Let's go out first. While the wooden frames at the entrance of the passage were still burning and the flame barrier still had a protective effect, Fang Heng and Liao Bufan quickly exited the passageway. Outside the passageway, Fang Heng locked the 3 iron doors tightly. Liao Bufan's short sleeve was already soaked completely in sweat. He had been under tremendous psychological pressure during the battle just now. Not to mention that the high temperature caused by the flames made the entire basement as unbearable as a furnace. It was so hot. Liao Bufan and Fang Heng looked as if they had just been lifted from the waters. Liao Bufan leaned against the wall and sat down limply. He felt that he had just visited the gates of hell not long ago. Fortunately, he was lucky. He seemed to be moved by something. Boss, you owe me a pay rise. After Fang Heng locked the 3 doors firmly, he sat down beside Liao Bufan. At this time, he could finally relax and rest. You have a point, Fang Heng said as he took out the evolution crystal fragments from his backpack. He opened his palm and handed them to Liao Bufan. Is this enough? Crystal fragments, so many. Liao Bufan's eyes lit up when he saw these shiny evolution crystal fragments. Enough. Enough. Boss is generous. Liao Bufan, who was originally dejected, immediately put on a smiling face. He grabbed the evolution crystal fragments from Fang Heng and crushed them in his hand. Liao Bufan had reached level 4. Fang Heng sat on the ground and started to read the game log. He counted the profits from cleaning the prison's basement. He killed 57 spider zombies and obtained 17 complete evolution crystals. Not bad. Fang Heng held the evolution crystals in his hand. A thick red aura burst out from his palm and merged into his body. Bang bang. For a moment, the pathway was filled with the sound of crystals shattering. Liao Bufan was watching Fang Heng absorb the power of the evolution crystals with envy. Look at him, he's starting to level up with this stance. He was probably about to reach level 10. Right. Even though he was envious, Liao Bufan was still very satisfied. After all, Fang Heng was an exception. Why would he compare himself with him? Liao Bufan thought to himself that he had already reached level 4. At this stage of the game, how many players could reach level 4? He was also a top player. If he hadn't met Fang Heng, he might still be gnawing on tree roots somewhere. Liao Bufan thought happily. He took out 2 cans of beer from his backpack, handed one to Fang Heng and started to drink from his can. Hint: your character level has been upgraded to level 7. Hint: due to the enhancement of your talent skill splitting zombie clone, you have gained an additional zombie clone 7. After absorbing the power of the evolution crystals, Fang Heng's level was successfully upgraded to level 7. He was about a quarter away from level 8. The cement floor beside Fang Heng's feet began to twist. A red magic array emerged from the ground. A greenish-gray arm suddenly reached out from the magic array. The zombie clones came out from the magic array one by one and stood behind Fang Heng. There were 7 of them in total. A moment later, the magic array disappeared. Fang Heng waved his hand and told the zombies to run outside to collect materials. He would be able to reach level 8 soon by gaining the remaining quarter of experience points. If he was lucky enough, he might be able to reach level 9 today if there were enough spider zombies in the passageway. Thinking of that, Fang Heng suddenly felt energized. Have you rested enough? Are you ready to start the next wave? No way, boss, I haven't rested enough yet. Leo Bufin took out another can of beer and looked at Fang Heng eagerly. Why don't we rest a little longer? The next day at noon, in the basement passageway, Fang Heng waved his hand and attracted the evolution crystals on the ground to his palm. Bang bang bang. The evolution crystals exploded one after another. The scarlet mist was instantly absorbed by Fang Heng. Hint: your character level has been upgraded to level 9. Hint: due to the enhancement of your talent skill splitting zombie clone, you have gained an additional zombie clone 9. Now, after his character level had been upgraded to level 9, Fang Heng had a total of 45 zombie clones. Compared to the past 2 days, his overall strength had almost doubled. The efficiency of gathering materials had also doubled. Phew, the last batch of spiders is finally gone. Leo Bufin let out a sigh of relief with his bare arms. He sat on the ground with a sense of relief. Beside him were more than 10 empty fuel tanks. Half an hour had passed, and no more spider zombies were emerging from the right corner of the corridor, including yesterday afternoon and this morning. Fang Heng and Leo Bufin had scrubbed the basement passageway 5 to 6 times. Let's go in and take a look. After a short rest, they loaded new fuel bottles and continued to explore. Fang Heng held the flamethrower and walked in front. He carefully walked around the corner and took a few more steps forward. A fork appeared in front of him. The fork was divided into a straight path forward and another path to the left. The straight path ahead was cut off by 3 lowered iron gates. Through the gap between the iron railings, Fang Heng looked inside. Behind the 3 iron gates seemed to be a staircase leading down. It seemed that there was a deeper passageway below. Why is the basement of this prison so deep? Leo Bufin also noticed the staircase and could not help but twitch his lips. Fang Heng, on the other hand, frowned and whispered, "That's strange." Chapter 33. Chapter 33. The second basement. Fang Heng took out the map of the prison that he had found on the first floor from his backpack and compared it with the terrain of the scene. Look, our position on the map is here. This is the marked warehouse. There's no problem here. It's just on our right. There's no problem here either. The passageway that turns left in front is connected to the basement of building No. 2. Leo Bufin leaned over to take a look. It was just as Fang Heng said. He soon discovered the problem. How the passageway in front of us is marked on the map. Yes. And the map doesn't indicate that there's a second basement in the prison. Fang Heng checked the map repeatedly to confirm. He then used his hand to pry the railings of the iron gate to check. The iron gate was unusually heavy and strong. On the wall of the iron gate, there was an electronic identification device where a card could be inserted. The 3 iron gates should be controlled by magnetic cards. Fang Heng muttered to himself. Then, he took out a small hammer from his backpack and threw it at the iron gate. 14. The iron gate had about 750 HP. Fang Heng made a rough estimation in his mind. With the indefatigable zombie clones, it wasn't impossible to break it open. However, the time spent was too long, and the gains didn't make up for the losses. Hint: currently, the target that is selected to be disassembled is a special item. It is triggered by a mission. If it is destroyed by force, the mission item may be destroyed. The mission will disappear or fail. Please be careful. Looks like I can't open it with brute force. Fang Heng shrugged and put away this small stone hammer. He completely dismissed the idea of using brute force. Let's go. We'll go somewhere else to take a look first. After returning to the fork, Fang Heng walked to the right to investigate. There was an iron gate. However, this iron gate was open. The iron gate hung high up. When the electronic lock was triggered, the iron gate would be lowered, completely cutting off the passageway between building No. 2 and building No. 3. Leo Bufin stuck his head out and looked inside the passageway. It was pitch black inside. The power supply in building no. 2 is broken. Do you want to go in and take a look? No. I'm not interested. Leo Buffon quickly retracted his head. Exploring in the dark was courting death. Any mutated zombie could kill him. I think the spider zombies we met before probably came out from this place. I think so too. There might be more mutated zombies inside. We'd better find a way to seal this place. The two of them discussed and returned to the warehouse room in front of the fork in the passage. Feng Heng tried to turn the door handle. The door was locked. Key. Yes. A set of keys was left by the foolish policeman. Feng Heng tried unlocking the door with the keys. Soon, he found the key to the warehouse door. He carefully pushed open the door. In the warehouse, 6 bodies were lying on the ground. They had been dead for a while. 5 of them were wearing prison guard uniforms. But the middle-aged man in the middle was wearing a suit. He was a little fat and held a pistol in his hand. He had killed himself with his pistol. Was it the warden? Feng Heng had seen the warden's photo in his memory. It was similar to this middle-aged man who had committed suicide. The warden's appearance here was too sudden. Was there a clue on him? Feng Heng tried to walk forward and pull out the pistol in the warden's hand. Then, he tried to touch his pocket. Sure enough, there was something. Hint: you have obtained the Prison Management Magnetic Card C. Item: Prison Management Magnetic Card C. Description: Special Mission Item. It can open the iron gate found in the prison's basement. Feng Heng immediately thought of the iron gate he saw just now. Needless to say, this magnetic card could control the iron gate. Then, Feng Heng dug into the pockets of the other guards and confiscated all their firearms. Hint: you have obtained the prison guard's handgun 5. Ordinary handgun bullets 243. Feng Heng, come and take a look. Leo Buffon, who was searching around the room, shouted. His tone was full of surprise. Look good stuff. Leo Buffon pointed at the locked weapon box. Do you have the key in your hand? Feng Heng suddenly understood and took out the set of keys. The lock on the weapon box was very different from the lock on the door. Feng Heng quickly found the corresponding key and opened the weapon box with a click. Hint: you have received sniper rifle 3. You have received sniper rifle bullets 120. FCK, it's a sniper rifle. Leo Buffon couldn't help but shout out. We're rich. In the game, sniper rifles were a great weapon. It was the same regardless of the early, middle and late stages in the game. After hitting the player, it almost had a 100 crippling effect. If it grazed the arm, one of the arms would be blown off. And if it grazed the scalp, the head would be split open. Feng Heng couldn't help but reach out to touch the muzzle of the rifle. It was indeed a good item. In his memory, the sniper rifle only appeared in the later stages of the game. After changing to armor-piercing bullets, it was one of the few guns that could deal damage to the Corpse King. The Federation had given the gun data before. For an average player to fully control this weapon, they would need to attain at least level 10 gun mastery and 10 strength points. Hint: you have completed the second stage of the mission, Explore the Basement. Hint: you have obtained 540 survival points. Hint: the third stage of the mission has been triggered. Mission: Explore the second basement of the prison. Mission name: Explore the second basement of the prison. Mission description: you have discovered an unmarked hidden area in the basement of the prison. It leads to the second basement. Please try to enter the second basement without destroying the main building of the prison. Feng Heng lowered his head and thought for a moment after receiving the mission. Let's go and try the magnetic card first. The two of them returned to the front of the iron gate again. Feng Heng tried to insert the magnetic card into the slot on the wall. Beep beep beep. Verified. The iron gate connecting building no. 2 in building no. 3 slowly descended. Leo Buffon looked at the darkness behind the iron gate and could not help but swallow his saliva. I keep feeling like there's something scary inside. Closing the gate makes me feel a lot better. Feng Heng felt the same way. He vaguely felt that something was staring at them in the darkness, making him feel uneasy. After closing the iron gate, the feeling of being stared at became much weaker. Yes, we'll deal with building no. 2 in the future. In short, we can build the shelter in peace. Leo Buffon nodded repeatedly. They could finally rest for the next few days. Before he left, Fang Heng went to the other passageway to test it out. After some testing, the magnetic card found in the warden's hand could open one of the 3 iron gates leading to the second basement. As for the remaining 2 iron gates, they were still closed. According to Fang Heng's years of gaming experience, he felt that the remaining 2 magnetic cards could only be found by entering Building No. 1 and Building No. 2. How troublesome. What kind of secret was hidden in this prison? It was only the second stage of this mission, and they had to face a large number of mutated zombies. The difficulty level for the third stage would be even higher. Fang Heng scratched his head in annoyance. At the moment, forcefully exploring Buildings No. 1 and 2 was too dangerous. They could only wait until the shelter was completed. Fang Heng decided to put the hidden prison mission aside for now. At least after cutting off the passageway between Buildings No. 2 and 3, they could temporarily enjoy a period of peace. Next, they were only 1 step away from building the shelter. The number of furnaces needed to make nails was not enough, so they needed to buy more. After killing spider zombies for a day, they had more than 10 survival points, which was enough to buy all the remaining furnaces in the Apocalypse merchant shop. With that thought, Fang Heng and Liao Bufan left the basement together. Chapter 34 Where are the Zombies? Chapter 34 Where are the Zombies? Can someone tell me what happened here? On the small slope outside the prison, Lu Yu and Juyi were shocked. They had worked hard to complete the mission and finally bought the earth-made bombs from the Apocalypse merchant. They were about to come back and blow a hole in the prison's barbed wire fence to release the zombies. But where were the zombies? Where did the zombies go? The entire prison was empty. Not even half of the zombies could be seen. Although Lu Yu already had the answer in his head, he still couldn't help but ask Ji for confirmation. Could it be that someone cleaned up this prison area and took over this prison for themselves? Lu Yu felt that this was the closest answer to the truth. Ji didn't say anything. He stood on the small slope in a daze, his eyes a little dull. Lu Yu nudged Juyi. You wake up quickly. Juyi came back to his senses. His mouth was bitter as he smiled self-makingly. Were all the players so strong these days? They could single-handedly take care of so many zombies. Or was he too weak? He had been dealt too many blows in the past few days. Now, even the prison mission that he had been planning for so long was taken away by someone. What a disgrace. He felt that he was struck by a blow. He even began to seriously doubt himself. He felt that he should not have chosen the new server's zombie apocalypse as the company's new goal. Boss, don't worry. Even if someone cleaned up the prison square, the mission might not have been triggered yet. Seeing that Juyi didn't look right, Lu Yu hurriedly tried to console him. Building No. 3 is also very dangerous. No matter how fast that player is, he can't possibly clean up both the prison square and Building No. 3 together. Yes, you're right. Yi patted his cheeks to cheer himself up. He hadn't lost yet. He couldn't afford to lose. Now, his entire company was betting on this game. Failure meant that all the years of hard work had been in vain, and the family business had been destroyed in his hands. It was time to admit defeat yet. He forced himself to cheer up. Let's go into Building No. 3 together and check it out. Confirm that inside. Shi stopped mid-sentence. He saw that a window on the second floor of Building No. 3 had been opened from inside. Then, a chubby head popped out from inside. It was a survivor. He stuck his head out from the window in boredom and looked out at the scenery. He held a skewer of grilled meat in his left hand and a bottle of beer in his right hand. He looked like he had nothing to worry about. Seeing this, Ji fell into silence once again. The confidence that he had just built up was instantly destroyed by more than half. Lu Yu was also unable to say anything for a long time. Now, they could be sure that not only the entire prison square, even Building No. 3 had been completely cleaned up by a group of players. Moreover, this group of people were living quite comfortably. Cheer up, boss. Even so, it can only mean that they cleaned up Building No. 3. We still have a chance. What if they didn't find the diary left by the prison officers? That thing was hidden so well. Building No. 3 is so big and there are so many cabinets on the second floor. Ordinary people wouldn't even think of going to the mezzanine. Yes. There was still hope. I haven't lost yet. Juyi raised his head again and muttered to himself as if he was trying to convince himself. Come. Let's go in and talk to the people inside. The two of them walked down the slope and waved at Liu Bufan at the window on the second floor. Liu Bufan saw the two sneaky people, threw away the beer bottle and jumped off the platform on the second floor. He carefully walked forward and asked through the 3 layers of barbed wire. Hey, you two have been watching over there for a long time, right? What are you here for? Juyi adjusted his emotions and stood outside the barbed wire to maintain a safe distance from Liu Bufan. Hello. We have no bad intentions. I am the boss of Soaring Gaming Technology Company. I happen to pass by here and want to discuss a collaboration with your boss. Is your boss inside now? In his heart, Juyi had already tacitly acknowledged that the other party was a gaming company or a player guild team. Juyi frowned. Boss, you're here to look for Fang Hang. Fang Hang? This name shocked Juyi and Lu Yu. It was him, that god. What the hell, so it wasn't a gaming company. It was God. He cleared out the entire prison. But on second thought, it made sense. Besides him, who else could empty the entire prison square and the zombies in building no. 3. Juyi felt bitter in his heart. After all this time, it was still him. Lu Yu had an idea and quickly replied. Right. We're all friends of Fang Hang. I've added him as a friend before. My name is Lu Yu. Liu Bufan rolled his eyes. He turned on his survival radio and sent an emergency message to Fang Hang. Coincidentally, Fang Hang was still in the prison today. Liu Bufan, Fang Hang. Someone said that they are from some company and they are here to work with you. One of them said that he's your friend. Lu Yu. Fang Hang, there is such a person. Take them to the sentry cabin first. He'll be right there. After receiving Fang Hang's confirmation, Liu Bufan nodded to Lu Yu and Fang Hang. All right then. Follow me to the cabin. Liu Bufan said as he took out a pistol from his backpack and pointed it at the cabin on the side. Let's be clear. Don't try to play any tricks. When he saw Liu Bufan taking out the pistol, Juyi's heart jumped. Gun. He turned to look at Lu Yu. It was a gun. The mission that they had spent money to buy stated that the reward for completing the first stage of the prison's hidden mission was a pistol. Lu Yu did not notice Juyi's gaze and asked in surprise. You already have a gun. Hee. Not bad. Right, I found it in the prison. When Juyi heard that, his face turned ashen and he could not say a word. It was over. It was all over. The prison guard's diary must have been discovered. What was worse was that they had even completed the first stage of the mission and found the safe that the prison guard had left behind. All their efforts over the past few days had been in vain. Lu Yu's smile was abnormally awkward. Then you guys are amazing. Hee. Isn't that right? The surprised expressions on the two people's faces made Liu Bufan feel quite pleased. These 2 days, he had also been greatly triggered by Fang Hang. He needed to find a place to vent his frustration and calm his mind. These two people were not bad at all. Liu Bufan continued to brag about himself. Good fellow. You guys don't know that this prison is not that simple. There is a basement inside. The expression on both Lu Yu and Juyi changed in unison. Basement. The basement of the second stage of the mission was extremely difficult. One had to pass through a long passageway in the basement. Could it be that he has already started working on the second stage of the mission? Chapter 35, Superlarge Shelter. Chapter 35, Superlarge Shelter. Haha. Liu Bufan laughed and kept them guessing. Why don't you guess what's in the basement? Y'all never guess. Juyi quickly asked. What's in there? Let me tell you. It's full of spider zombies. Those things are much stronger than normal mutant zombies. Men, there were so many spider zombies in the entire tunnel. You should have seen them. Tisk. So? Juyi carefully looked at Liu Bufan and asked him for confirmation. So? You all didn't pass through the basement. How is that possible? It's just a spider zombie. They are just unlucky to meet me. Liu Bufan told the two about how he had killed the spider zombies and also tried to weaken Fang Hang's role in this operation. You killed all those spider zombies by yourself. Juyi showed a terrified expression. Then, he felt helpless. In this shelter, Fang Heng was already very strong, but his companion was also so strong. Why was this game so hard to play? Juyi's desire to retire became stronger and stronger. At this time, Fang Heng pushed the door open and entered. So it's you two? Fang Heng was familiar with these two people. In his memory, he had met them twice outside the Apocalypse merchant camp. I heard you want to work with me. Lu Yu looked at Juyi, who was silent. He was dealt with a heavy blow. At first, he did want to seek cooperation, but now, he knew that Fang Heng had already completed both stages of the hidden mission. What was there to cooperate? He didn't know what to do for the follow-up of the mission unless he continued to spend money and buy information from those black agents. Do you want to cooperate? Fang Heng saw that the two of them were quiet, so he broke the silence first. Then how about this? I have a job here, and I want to find someone to help. I think you guys are pretty good. A job help. Juyi and Lu Yu looked at each other. After more than 20 minutes, they walked out of the sentry cabin. It was strange. They were looking for Fang Heng to cooperate with them to complete the hidden mission in the beginning. How did it turn into working for someone else in the blink of an eye? Juyi let out a long sigh. The price offered by the other party was too hard to refuse. 2 days later, in the prison's basement, Fang Heng stood at the inner side of the pathway. He opened the game construction page and finally adjusted the location of the shelter. Let's do it here. After thinking for a while, he finally set the shelter next to the underground warehouse. Hint: the player has decided on the location of the shelter. The location is confirmed to be ready for construction. Hint: after the construction is completed, all items in the location will be cleared. Hint: your shelter blueprint modified has been modified. It has been determined to be a basic super large shelter. Maximum expansion can be made later. Currently, you will need to consume wooden planks 29, 813, wooden frames 26, 712, nails 60, 91, iron blocks 90, small stones 6,671, firewood 27, 111. Player, do you want to build it? Not a problem. Fang Heng reached out to confirm. The concrete wall in front of him gradually turned into a basic wooden door. Hint: player's shelter has been built and modified. Fang Heng pushed the door open and entered. The inner area of the shelter was very large. There was only a complete hall, which was half the size of a football field. Currently, there was nothing in the hall except for a few pillars that were used to support it. Specifically, the interior could be divided into small rooms later. This step could be modified through the blueprint later. It only required some materials, which was not difficult. Fang Heng could also use more materials to cover the wider area around the shelter. Or he could use more advanced materials to strengthen the shelter. Hint: the system has determined that your shelter can accommodate up to 18 players. If you exceed the capacity, your shelter will be more vulnerable to zombie attacks at night. At the same time, all the players in District 8, including Fang Heng, received 2 simple messages in their game logs. Hint: the first super large player's shelter has been established. Hint: the next Blood Moon zombie wave will occur in 21 days. Most ordinary players automatically ignored these 2 messages. However, on a certain high-threshold elite player forum, these 2 messages were immediately reposted and topped the list, causing a huge uproar. The more they understood the zombie apocalypse game, the more they felt that this piece of news was terrifying. How many days had passed since the game started? There was an influential power that had already established a super large shelter. In the past, the first to establish a super large shelter must have been the federal government. Only they had powerful manpower and resources. But this time, the tradition was broken. The federal government did not issue an announcement, which meant that this shelter was not established by the Federation. There was someone who could complete it before the Federation. Who could it be? Which large guild or gaming company? Why didn't any news leak out? There was a lot of discussion for this post. The server for District 8 had opened for less than 10 days, and the players had already established the shelter. This was a historical event. The internet was buzzing with discussion about this matter. In reality, the players' clubs and the directors and bosses of gaming companies who were familiar with each other began to probe one another. Brother Liu, congratulations, you're the first to complete a super large shelter. Please take care of us in the future. It's not me. I'm also wondering who could be so amazing. If it wasn't you, who else could it be? We've been friends for so many years and you're still playing games with me. I'm not lying to you. It can't be you. Right, you want to turn the tables on me. Everyone was waiting for any company to announce the news. However, after waiting for a long time, the forum was still silent. No one claimed it. No one knew who established this shelter, except for Lu Yu and Juyi. The two of them looked at each other on their motorcycles. After a long silence, Juyi's throat rolled. It can't be him. Right. Lu Yu shrugged. Who else could it be? DMN, we can't play this game anymore. There are 21 days until the zombie wave. You have to think carefully. Should we build our shelter or what? Juyi took a deep breath. He tried hard to get rid of distracting thoughts, forcing himself not to think about Fang Heng. In a few days, when a new batch of employees arrives, well, build a small shelter first. Lu Yu nodded. They had to hurry. After the first super-large player's shelter was built, the King of Gods would give an early warning of the next Blood Moon zombie wave. There were only 21 days left. This meant that they had to complete the construction of the shelter within 21 days. The Federation had released statistics 3 years ago. In the zombie apocalypse game, during the first 6 months of the game's launch, the death rate of players who did not stay in an effective shelter during the day of the Blood Moon was as high as 70. Even if they stayed in the shelter, the death rate still exceeded 20. Very few guilds had chosen to build super-large shelters because of the Blood Moon zombie wave. Rather than wait for death in a super-large shelter, it would be better to build a small shelter. Chapter 36. Chapter 36 Danger Perception. Hint: as the first player in this world to complete a super-large shelter, you have obtained a random B-class skill book 1 reward. Hint: you have obtained a skill book Animal Instinct Danger Perception Soul Binding. There's such a good thing, I've never heard of it before. There was a skill book in his backpack. Item: Animal Instinct Danger Perception Soul Binding. Type: skill book. Player has not mastered this skill. Description: skill that can be mastered after learning Animal Instinct Danger Perception. Player's basic perception attribute 10. It is easier for the player to detect the impending danger. Description: soul binding. Not tradable. Good stuff, I got basic attribute 10 points just like that. Fang Heng tapped the skill book on his head and a faint light lit up. Hint: player's learning skill Animal Instinct Danger Perception level max. Hint: under the influence of the skill. Your basic perception attribute 10. After learning the skill, Fang Heng immediately noticed the change. It was an indescribable feeling. He felt that the world seemed to have become clearer. He could see clearer than before. And he could hear further. Perhaps this was the effect of the perception ability. In actual combat, I should be able to aim more accurately using the gun than before. Right. Fang Heng shrugged, quickly getting used to this change. According to the plan, Fang Heng would only temporarily use the shelter as a storage point. He, Liao Bufan, Liu Lin, and the others would stay in the prison's building No. 3 for now. After all, the basement was a bit far from the ground, and running up and down was troublesome. It's finally done. Step by step, he had reached this day. Looking at the newly built shelter, Fang Heng still had a great sense of achievement. Building the shelter is only the first step, Fang Heng whispered. He had a foothold in the game now. He was still far from a real foothold. Fang Heng cheered up. Next, it was time to think about recruiting. Fang Heng walked to the corner of the shelter and opened the construction page. Item: large survival radio station. Description: there are still a lot of survivors in the apocalypse. You can try to summon them through the survival radio station. Construction requirement: 1 player has a small or higher level shelter. Construction requirement: 2 players' basic production level must be level 3 or above. Fang Heng spent 10 minutes completing a large survival radio station and placed it in the corner of the shelter. The survivors in the description referred to ordinary NPCs. As the owner of the shelter, Fang Heng could recruit NPCs through the survival radio station to work for the shelter. Ordinary NPCs only had the most common skills, such as felling, manufacturing, and so on. They did not have the same talent as players. Their basic attributes were no different from rookie players level 1. Moreover, their learning ability was low and the efficiency of upgrading skills was extremely slow. They also had a limit to their energy points. They needed rest, food and clean houses to live in. Once these things were lacking, their sense of belonging would be reduced. Once it was reduced to a certain limit, the survivor NPCs would choose to leave the shelter voluntarily, which would affect the popularity of the shelter. Fang Heng felt that when these ordinary NPCs worked, they would be attacked by the zombies and split into pieces. As long as Fang Heng dared to let them go out and search for materials, they would die in the wild. 100 mortality rate. Although these survivors had great limitations, they also had advantages. They had much higher intelligence and loyalty than the zombie clones. Fang Heng was sure of one thing: players would betray them, but the NPCs that were controlled by the system would never betray them. In the game, there were more than 1 or 2 incidents where a large guild exposed a certain player's betrayal. Large-scale incidents such as Mission Impossible, Honey Trap, Black and White, and Infernal Affairs happen almost once or twice a year. Even the federal government intervened. It was common for some large companies to be betrayed and go bankrupt. All kinds of events would cause a stir among the players and become the gossip of the public. There were too many scandals. Fang Heng had made plans for his future. He would use NPCs to act as guards of the shelter to eliminate internal threats. Fang Heng walked to the radio station and turned on the survival radio to inquire. Shelter owner Fang Heng. Shelter level super large. Shelter attractiveness 29. This value is related to shelter size. Resources. Military strength. Cleanliness and the satisfaction of the people in the shelter. The current number of survivors available for recruitment 3 every 3 days. 3 survivors will be available for recruitment. The current maximum number of survivors stored 29. Description: the more attractive a shelter is, the easier it is to attract survivors to seek refuge. Once a survivor leaves the shelter, the number will decrease slightly for some time. This was Fang Heng's first time coming into contact with the game recruitment system. In his memory, in the previous server, he had only built a small single-person shelter, so he was unable to recruit survivors. The more troublesome thing was that NPC survivors were also counted by heads. With 1 more NPC survivor, the shelter's capacity would be 1. What was worse was that the newly recruited survivors were all hungry. In the early stages, normal players really could not afford to feed them. Fang Heng waved his hand and recruited all 3 survivor NPCs through the radio station. Anyway, he had the zombie clones now, so the shelter had plenty of materials, so it was not a problem to provide food for these refugees. Because of the existence of the zombie clones, they did not need so many ordinary NPC survivors. They only needed a few people to maintain the cleanliness and daily operations of the shelter. At most, they could wait until the shelter was expanded before continuing to recruit more. After the recruitment was completed, they could do all the chores and transportation in the prison. They were much smarter than the zombie clones and they worked very hard. Soon, 3 refugees appeared at the entrance of the prison. Fang Heng brought them back to Building No. 3 of the prison and gave them enough food. Thank you so much. The zombies outside are too scary. I haven't eaten for days. I will repay you. Thank you. Fang Heng. Thank you so much for letting us stay in the shelter. We will do our best. A blonde female survivor was very grateful and thanked Fang Heng. I have plenty of food here. But this is not for free. You need to work for the shelter in exchange for protection. Fang Heng pointed to the hall on the first floor. I need you to be responsible for cleaning up and sorting out the materials. Clean up a few rooms as soon as possible. You can each choose a room to live in. Okay. We will do it as soon as possible. Chapter 37 NPC Mercenaries. Chapter 37 NPC Mercenaries. In the Apocalypse World game, 2 types of NPCs could be recruited. One was the basic NPC survivors that could be recruited through the survival radio station. They were unable to participate in battle and could barely use their weapons to kill zombies. There was a high chance that they would be killed by the zombies. The other type had the skill of gun mastery and could use all kinds of basic firearms. The attributes of their characters were also higher than those of ordinary survivors. Players usually call them mercenaries. However, recruiting mercenaries were not free. Fang Heng needed to spend some survival points for this. Riding the mountain bike, Fang Heng arrived at the Apocalypse camp. Ha 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 ha, Fang Heng, you're here. I was just talking to my friends about you. I heard that you've completed the shelter. You're really well informed. Ha ha ha. Vettel looked very happy. He laughed loudly. Of course. In our line of work, first-hand information usually means wealth. Oh right. Do you need help? I have a lot of people whom I can recommend to you. But you know, Fang Heng blinked at Vettel. I understand. I need to spend survival points to recruit. Right. Don't worry. I will give you the lowest price. However, there is one thing. If they die in battle, you will have to pay an additional amount of survival points as a pension. I understand. Fang Heng shrugged. In major forums of the game, players had been criticizing the pension. It was too expensive. Players aside, even if it was a large guild, if a few mercenaries under them were to suddenly die in the early stages, it would be extremely painful to them. For ordinary players, they would not even consider recruiting mercenaries. The risk was too great. If one mercenary died, what they had accumulated in half a year would be lost. At the moment, Fang Heng believed that the prison's defensive ability could easily defend against zombies. But what about players? In the zombie apocalypse game, the biggest threat was still the human survivors. Fang Heng needed to recruit mercenaries to improve the prison's defensive ability. This was something that the zombie clones couldn't do at the moment. Fang Heng wasn't willing to deal with players. It was too risky. He was more willing to trust NPC mercenaries who wouldn't betray him. Vettel, is there anyone here willing to come to my camp? I'll pay them. Vettel waved his hand and a floating recruitment list appeared in front of Fang Heng. There were about 50 survivor mercenaries. All of them were level 1 to 5. Fang Heng skimmed through it. Among them, the 3 highest level mercenaries were at level 5 and they also had level 5 gun mastery. Fang Heng remembered seeing a post in an official player forum that said that level 5 was the highest level for the mercenaries. He could not skimp on safety if he wanted to buy. He had to buy the strongest. Fang Heng selected 3 mercenaries. Are you sure you want to recruit them? Recruiting a survivor requires 6 survival points. If he unfortunately dies in battle, you will need to spend an additional 30 survival points as compensation. I am sure, hint, you have spent 1,800 survival points to recruit 3 survivors. They will report outside your shelter in 3 hours. After purchasing 3 mercenaries, Fang Heng's savings that he had accumulated during this period was completely used up. He now had less than 500 survival points left. Very good. I will immediately tell them. They will report to your shelter in 3 hours. Fang Heng waved his hand. But in his heart, he was thinking how expensive it was. There was a limit to the number of mercenaries that could be recruited from the Apocalypse camp. It was on a first-come, first-served basis. Currently, he was the only one in the game who had established a shelter, so there were no competitors to compete with him for mercenaries. Once the players had developed, high-level mercenaries would become a resource that would be taken over by large player guilds or gaming companies. Fang Heng casually said, Vettel, if you encounter stronger survivors, remember to introduce them to me at any time. Okay. Looks like you're short of people there. Fang Heng was about to leave when he heard that and raised his eyebrows. This question made him smell the scent of omission. I'm quite short of people. Vettel, we're good friends. Do you have any suggestions for me? Ha ha ha, of course. You're one of my best friends. After all, you've always helped in my business. Vettel laughed loudly. He leaned over and whispered in Fang Heng's ear. Did you forget about the Dark Nights that I mentioned to you before? Fang Heng immediately recalled. Yes, Dark Nights. Hidden mission. I had to go all the way to the city hospital to look for the T-virus antidote. Right, he recalled. I'll tell you in secret. After you join the Dark Nights, you can recruit people from the Dark Nights. Vettel secretly revealed the information to Fang Heng. Believe me, the Dark Knights are all first-class players with top-notch strength. Recruiting them is an advantage. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes. There was actually such a saying. There was a mercenary whose level was even higher than level 5. He did not know anything about this in the past. As expected, even the so-called official game forum could not be trusted. It even said that a level 5 mercenary represented the strongest combat strength. The real secrets were all in the hands of the big guilds. Fang Heng cursed in his heart and quickly lowered his head to think. It was not a good idea to keep the Dark Knight mission on hold. Now that he had time, it was time to make a trip to the city. The sooner the better. While the other players had yet to establish a shelter. To seize the opportunity, it was best to recruit all the powerful mercenaries. One step ahead. One step ahead. Fang Heng's heart was once again burning with passion. He had to go to the city this time. However, it was still very dangerous to enter the city at the current stage. Before that, he still needed to make some preparations. Battle. Show me your sales list again. Fang Heng opened the list and carefully observed it. There was a very high probability of encountering mutated zombies in the city. He desperately needed the ability to protect himself. Shotgun. It was capable of inflicting great damage at close range. The disadvantage was that he needed 5 strength points to use it. He needed 8 strength points to control it perfectly and 10 strength points to completely negate the recoil effect. Fang Heng looked at his own attributes. Level 9. HB 118. Strength 6. 8. Agility 6. 8. Physique 6. 8. Perception 15. That's enough. I'll just use it. I'll take it, he thought. A small explosive pack. Whether it was used to attack zombies or to destroy buildings, it was an extremely effective tool. He also wanted them. First aid spray. He also needed to prepare a life-saving item. Fang Heng roughly estimated that he needed at least 40 survival points to buy these items. He had to think of a way to earn points first. Chapter 38 Intruders. Chapter 38 Intruders. Brother Snake. Look, I told you I wasn't lying. Right, the prison has been occupied by players. Outside the prison, in the shadows of the forest, Prisoner Snake was holding a pair of toy binoculars to check the situation inside the prison. Yesterday, when Prisoner Snake heard from his subordinate that the prison had been occupied, his first reaction was disbelief. What a joke, there were so many zombies in the prison. How could they suddenly disappear? After repeatedly confirming the accuracy of the information, Prisoner Snake brought his elite troops to investigate the situation. Well done. You've done a great job. Prisoner Snake put away his toy binoculars and revealed a cruel smile. How the zombies disappeared was no longer important. What was important was that he found a fat sheep. The group of subordinates he gathered were all players with combat talents. These men were good fighters, but they were weak in survival and constructing skills. In the beginning, the team did develop as Prisoner Snake had planned. They robbed other players to get resources. But after a while, Prisoner Snake discovered a problem. They had robbed most of the players around them. Some died. Some fled. Now, not to mention resources, Prisoner Snake and his men could not even solve the problem of food. Without food, the team's morale dropped day by day. Prisoner Snake became very anxious as a result. Good. This prison was an opportunity given to him by God. Prisoner Snake thought to himself. There would be no lack of materials in such a large prison. As long as the players living in the prison were driven out, they could then occupy the prison. In the future, he could even use the prison as a starting point to establish a massive force. Unknowingly, Prisoner Snake's ambition swelled up once again. He had long been unhappy with the small cabin he used to live in. Brother Snake. The prison's defense seems to be built pretty well. Tisk. So what if it's built pretty well? Isn't it built for us? Do I have to thank them? Prisoner Snake sneered in disdain and gave his subordinates a disgusted look. Brothers, come with me. The players took out their weapons and swaggered toward the prison together with Prisoner Snake. Prisoner Snake was the first to walk to the side of the barbed wire outside the prison. He raised his leg and kicked forward fiercely. The barbed wire made a sound and shook heavily. Its durability dropped by 2 points. HMPH. Prisoner Snake snorted coldly. Seeing that the players in the prison didn't have any reaction, Prisoner Snake waved his hand and said, "Smash them all." Behind him, Prisoner Snake's subordinates raised their stone hammers and smashed at the barbed wire fence on the outermost layer of the prison. Clang clang clang. Under the attack of the stone hammers, the barbed wire fence shook and made loud noises. Prisoner Snake looked at the 3 buildings in the prison. His eyes were filled with greed. He was going to take over this prison. The excited Prisoner Snake and his subordinates did not notice anything. At this moment, in the forest behind them, 2 pairs of eyes were staring at them. The god is going to be in trouble. Lu Yu crouched in the bushes and carefully observed Prisoner Snake and the others. I know the leader. His nickname is Prisoner Snake. He is a mercenary with a bad reputation. I heard that over the past few days, quite several players' residences nearby have been attacked by them. Kai. A bunch of scumbags. Ji did not have a good impression of these people. He asked in a low voice. How many can you handle? Lu Yu had combat-type talent skills. He re-examined the enemies. They have too many people. We can only take down 2 with a sneak attack. Okay. Let's not expose ourselves yet. Send a message to the god. Later, we can coordinate with him. We can attack from the outside while they attack from the inside. Lu Yu nodded. He turned on the survival radio and sent an urgent message to Fang Heng. Fang Heng had just returned to the prison's building No. 3 from the Apocalypse Merchant camp not long ago. He was making arrangements for the 3 newly recruited mercenaries in the basement warehouse. Pistols, bullets, prison guard uniforms, explosion-proof shields. All of them were going to be deployed. Prison guard uniforms were collected from the prison's changing room. After wearing the full set, it could increase the accuracy of all firearms by 2. The explosion-proof shield did not have any attribute bonus, but it could block part of the attack. Fang Heng did not wear it. The main reason was that he found the uniform too ugly and bloated. Moreover, he would not personally participate in the battle. In addition, level 5 mercenaries were temporarily unable to be equipped with sniper rifles. What a pity that no one could use a sniper rifle yet. Perhaps after completing the mission of the Dark Knights, only mercenaries with higher levels could use a sniper rifle. Fang Heng was giving orders to the 3 mercenaries to patrol and guard the prison when he suddenly noticed the emergency communication on the survival radio. He opened the survival radio. Lu Yu God, there are people causing trouble outside the prison. It's Prisoner Snake's group. They've destroyed many players' residences before, and many people are coming this time. They don't come with good intentions. You all have to be careful. Lu Yu were hiding in the forest behind them now. We are waiting for your command. Call me if you're about to make a move. Prisoner Snake is at the group that was preparing to attack the small cabin earlier on. Fang Heng had some impression. Did they come looking for him so quickly? He quickly replied with a message. Fang Heng Roger. Hide first and wait for my news. Fang Heng turned off the survival radio and called for the 3 mercenaries to follow. He was prepared to go out and meet Prisoner Snake and his group of intruders. Before Fang Heng could leave, Leo Buffin pushed open the door of the warehouse basement. Boss, we're in trouble. Prisoner Snake and the others are here again. These BSTRDS are bullying us. Leo Buffin's voice became weaker as he spoke. FCK mercenary. Leo Buffin thought he was seeing things. He rubbed his eyes. He wasn't seeing things. They were mercenaries. You finished building the shelter? Yeah. Just finished. I didn't have time to tell you. It's just next door. Fang Heng patted Leo Buffin on the shoulder and said, Come, let's go out and see Prisoner Snake. I'll show you around later. Leo Buffin stood there in a daze. For a moment, the number of years flashed through his mind. Big Brother finished building the shelter. There seemed to be a game notification in the morning that a player had taken the lead in building a super large shelter. Now, the players were guessing who had completed the shelter. It was very strange that no gaming company, gaming club or game guild had come forward to claim such an easy advertising opportunity. In the past 2 days, Big Brother had also collected and manufactured a large number of wooden planks and nails. Leo Buffin thought about it and quickly connected the 3 things. Leo Buffin knocked his head. It must be it. The first person to build a super large shelter was Fang Heng. Right. God Big Brother was indeed powerful. Not only did he complete the shelter, but he even got the mercenaries in just one morning. Wait for me. When he came back to his senses, Lao Bufin saw that Fang Hang had already disappeared at the entrance of the passageway, so he hurriedly chased after him. Chapter 39 Timely Assistance. Chapter 39 Timely Assistance. Outside the prison, Prisoner Snake quickly noticed Fang Heng and the others walking out of building No. 3. He raised his hand, signaling his subordinates to temporarily stop attacking the barbed wire fence on the outer layer of the prison. Are you the leader here? Come out and speak. Fang Heng didn't get too close. He stood more than 30 meters away from everyone, coldly staring at the 9 players standing outside the barbed wire fence. That's me. Prisoner Snake was sizing up this handsome young man in front of him. His mood turned foul. He hated this kind of person who looked better than him the most. Oh, you're quite brave, aren't you? Quite brave? What do you mean? Prisoner Snake revealed a disdainful expression. He revealed a fierce expression as he stared at Fang Heng. I say, you have guts. You dare to occupy our territory. We finally cleared out this prison area and now you're taking over this place. What kind of logic is that? Do you think we're easy to bully? The players behind Prisoner Snake also started to jeer. Yeah, hurry up, hand over this place. Leave all the food and materials behind. And we'll let you live. Hurry up and get lost. Get lost, get lost, get lost. Fang Heng looked at them coldly. He was too lazy to waste his breath. These people were here to cause trouble. Lao Bufin couldn't take it anymore. He had never seen such a shameless person. He was so angry that he started cursing. Bullshit, we were here first and we were the ones who cleaned up the zombies here. Haha, you think you can do that? Prisoner Snake didn't believe Lao Bufin at all. He thought that there must have been an accident in the game that caused the zombies to leave. These people took advantage of them. Prisoner Snake and his companions laughed. Cut the crap. You're not going to get lost. Are you? Then smash it when I catch you. I won't be so easy on you. Seeing that the negotiation was ineffective, Prisoner Snake waved his hand to initiate the attack. The players behind him swarmed forward and smashed the barbed wire with their small stone hammers. The durability of the barbed wire began to slowly decrease. If they were going to attack in this manner, it would take less than an hour to break a small hole in the barbed wire. Prisoner Snake crossed his arms and looked at Fang Heng behind the barbed wire with great interest, as if victory was within his grasp. He really could not think of any way for Fang Heng and the others to resist. Nor did he notice Fang Heng's calm expression. Not far away, Lu Yu and Zhu Yi, who were secretly observing all this, became anxious when they saw Prisoner Snake and the others attacking the prison's barbed wire. The god is in trouble. Should we go up and help? Of course. We have to help. The god has treated us quite well. We can't just stand by and watch. Zhu Yi was anxious. He stared at the intruders near the barbed wire fence and thought of a countermeasure. Oh right. We still have the earth-made bombs from before. Right when this group of people are closer to one another, we can throw 2 bombs at them later. We will give them a good time. Good idea, Lu Yu agreed. When they are in a state of confusion, I will sneak attack on 2 of them and you will hold on to 1. That's right. When the time comes, we can work together with the god and the others to get rid of this group of people. In a short while, Yi and Lu Yu had already planned out a simple and effective strategy to defeat the enemy. The 2 of them had been tense all this time, started to relax a little. Lu Yu teased, as expected of our crouching dragon, to be able to come up with such a thorough plan in just a few seconds. It's admirable. Ji smiled smugly, waved his hand and said humbly, you must be joking. Young Phoenix. In this world, there are only a handful of people who can follow my train of thought. You are one of them, Lu Yu said. I'll contact God and have them prepared to cooperate with us from inside and outside. Don't rush. Hold on. Ji hurriedly stopped Lu Yu. The god hasn't asked us for help yet. How can adding icing to the cake be better than sending charcoal in the snow? Let's wait a little longer. When the god can't hold on any longer, we'll appear as his savior and increase our favorability rating with the god. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. That makes sense, boss is a genius. Hee. You too. A gunshot rang out. Both Zhu Yi and Lu Yu, who were in the middle of their discussion, were shocked. They turned their heads to look in the direction of the prison square. Bang bang bang. Gunshots rang out in the prison square. What's going on? They were shocked to find that the arrogant prisoner Snake and his gang had actually fled in all directions in an instant. Among this group of people, Prisoner Snake was the fastest to flee. Crazy. Prisoner Snake was going crazy now. The enemy actually had a gun. There was more than one gun. There were also mercenaries. There was more than one mercenary. Moreover, they were at least level 3 mercenaries. Ordinary players were at low levels and lacked gun mastery skills. The accuracy of their pistols was poor and the damage from a long-distance shot might not be fatal. However, mercenaries were different. Prisoner Snake could now confirm that the enemy's mercenary level was definitely not low. At least level 3, from such a long distance. With just 2 rounds of shooting, they had already killed 1 player and 3 players were slightly injured. All the players under Prisoner Snake made the same move when they saw their teammates fall. Turn around. Run. Prisoner Snake was now seriously regretting his actions. If he had known that the players in this prison had such strong equipment, he would not have come to this prison even if he was beaten to death. He had a premonition that after this attack, his subordinates would suffer heavy casualties. What was more important was his prestige. After this, the prestige that he had painstakingly built up in the team would drop to the bottom. But now, he had no time to think about this. Escaping was the most important thing. The moment he saw Fang Heng draw his gun, he knew that he was in trouble. He immediately turned around and ran. He was the fastest to escape, but Fang Heng had already aimed at him. Fang Heng's perceptive ability added an additional hit rate for him. In addition, Fang Heng also had level 1 gun mastery, which added an additional hit rate. Fang Heng only fired 1 shot. This bullet accurately hit the left shoulder of Prisoner Snake. Unfortunately, it missed a little. Prisoner Snake ignored the intense pain in his left shoulder and ran desperately. Prisoner Snake and his group, who had been aggressive just a moment ago, fled in all directions in a fluster. In an instant, they had all fled without a trace. In less than 2 minutes, the prison and its surroundings returned to a calm and peaceful state. In the bushes, Lu Yu retracted his gaze. He looked at Ji beside him with a complicated expression. He wanted to ask this question now. Mr. Crouching Dragon, where's the coal in the snow? Did you manage to foresee all this? Yi opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he couldn't. His face was full of bitterness, regret, and he said he would deliver coal in the snow. Bullsh, now there wasn't even any icing on the cake. Seeing the twisted expression on Ji's face, Lu Yu felt it was better not to provoke him. After all, Ji's mental state had not been very good these 2 days. He patted Ji's shoulder to comfort him. Don't take it to heart. After all, there are not many gods like Fang Heng. He is the first to complete the construction of a super large shelter. He must have some talent. Recruiting mercenaries. Lu Yu sighed in his heart. Recruiting mercenaries is something only he can do. Right. We're mortals after all. We can't have predicted this. Moreover, Fang Heng is our partner. He's our teammate. We should be happy that he's strong. Ji listened to the persuasion and didn't feel much better. He just nodded bitterly. This was the truth, but he just couldn't be happy. Lu Yu was helpless. Let's go. Cheer up, let's go find the god to receive the mission reward. Chapter 40 Mining. Chapter 40 Mining. Inside the prison, Liu Bufan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He looked at the 3 mercenaries behind Fang Heng. His eyes were full of stars as he muttered to himself. Amazing. Amazing. I heard that these mercenaries are very expensive. Boss, what level did you buy? Fang Heng answered casually. Level 5. Awesome, it's the best selection. Liu Bufan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. His heart filled with envy. Was this the feeling of being the boss? Commanding so many underlings to hold on to their guns and watch the enemy flee. This feeling was FC-king awesome. Fang Heng took a look at the loss. In less than a minute, he had used more than 50 bullets. Mercenaries were useful, but they were a little resource-intensive. And this was a level 5 mercenary. The hit rate and damage of their firearms were relatively high, so they saved more bullets. If it was a low-level mercenary, the bullet consumption would be higher. Fang Heng wanted to chase after them and finish off Prisoner Snake and the others. But the risk was too great. Prisoner Snake and his gang all had combat-type talent. If he forced them into a corner, the mercenaries would inevitably be injured. He could not afford to pay the high pension. God. Lu Yu and Ji walked out of the prison sentry cabin. Oh, you're back. Fang Heng waved his hand to greet them. Ji had a special talent skill, geographical exploration. It was because of this that Fang Heng chose to cooperate with them not long ago. Through geographical exploration, Ji could roughly identify whether there were mineral deposits in an area. This talent was rated as a level, which was a relatively rare skill. In the early stages of the game, players did not have time to mine, so this skill was currently useless. At least in the later stages of the game, players would only start mining after they had established a primary shelter. The number of mineral resources in the apocalyptic world was limited, and in the later stages of the game, there were often gaming companies fighting over the mining of some ores. Fang Heng had now completed the construction of the primary shelter. If he wanted to reinforce the shelter's defense, he would need to reinforce the wooden houses with steel and cement, and so on. All of these required a large number of mineral resources. 2 days ago, Fang Heng had asked Ji to help him search for mineral resources because he had made plans in advance for the next step of reinforcing the shelter. But now, his plans had changed. Right now, he urgently needed apocalyptic points to buy equipment and go on an adventure in the city. As long as he could dig up the mineral deposits, Fang Heng could sell them to the merchants of the apocalypse camps. He could quickly exchange them for survival points through the ore collection mission issued by the apocalypse merchants. Fang Heng noticed that Ji seemed to have a lot on his mind and did not seem very happy. He thought that they might have encountered trouble. What's wrong? Did you meet with some trouble? Ji looked at the 3 high-level mercenaries behind Fang Heng who were equipped with pistols and sighed. Fang Heng was puzzled. He thought to himself, if there's no problem, why do you give such a long sigh? You have completed the mission so quickly and even earned a huge sum of money. Why are you still not happy? Lu Yu said, we found a small mineral vein, but the distance is a little far. The location is in the coordinate system 38,912, 29,123. God, we can set off to bring you there at any time. Okay. I'll get ready. We'll go later. Fang Heng felt that he had taken another small step toward his dream of emptying the entire apocalypse merchant camp. On a small path close to the foot of the mountain, a group of zombies wearing lumberyard uniforms completely occupied the path and marched forward in a mighty manner. Lu Yu and Zhuyi, who were surrounded by the zombies, were terrified. Terrifying. They were all zombies. If they were accidentally caught, they would immediately be infected with the GG virus. At the same time, the two of them couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. So that was God's talent skill, summoning a zombie team. They had never heard of similar talent skills in the King of Gods game. This is definitely a 100s level talent skill. We'll be there soon. Over there. We'll reach the coal mine in less than 100 meters. Ji stopped at an intersection in front of the path. My character is only level 3 now. I can't find the exact location. We'll probably be able to find coal after digging along the mountain wall for a while. My skills are relatively low, so I can only find miniature coal mines. The reserves won't be very high. Fang Heng looked in the direction that Ji pointed. They were already at the edge of the mountain forest region. It had taken them nearly 3 hours to walk from the prison. It was still a bit far. We've checked. There are 2 small houses less than 200 meters away from the fork in the road. None of them is occupied by players. We've already cleaned up the small houses before we came here. We can rest there tonight. Seeing that there were only 1.5 hours left before it gets dark, Ji began to think about spending the night. If we're careful, it shouldn't be a big problem. Ji asked for Fang Heng's opinion. What do you think? God. Fang Heng had no objection to Ji's plan. I don't have any objections. I'll leave the repair of the residence to you. I'll go check on the mine. No problem. I'll go reinforce the house and clean up the zombies in the area. That way, we won't be disturbed when we sleep at night. At first, Ji was very careful when he left the prison. After all, Being away from their residence would bring them more risks. But now, he was completely relaxed. After all, the god had so many zombies with him. What problem could there be? The three of them split up. Coal mine. Fang Heng walked straight along the path, muttering to himself. Coal was a high-value resource in the game. From the early to middle stages of the game, players would use a lot of iron nuggets to build shelters and make tools. Furthermore, the furnaces needed to make iron nuggets needed fuel 24 hours a day. Ordinary wood was inefficient as fuel. Players would use coal as fuel. In addition, in the middle and later stages of the game, players also needed a lot of coal to make gunpowder. Compared to other ore materials, the production of coal in the game was relatively high. Fang Heng walked along the path to the rock wall, took out wood, stones, firewood and some basic materials from his backpack, and threw them on the ground. Then, he sat on one side. The zombie clones began to move. They walked to the materials, picked up the materials and started to make stone pickaxes. Hint: you have completed the production of stone pickaxes. Your basic production experience points 1. Hint: you have completed the production of stone pickaxes. Hint: your basic production level has been raised to the current upper limit. Please upgrade your character's level. After the production was completed, the zombie clones each held a stone pickaxe and walked to the rock wall, waving the pickaxe. Soon, the sound of mining was heard. Hint: your zombie clone has destroyed a small part of the mountain. You have obtained a small stone 1. Hint: your zombie clone has destroyed a small part of the mountain. You have obtained a small stone 5. Hint: your zombie clone has destroyed a small part of the mountain. You have obtained a small stone 2. You have learned a basic life skill mining. Your basic mining experience points 1. Hint: your zombie clone has gained a small stone 3. A large stone 1. Your basic mining experience point 7. Hint: your zombie clone obtained large stones 1. Your basic mining experience points 3. Hint: your zombie clone obtained small stones 3. Large stones 1. Your basic mining experience points 3. Hint: your zombie clone obtained. Fang Heng took out a can of Coke from his backpack and opened the tab. Gulp gulp gulp. After gulping down a can of Coke, Fang Heng burped comfortably. It was comfortable to watch people work in the mines. In Fang Heng's memory, this body used to work in similar jobs to earn money. He was so worn out after that. This is awkward. I should have bought some iron pickaxes when I went to the Apocalypse merchant camp. Now the mining efficiency is a little slow. Fang Heng glanced at the setting sun. It's too late to rush back now. I can only wait for tomorrow. Chapter 41 Mood. Chapter 41 Mood. Translator Newebo Studio. Editor Newebo Studio. Hint: your zombie clone has obtained coal 21. Your basic mining experience points 29. Hint: your zombie clone has obtained coal 16. Your basic mining experience points 21. Hint: your zombie clone has obtained coal 22. Hint: your mining skill level has been upgraded to level 2. Half an hour later, seeing that the zombies had found coal, Fang Heng patted the dust off his pants and stood up from the ground. It was time to go back and see what the accommodation for tonight was going to be like. The night was approaching. Dee and Lu Yu divided the work and cleaned up some of the zombies around the hut. Then, they reinforced the wooden doors and windows of the hut to ensure its safety at night. Everyone lit a bonfire in the hut. You two have worked hard these past few days. Fang Heng casually took out a handful of cold beer from his backpack and placed it beside the bonfire. Then, he threw 2 cans of beer to the two of them. Sorry for displaying my immature skill, but tonight, I'll be cooking for all. Come and have a taste of my cooking. It was a big skewer of meat. This was Fang Heng's ultimate skill in the game. With the addition of the recipe skill, the taste of the big skewer of meat was so good that it was out of the world. One could never get tired of it. For this reason, Fang Heng even carried a barbecue grill with him. He could eat whenever he wanted to. He took out the meat pieces and made them into skewers. He placed them on the grill and kept turning them, just like a chef. The oil from the fatty acids of the meat sizzled under the heat. The aroma of the skewers drifted directly into Lu Yu and Zhu Yi's nostrils. They couldn't help but drool. In the zombie apocalypse game, Lu Yu and Zhu Yi were considered professional players. They had been studying the game's strategy, so they knew a lot about the game. However, despite their rich experience, all they had been eating these days were baked potatoes, wild vegetables, roasted berries and roasted bird eggs. They had to live a miserable life, barely having enough to eat. After all, they had been desperately completing the Apocalypse Merchant's mission during the day and earning survival points to exchange for Earthmade balms. They didn't have the extra time to go and find food. They had never thought that there would be someone in the game who could actually be eating big skewers of meat and drinking wine so happily. When they saw Fang Heng sprinkled cumin on the skewered meat and carefully coated it with a layer of secret sauce, both of their eyes were wide open. What the heck? They were wondering if he was here to survive the game or to participate in a gourmet competition. This kind of behavior was too much. Fang Heng raised the beer can. It's been hard on the two of you. Cheers, let's continue to collaborate in the future. Happy cooperation if you need our help in the future. Feel free to look for us. We are very reliable. Yi held up the big meat skewer and took a bite. It was delicious. The gravy was packed with freshness, and the fats from the meat were bursting in his mouth. The seasoning blended perfectly. The slightly bursting taste enhanced the aroma of the meat and flowed down from the nose to the throat. Delicacies could heal the soul and chase away fatigue. Ji ate skewers of meat and drank beer. His mood for the past few days had been on the low side as he was constantly affected by Fang Heng's actions. But he seemed to have finally recovered a little bit and currently, he could enjoy the hard-won happiness during the apocalypse. He had his fill. Lu Yu and Ji strongly requested to be responsible for tonight's vigil as an affirmation of the meal. Fang Heng did not object. The few of them began to chat casually again. Oh right. God. Although we have defeated Prisoner Snake and the others today, we still have to be careful. Oh, Fang Heng was surprised. He put down the beer in his hand. They still dare to come. God. Don't forget that in a few days, the game will open up a channel transmission service. Ji explained to Fang Heng with a straight face. When the time comes, all players below level 5 in the King of Gods game can spend their points to enter our game world. Prisoner Snake is famous for his bad character, but many people don't want to provoke him. He used to join a gaming guild called Dawn. This time, they failed to attack the prison. They probably guessed that it was you who established the super large shelter. If he reports to the guild about what happened in the prison, I'm afraid you'll be in trouble. Dawn, Fang Heng muttered softly and nodded. This body had the memories of the guild. Dawn had a very bad reputation in the game. Most of the players in the guild were a bunch of villains. It was indeed true. After the prison and the mercenaries were exposed, Fang Heng felt that he had to face those greedy villains. And as time passed, the restrictions of the game would gradually be opened up. 2 days later, the ban on players below level 5 would be lifted. After a month, players below level 10 would also be able to use their King of Gods points to enter the game. Fang Heng had a premonition that trouble was gradually approaching. But he was not afraid of trouble. In the beginning, he hid his identity carefully and developed silently. He had made this decision so that he can buy more time for the prison to develop and avoid unwanted attention. But it would also greatly sacrifice his development speed. Fang Heng felt that if the enemy was coming, then let them come. What he wanted to do was to always be one step ahead of the players and act on his initiative. He would use his strength to crush them and he was not afraid of it. If they came, he would kill them, one after another. Although Fang Heng was afraid of death, he still preferred to face them head-on. The next day, the sun rose, dispelling the darkness. Juyi, who was on the vigil, stretched himself. He was lucky. It was very quiet last night. No zombies came to disturb him. Furthermore, he had eaten and drunk enough last night. His mood was much better than the last few days. He stood up and prepared to go outside to breathe some fresh air. Come on, Ji, don't be decadent, face life positively. Ji patted his cheeks to encourage himself. He also realized that he had been suffering from blows by Fang Heng during this period and his morale was somewhat low. Clack, pushing open the wooden door of the hut. Ji was greatly surprised. What was this? Outside the hut, the stones that were gathered earlier on had piled up into more than 10 2-meter-high small hills. These small hills were also mixed with small black stones. Black stones. Was it coal ore? Yu was puzzled. He wondered if he was hallucinating because he had only slept for 4 hours last night. Ji slowly walked to the front of a small hill and picked up a small piece of black coal. The coal immediately disappeared from his hand. Hint: you have obtained coal 1. It was real. It wasn't an illusion. It was just coal. Bloody hell. Where did all these coal mines come from? Out of thin air. Were ghosts behind this? Was there a bug in the system? Ji was puzzled and he looked around. He saw a zombie staggering over from afar. Ji reflexively raised his weapon. This zombie was wearing the lumberjack uniform. It was probably summoned by God. Ji put down his weapon and slowly took a few steps back, still maintaining his vigilance. The lumberjack zombie ignored Ji and had no desire to attack. It walked past Ji and came before the newest small hill. Then, Ji saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. The lumberjack zombie took out pieces of rocks from its backpack and threw them at the small hill, adding bricks and tiles to the small hill that was erected high up. After doing all this, it turned around and went back the way it came from. Behind it, 2 more zombies walked back one after another, repeating the same action. No way. Could it be that these zombies can mine? Ji felt like he was going crazy. Impossible. How can zombies help players mine? This is illogical. He immediately followed the zombies, wanting to see what had happened with his own eyes. 5 minutes later, Ji arrived at the mountain wall. After one night, a 10-meter deep hole had been dug in the mountain wall. The group of zombies he saw yesterday were waving their stone pickaxes and pounding the mountain wall with all their might. Ji silently sat down. He didn't know what was going on. His mood suddenly became bad again. Chapter 42 Delivery. Chapter 42 Delivery. Hint: while you were offline, your zombie clone obtained small rocks 27, 812, large rocks 939 and coals 6 and 284. You obtained 92, 821 mining experience points. Hint: your mining skill has been upgraded to level 9. Hint: your mining skill has reached the maximum value that can be upgraded. Please upgrade your character level as soon as possible. Unlocking your mining skill can upgrade your character level to the maximum value. Feng Heng pushed open the wooden door and saw the small hills that were piled up outside the hut. Not bad. However, he still had to distinguish between ordinary rocks and coal. A zombie clone couldn't do such a difficult job. It seemed that he could only trouble Zhu and Lu Yu. Speaking of which, where were they? Why didn't he see them? Could it be that they had gone offline to rest? Feng Heng looked around. 2 days later, players below level 5 could use their King of Gods points to enter the game. At that time, there would be a guild that wanted to join this newly opened server to get a share of the profits. His prison shelter was also bound to face an even greater threat. It would be better for him to complete the Dark Knight's mission as soon as possible. Only great strength could guarantee the safety of the shelter. According to his plan, he had to take all the coal mines to the Apocalypse Merchant to exchange for points. He had to gather all the supplies as soon as possible and head off to the city tomorrow to complete the mission. After making up his mind, Feng Heng sent a message to Zhu and started to differentiate the coal mines. After more than an hour, Feng Heng returned to the Apocalypse Merchant's camp on a modified motorcycle filled with coal ores. The NPC porters in the camp already knew Feng Heng. When they saw him enter the camp, they all came over to help unload the goods. Vettel's friendliness had reached a certain level. He walked out of the hut to welcome him and even threw a can of beer to Feng Heng. That's great. You've brought us some more supplies. It's my luck to have a reliable friend like you in the apocalypse. Come. Let's talk inside. Feng Heng took the beer and followed Vettel into the hut. He opened the mission panel. Mission: collect coal ores repeatable. Mission description: the Apocalypse Merchant's camp needs a large number of coal ores. Please collect some coal ores and bring them into the camp. Hint: you have submitted 300 coal ores to the Apocalypse Merchant Vettel. You have received 600 survival points. Hint: your friendship with the Apocalypse Merchant Vettel has improved. Feng Heng made a rough estimate. One-time delivery of the coal via the modified motorcycle could be exchanged for 400 survival points. As the roads in the forest were difficult to navigate, It would take him nearly 2 hours to travel back and forth between the collection point and the Apocalypse merchant camp. He could only make 7 trips during the day, which would take 14 hours. He couldn't even earn 20 survival points in one day. This is not very efficient. Fang Heng muttered and asked Vettel. Vettel, I have a large number of ores that I want to exchange for survival points. Unfortunately, it's a little troublesome to deliver them over. Do you have any ideas? Oh, you have a lot of ore resources. Vettel's eyes lit up when he heard that. He lowered his head and thought for a moment, then shook his head. We do have a lightweight truck in our camp. Unfortunately, the truck cannot be lent to outsiders. I can't make the decision on this matter. No other solutions. Fang Heng was a little disappointed. This would delay him for another day. Well, I happen to have a mission here. I think you might be interested. Why don't you listen to it first? I have a batch of goods to deliver to a friend who lives next to an abandoned factory. He is a scientist with a very strange temper. Ever since the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, he has been staying in that demon place and refused to leave. To put it simply, the time limit for this mission is 24 hours. You can drive the truck from our camp to deliver the goods. If you complete the mission ahead of time. Vettel winked at Fang Heng. Fang Heng? I think you understand what I mean. Right. Fang Heng immediately understood what he meant. As expected of Vettel, the effort that I've put in building a good relationship with you is greatly rewarded, Fang Heng thought to himself. Vettel, thank you so much. You've helped me a lot. Ha ha ha. I didn't help you much. Vettel made a you-know expression. Remember, you have to bring this truck back safely. If anything happened to it, the compensation will be quite expensive. No problem. Hint, you have triggered the commission of the Apocalypse Merchant Vettel. Mission name Stubborn Survivor. Mission difficulty C. Mission description Mr. Q is a scholar. He has an odd temperament. Even after the apocalypse, he chose to live alone in the villa not far from the abandoned chemical factory. Mission requirements: Vettel needs you to deliver some materials to Mr. Q. Please ensure that the materials are complete and delivered within the stipulated time. Mission time limit 24 hours. Mission reward 60 survival points. Additional description: if the truck is damaged during the mission, your deposit will be deducted and you will have to pay extra survival points as compensation. Vettel, I accept this mission. Fang Heng accepted the mission. He could easily complete an SS level mission. Not to mention this Clevel mission. It was just a delivery. Fang Heng did not take it seriously. Hint, you accepted the mission Stubborn Survivor. Hint, you pay the deposit of 2 survival points as the deposit for the truck. Alright, I'll get my men to load the goods now. You can set off in 10 minutes. Fang Heng agreed. He took some time to glance at the location of the mission target marked on the mission panel. It was very far. He roughly estimated that it would take 2.5 hours to get there from the Apocalypse Merchant camp. The round trip would take about 5 hours. After walking out of Vettel's hut, Fang Heng immediately saw a blue light truck parked outside the camp. Lightweight truck. Length 3.5 meters. Loading capacity 2.8 tons. DMN. With such a large capacity truck, he could transport all the coal mines dug last night with just one trip. Fang Heng was a little envious. When there was an opportunity in the future, he had to think of a way to obtain a truck back to the prison. When that time came, it would be convenient to transport the minerals. Fang Heng thought to himself. The NPC porters in the camp were fervently moving the wooden boxes onto the truck. The boxes were even labeled fragile items. Please be careful. The fuel tank of the truck has been pumped to the brim. In addition to food and daily necessities, there are also some special research materials in the boxes. I've told you before, Mr. Q is a scientist. He has been conducting research related to zombies. These things are all requested by him. You should be more careful when driving. It's going to be a problem if those boxes are overturned. No problem. I drive very steadily. Fang Heng sat in the driver's seat. Hint detected that the player has normal driving skills. Do you want to use 100 survival points to exchange for skill driving? Fang Heng reached out his hand and tapped on the confirmation button. Hint, you have acquired basic skill driving. Skill driving level 1. Skill description: you can drive most of the car type tools and reduce the fuel consumption by 1. Vettel, see you tomorrow. Fang Heng waved at Vettel as a form of gesture before driving the truck out of the Apocalypse Merchant camp. Chapter 43. You're not right. Chapter 43. You're not right. According to the markings on the map, after leaving the Apocalypse Merchant camp, Fang Heng needed to cross a part of the forest area before he could reach the highway. The beginning of the route was the most bumpy, because there was no road. The truck was unusually bumpy. Fang Heng was worried about the fragile items in the trunk, so he could only slow down. If this goes on, he'll definitely get hemorrhoids. Fang Heng's bottom hurt from the jolt, and he grumbled softly. After the mercenary recruitment was completed, he might as well spend some time building a road to avoid future suffering. After nearly an hour and a half, Fang Heng turned the steering wheel and steered the truck into a repaired road. Only then did the truck start to accelerate slowly. The difficulty of the mission was only C, so there was no danger along the way. Occasionally, when he encountered zombies blocking the road, Fang Heng would mostly steer the truck around them. If he really couldn't go around them, Fang Heng would seek stability. He slowly stopped the truck, got out of the truck and got rid of the zombies before continuing forward. It took Fang Heng 3.5 hours to arrive at an independent villa less than 500 meters away from the abandoned factory. This was the delivery location indicated by the mission. The independent villa had a total of 3 floors, surrounded by 3 wooden spikes of various sizes. Fang Heng saw dark red blood stains on the spikes. These basic defense structures were very effective against elementary zombies. Mr. Q, are you there? Vettel asked me to deliver the materials to you. Fang Heng stood outside and shouted in the direction of the villa. There was no reaction inside. Strange, why was there no one? Fang Heng tried shouting again. Mr. Q, your express delivery. If you don't accept it, you'll put it in the express delivery cabinet. There was still no reaction. Fang Heng frowned. He thought he should get closer and use a small stone hammer to open the window to see the situation inside the villa. Just as he raised his left foot, Fang Heng pulled it back. It was strange. He had a premonition. This villa was dangerous. A is my passive skill. Danger perception. Working. Fang Heng was puzzled. Suddenly, he was keenly aware of a slight noise coming from the bushes nearby. He turned his head abruptly. A head popped out from the bushes. Keep your voice down. Are you trying to attract all the zombies nearby? Q Yaokang waved at Fang Heng. Follow me first. Fang Heng glanced at Q Yaokang, then nodded and followed him into the bushes. Behind the bushes, there was a hole in the barbed wire fence. Fang Heng followed behind Q Yaokang and went into the backyard of the villa through the hole. In the backyard, Q Yaokang laboriously lifted up the underground passage hidden under the turf and fixed the steel plate of the passage. What a guy! Only then did Fang Heng realize that the entrance to the building was in the backyard. One had to go through a downward tunnel to enter. Q Yaokang might look thin and weak, and also malnourished, but he had a knack for digging tunnels. Q Yaokang looks to be in his early 30s. He wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses, a white research suit and a pair of medical gloves. Wait a minute. Q Yaokang entered the tunnel as he spoke. Soon, he pushed a small cart out. Vettel told me about you. Help me bring in all the materials. Thank you. We're going through the bushes, aren't we? Going through the main door. The main door, it's too small. Q Yaokang shook his head. I've set up traps inside the main door. It's the entrance reserved for the intruders. Fang Heng sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder he felt danger just now. The boxes that Vettel had packed in advance were huge and heavy. Fang Heng could barely carry them by himself, so he worked together with Q Yaokang to carry them. After going back and forth a few times and dividing them into several batches, the two of them finally moved all the materials in the truck into the passage in the basement of the backyard. The underground passage was quite big. Fang Heng looked at the layout of the basement. He could see several independent rooms at a glance. The passage was also cleaned up. It could be seen that this place was often cleaned. Q Yaokang took out a tissue and carefully wiped the sweat on his forehead. I'll trouble you to help me move the box into the laboratory. Thank you. Laboratory where? As Fang Heng spoke, he bent down to carry the box. Wait a moment. Q Yaokang raised his hand to block Fang Heng. Go to the changing room over there first. There are new protective clothing and hats in there. Change into them. Remember to wash your hands and put on gloves. Fang Heng sized up Qiu Yaokang. Is it necessary? Hurry up. Don't waste time. Fang Heng didn't want to waste time. He walked into the changing room, put on a protective suit, hat and gloves, then followed Qiu Yaokang into the laboratory. The laboratory was bigger than Fang Heng had expected. He even saw a few zombie corpses lying on the autopsy table in the corner of the laboratory. Help me out here. Put the 3 white compartmentalized boxes in the pathway against the wall. Thank you. Fang Heng nodded. He lifted the boxes in the pathway with great effort, carried them into the laboratory and placed them on the floor. Qiu Yaokang had been exhausted while carrying the boxes earlier on. Even now, his arms were still trembling. As he leaned against the wall of the laboratory, he looked at Fang Heng. Your strength and stamina are pretty good. Fang Heng turned his head to look at him. It should be a little better than a science nerd like you, Fang Heng thought. Qiu Yaokang frowned. Don't look at me like that. I do an hour of scientific exercise every day. Recently, because I stayed up late, my physical condition is only slightly worse than that of an ordinary person. Okay. You're really amazing, Fang Heng teased. Fang Heng put down the second box heavily. It was a little tiring to carry the box alone. He was too lazy to talk to him. He just wanted to complete the task quickly and return to deliver the goods as soon as possible. Qiu Yaokang adjusted his spectacles and examined Fang Heng. Please help me push the box to the corner. Thank you. Got it. Fang Heng replied and turned his back to push the box. Qiu Yaokang gently took out a pack of tissues from his pocket and threw it at Fang Heng's back. It was as if Fang Heng had eyes on his back. He suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the pack of tissues that flew towards him from behind. FCK, what are you doing? Fang Heng was a little angry. It was one thing for him not to help. But what was the meaning of throwing a tissue pack at someone? Qiu Yaokang did not answer. He just stared at Fang Heng. Fang Heng was a little intimidated by the stare. Why are you looking at me? Qiu Yaokang continued to stare intensely at Fang Heng. You're not right. Fang Heng, you're the one who's not right. Qiu Yaokang retracted his aggressive gaze. Your physical fitness is better than that of an ordinary person. Your perceptive ability is at least twice that of an ordinary person. Fang Heng curled his lips when he heard that. You've discovered me, little genius, Fang Heng thought. As a matter of fact, Fang Heng had learned all 3 basic attribute skills of physique, agility, and strength. He had even acquired a level perceptive skill. Qiu Yaokang turned around and walked out of the laboratory door. Follow me. What now? You are not moving the boxes anymore. I don't need you to move them anymore. Help me with something else. Thank you. Can I choose not to help? Don't waste everyone's time. You're really amazing, Fang Heng thought to himself. He was almost angered to the point of laughter. Chapter 44 Enhanced Gene Potion. Chapter 44 Enhanced Gene Potion. Fang Heng followed Qiu Yaokang into another room at the end of the basement. In the middle of the room was a metal door frame that looked like an airport security check. On the door frame were more than a dozen wires of various sizes and colors. The other end of the wire was connected to a large machine at the side. Qiu Yaokang did a demonstration in front of Fang Heng and walked through the door frame. It's your turn. Fang Heng felt that Vettel was right. This friend of his must have a little problem with his brain. Qiu Yaokang urged. Hurry up. Fang Heng shrugged. He modeled after Qiu Yaokang and walked through the door frame. Beep 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 beep. Just as he passed through the metal door frame, the alarm sounded. Fang Heng turned around and looked at Qiu Yaokang blankly. I told you. Something is wrong with you. Qiu Yaokang had expected this. He walked to the large machine beside him and checked the data report on the screen. Recently, I've heard people say that after a zombie dies, there is a very small probability that it will leave a crystal with special energy in its body. Some people with special physiques can absorb this crystal. I call this crystal the mutation crystal. I'm not sure if it's a form of mutation. The effect of the mutation crystal on the human body remains to be seen. From the information I've gathered so far, the mutation crystal has a positive effect on the human body. The people with special physiques that you mentioned should all be players. Right. You must have absorbed the mutation crystals to cause the mutation of your body. Qiu Yaokang raised his head and looked at Fang Heng. The degree of the mutation of your body is quite high. Your various physiques are also higher than ordinary people, especially your perceptive ability. Yes, because my level is high. Feng Heng continued to mumble in his heart. You must have absorbed a large number of mutation crystals. Qiu Yakang stared at Feng Heng. Am I right? Answer me. You guessed right. Feng Heng only wanted to end this mission as soon as possible. As he spoke, he took out an evolution crystal fragment from his backpack and threw it at Qiu Yaokang. By the way, we call this thing evolution crystal fragment. Oh, Qiu Yaokang's eyes lit up. He was very interested in crystals. He took the crystal fragment and observed it. I've done a lot of research and killed a lot of zombies. This is the first time I've seen this crystal structure with my own eyes. Of course, NPCs wouldn't drop crystals when they killed zombies. Feng Heng answered in his heart. I think you're not very lucky. Qiu Yaokang kept the crystal. He turned around, took out a small bottle of green potion from somewhere and threw it at Feng Heng. Feng Heng took the bottle that flew over. Looking at the description, Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. Hint: you have obtained an item modified zombie strength enhanced gene potion. Item modified zombie strength enhanced gene potion. Creator Qiu Yaokang. Description: 1. A potion made from the zombie virus. After use, it can permanently increase strength attribute by 1 point. This potion can be used repeatedly and can increase strength attribute by up to 5 points. Description: 2. Using this potion will cause the player's gene state to become unstable. The player will gain a negative state gene chaos. After each use, the player's gene state will increase by 1030 and when it reaches 80, the player will be directly infected by the zombie virus, resulting in death. Description: 3. The player can eliminate this status by consuming the evolution crystal. I want this crystal. I never take other people's things for free. This can be considered a reward. Feng Heng was overjoyed when he heard this. Players could also make similar drugs, but at least in the middle and later stages of the game. Moreover, the materials needed to make these drugs were many and complicated, and the success rate was not high. In the past servers, these potions and the raw materials for these potions were firmly controlled by the big game guilds and gaming companies. Feng Heng directly raised his head and gulped down the potion. Hint: you have taken the modified zombie strength enhancing gene potion. Your basic strength. 1. Hint: if you take this potion multiple times, the effect will gradually decrease. Hint: you have obtained the gene chaos state. Hint: your gene chaos state has been increased to 13. Hint: you can use 13 evolution crystal fragments or 1 complete evolution crystal to eliminate this state. Help me pass on a message to Vettel. I need him to help me collect more of these crystals. I will need them for my next research. Qiu Yaokang rubbed his chin and said, as for the reward, after finishing the bottle of potion, Feng Heng still wanted more. He interrupted, do you still have those modified potions? There are still some flaws in this potion. If you use it many times, you'll be at risk of being infected by the zombie virus. You can check your arm. Hearing that, Feng Heng pulled up his protective suit and checked his arm. He found that a greenish-red color unique to zombies had appeared on his arm from his wrist. The greenish-red color gradually rose and spread to his arm. It looked a little scary. Feng Heng was not worried at all. He had a lot of evolution crystal fragments with him. He could easily use them to eliminate the status. I understand the negative effect of the potion. I can exchange the evolution crystal fragments with you. Do you think these are enough? Feng Heng took out a bunch of evolution crystal fragments from his backpack. He placed them on his palm and handed them to Qiu Yaokang. Qiu Yaokang's calm face finally showed a moment of surprise. He looked at Feng Heng and wondered how he could get so many crystals. If it's not enough, I still have more. The first step requires at least 100 crystal fragments. Alright, they'll give you 200. Feng Heng still had nearly 400 mutated crystal fragments left in his backpack. He had been vexed on how he could get rid of them. Now, he could use these fragments to exchange for potions that could directly increase his attributes. It was too profitable. Alright, I've already told you about the side effects of using potions. You come with me. Qiu Yaokang and Fang Heng returned to the previous laboratory together. He opened the password-protected freezer in the corner and took out the box containing 20 bottles of the potion. This type of potion is my latest research result. Because of the raw materials used in creating this potion, it cannot be mass-produced. As the number of uses increases, the effect of the potion will gradually weaken until it is completely ineffective. Currently, there are 3 types of potion: strength, agility and physique. There are also side effects. For an ordinary person, the limit is 3 doses of the potion. If he continues to take more doses, there will be a great risk of being infected by the zombie virus. Risk of being infected by the virus. I'm not afraid, I have a lot of evolution crystal fragments at hand. Fang Heng thought to himself as he looked at the box of potions, his eyes glowing with delight. Chapter 45 Attribute Enhancement. Chapter 45 Attribute Enhancement. Can I take all of these? No. You can only use it here. That's great if it's not enough. Can I still ask you for more? Fang Heng was delighted and continued to inquire. In exchange, I can help you get more evolution crystal fragments in the future. For research, it would be good to have more of such things. Right. Qiu Yaokang's frown deepened. He felt that Fang Heng was not following the usual pattern. Sure. But the preparation of the potion will take some time. About 2 to 3 days. Deal. Fang Heng was very satisfied with the deal. He immediately took out 200 evolution crystal fragments from his backpack and piled them on an empty experiment table. Qiu Yaokang was surprised again. How many zombies did he kill to get so many evolution crystal fragments? You can count them. There are 200 fragments in total, Fang Heng said and took the box from Qiu Yaokang. The evolution crystal fragments were time-sensitive. They could be sold for some money at this stage, but they would become very cheap when the players reached higher levels. Fang Heng knew very well that he had received the first wave of benefits from the game. Currently, the players in the game had yet to reach a higher level. They were still unable to trigger Qiu Yaokang's mission, nor did they have the ability to farm zombies in large numbers to earn evolution crystal fragments. However, he had already reached level 9. There was no need for evolution crystal fragments at all. Hint: you have given Qiu Yaokang 200 crystal fragments. You have received a modified zombie strength enhanced gene potion 6, a modified zombie physique enhanced gene potion 7, and a modified zombie agility enhanced gene potion 7. Hint: your friendship with Qiu Yaokang has improved slightly. After completing such a huge transaction, the friendship between them had only improved slightly. What an aloof guy. Fang Heng was in a good mood. He didn't care about Qiu Yaokang's indifference. He took out a bottle of strength-enhanced gene potion from the box and opened the cap. Qiu Yaokang finished counting the number of evolution crystal fragments he had obtained from the transaction with Fang Heng. When he turned around and saw Fang Heng starting to take the potion again, he couldn't help but remind him. Let me remind you again. There is a flaw in this potion. It cannot be used in large quantities. I know. I have a way to solve this flaw. Fang Heng chuckled. With a flip of his wrist, he took out more than 10 evolution crystal fragments and held them in his hand. With a slight force from his hand, the crystal fragments exploded at the same time and dispersed into a ball of red mist. The mist was instantly absorbed by Fang Heng. Hint: you have consumed 13 evolution crystal fragments. Your negative state, Gene Chaos, has been eliminated. Fang Heng waved his arm at Qiu Yaokang. Hee. How is it? Qiu Yaokang narrowed his eyes as he was taken aback by this. He saw the greenish-free color on the back of Fang Heng's hand quickly disappear. The evolution crystal had this ability. Qiu Yaokang found a new research agenda. His expression quickly returned to indifference. He nodded and said, "Not bad." Fang Heng continuously crushed the crystal fragments with one hand and opened the bottle he had exchanged for with the other hand. He drank tons of it. Hint: you have consumed the modified zombie strength enhanced gene potion 6, the modified zombie physique enhanced gene potion 7, the modified zombie agility enhanced gene potion 7. Hint: your basic strength attribute 3, your basic physique attribute 4 and your basic agility attribute 3. Hint: your gene instability status has been increased to 55. After consuming 20 bottles of the potion, The evolution crystal fragments in Fang Heng's backpack had been completely consumed. Fang Heng opened his character's attributes to check. HP 158,158. Strength 10. 8. Agility 9. 8. Physique 10. 8. Fang Heng tried to wave his arms, his fists clenching so tightly that they creaked. In an instant, his basic attributes increased by 4 points. He could feel the increase in his strength. Fang Heng even felt he could kill a cow with a single punch. This effect was much more obvious than when he had just learned the strength training skill. After all, the skill book at level 1 only increased attributes by 0.2 points. Fang Heng checked again. Each potion was still 1 to 2 points away from the maximum of 5 points. I still need 20 more potions. Come back in 3 days according to the agreement. By then I will need more evolution crystal fragments. Qiu Yaokang nodded solemnly and with a cold expression, ordered Fang Heng to leave. Okay. Your mission is completed. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. Hey, I just wanted to ask for more potions. You won't get angry over such a small matter, right? Fang Heng muttered to himself while he waved his hand and said goodbye to Qiu Yaokang. He'll come back in 3 days. After seeing Fang Heng off, Qiu Yaokang locked the iron gate at the entrance of the basement. His cold expression was wiped off from his face, and he suddenly became extremely animated and thrilled to the extent that his body couldn't help but tremble due to his excitement. Great discovery. Evolution crystal fragments. Improved body attributes. Eliminated the negative effects of the potions. In the afternoon, Lu Yu and Ji had finished distributing the ores. They sat in front of the small hills of ores and looked at the zombies coming and going. Lu Yu said, I counted them. There are 45 zombies in total. Ji shook his head and corrected him. But you counted wrong. It should be 43. Lu Yu pondered for a moment. I majored in mathematics. So what do you think I counted wrong? No, boss. I think you're right. I counted wrong. Sigh. It's a pity that these zombies are a little stupid. Otherwise, they would be really powerful. After all, in the middle of the game, ordinary zombies are no longer a big threat. The enemy can target these zombies and kill them all. Even so, they are still very powerful. They are strong laborers and they don't even need to consume their vitality points. They can make a lot of money by constantly mining. That's true. The talent of God is ridiculous. With them around, God can still make money by lying down. From a distance, they saw a small truck coming from the road. The truck stopped by the roadside. The door opened. Seeing Fang Heng get off the truck, their expressions became strange again. He was still riding a motorcycle when he went out in the morning, and it had turned into a truck when he came back. Lu Yu felt that this truck looked familiar. Wasn't it the one in the Apocalypse Merchant camp? God, did you steal the truck from the Apocalypse Merchant? I borrowed it. Oh. Lu Yu nodded and asked in a serious tone. Do you need to return it? Fang Heng was tongue-tied for a moment. If he didn't return it, it would probably be survival points deducted from the deposit, plus being hunted down by all the Apocalypse merchants and their companions. I think it's better to return it. Haha. Lu Yu laughed and said, That's right. After all, we are living in a harmonious society. It would be inappropriate to be stealing and robbing from others. Right. Fang Heng ordered the zombie clones to stop mining and move the coal into the truck. Chapter 46 Big Purchase. Chapter 46 Big Purchase. God. The day after tomorrow, the game will open the server transfer system for players below level 5. The recruits of our company will also be transferred from other places to District 8. In between moving the ores, Yi took the opportunity to inform Fang Heng and to say farewell to him. When the time comes, we are prepared to leave this forest area and develop elsewhere. Yi had suffered quite a few blows during this period. After he got a hold of himself, he carefully thought about the development of his gaming company in the future, and finally decided to find another way out. Fang Heng would most likely continue to extend and develop outwards with the prison area as his base, and this area would be reserved by Fang Heng. What a joke. The nearby resources were all taken by God. If they were to continue staying here and getting things that they want, it might even cause God to be unhappy. Instead of this, They might as well develop in another place. Of course. This was one of the many reasons. Ji had a meeting at the company in the morning. They all agreed that with the domineering nature of the Dawn Gaming Guild, they would make a move on the prison. The prison was a piece of fat meat. The strong defense capabilities on the outside, coupled with the first super-large shelter established by Feng Hang in the game, not to mention that there was also the Apocalypse merchant camp nearby. It was a golden start. No one could resist this temptation. If the Federation knew about this prison, they would be tempted and try to buy it for a large sum of money. Not to mention Dawn, who had no bottom line. When that time came, there would be a battle between Dawn and Feng Hang. Dawn was a powerful gaming union, and Feng Hang was not someone to be trifled with. Ji felt that this was a protracted battle. No matter who won or lost, it would have an impact on a small developing company like theirs. If they continued to stay here, they would only be dragged into dirty waters. Having a change of location for future development was the best solution. Feng Hang did not think too much about it. That's a pity. I wanted to work with both of you for a longer period. It's alright, we can continue to work together in the future. The location of the new shelter has been decided. If we have a vehicle in the future, we can get there in half a day's drive. Let's keep in touch. If you need help, feel free to contact me. As for the next 2 days, I will continue to look for mines nearby. Feng Hang nodded in agreement. Have a smooth journey. I will ask Liu Bufan to prepare the food and materials that I promised you. If I am not here, you can go directly to the prison to look for him. Feng Hang had made a deal with Zhu Yi. He would use food and basic materials as a condition, and Zhu Yi would help him explore the terrain around the prison, looking for possible mineral deposits. In the beginning, Feng Hang asked Zhu Yi to explore the mineral deposits not for survival points, but strategic reserves in the future. While the other players were still building shelters and no one was competing, Feng Hang could make the first move and let the zombie clones mine first, hoarding all kinds of resources. The underground shelter he was building was big enough to store a large number of materials. Seeing that the zombie clones had finished with the materials, Feng Hang gave the order to all the zombie clones to kill themselves before returning to the Apocalypse merchant camp. With Feng Hang's current level, the zombies would resurrect after 20 hours. Tomorrow, he would go to Hope Town, which was about 200 kilometers away from the camp, to do a mission. After all, the zombie clones moved too slowly, and it would take too much time to walk there. The simplest way was to make them commit suicide. After 20 hours, they would automatically be resurrected by Feng Hang's side. The ride in the truck was bumpy and Feng Hang finally returned to the merchant camp before sunset. The NPC porters were used to it. Seeing Feng Hang, they hurried to help unload the goods. The Apocalypse camp was bustling with activity. Vettel also walked out of the hut. Feng Hang, Mr. Q asked me about you earlier on. This is the first time he's interested in a stranger. How did you do it? I gave him some experimental materials. Vettel slapped his head and said, as expected, his mind is only filled with experiments. Feng Hang shrugged and his game log started to refresh again. Hint: you have submitted 300 units of coal to the Apocalypse merchant Vettel. You have obtained 600 survival points. Hint: you have submitted 300 units of coal to the Apocalypse merchant Vettel. You have obtained 600 survival points. The hint was refreshed for more than 10 minutes before the porters emptied the truck. Feng Hang looked at his backpack. He had received a total of 350 survival points this time. The demand for coal in the Apocalypse camp was much higher than for wooden planks. The mission could still be continued. Feng Hang opened Vettel's trading interface to purchase items. Item: standard shotgun. Type: firearm. Additional skill: recoil. Skill description: after using this weapon, there is a 60 chance of a 1-second stun, and the hit rate of this attack will be reduced by 60. Description: 1. A firearm that can cause great damage at close range. The disadvantage is that it has a short range. Due to its strong recoil, it is difficult for ordinary people to use it. Description: 2. When the weapon's strength points reached 6. 5. It can be equipped and used when the weapon's strength points reached 8. It can cancel the hit rate reduction effect of the skill recoil when the weapon's strength points reached 10. It is completely immune to the effect of the skill recoil. After completing a mission, Fang Hang's strength points had reached 10. 8 points. He could easily use a shotgun and ignore the recoil effect. He bought it. Item: standard bulletproof vest. Type: equipment. Defense 10. Description: 1. Wearing a bulletproof vest can effectively reduce the damage after being attacked by a gun. The prerequisite is that you don't get shot in the head. Description: 2. Made of special materials. A composite defense structure. If unlucky enough to be caught by a zombie, it can also provide decent defense. Description: 3. It is sweltering in the summer, and it is easier to sweat after wearing it. As a result, you are more likely to feel hot and thirsty. Item: butcher's machete. Level rare. Damage 3060. Description: 1. The machete left behind by the butcher Antu after his death is stained with his grievances and resentment before his death. When attacking a zombie, it can cause additional damage to the current strength of the player and has a probability of producing a dismemberment effect. Description: 2. Because the machete is extremely heavy, it requires 9.5 strength and 8.5 physique. Fang Hang licked his lips. The attributes of this machete were very strong. He had seen it the last time he was here. Unfortunately, his attributes at that time were not enough to equip it. Now, 10.8 strength was enough to satisfy the requirement. Item: whetstone. Type: consumable. Description: when used, it can temporarily deal 20 damage to weapons such as swords and sabers. Item: small explosive pack. Description: a powerful explosion will occur 5 minutes after the specified time. It will cause a large amount of damage to all living creatures and buildings within its range. Please use it carefully. Item: Molotov cocktail. Description: throw the Molotov cocktail and it will cause a large amount of fire damage. Hint: you have obtained standard shotgun 1. Shotgun bullets 350. Standard bulletproof vest 1. Molotov cocktail 10. Butcher's machete 1. Whetstone 5. Small explosive pack 3. After completing the purchase, out of the 350 survival points that he had obtained today, only 2,000 points were left. The sun had already set. Fang Hang did not have the time to return to the prison, so he decided to stay in the apocalypse camp to rest for the night. It's on me today. I'll treat you to a drink tonight. Vettel had earned a lot of money today. He smiled and gave Fang Hang, his big customer, free accommodations and provided him with a luxurious single-room hut. Chapter 47: Luxury Villa. Chapter 47: Luxury Villa. Fang Hang enjoyed a sumptuous feast, courtesy of Vettel, in the game and then went offline early. He was going to enter a dangerous town tomorrow. Fang Hang planned to rest early tonight. He logged out of the game and opened the game pod. Fang Hang stretched his back. It was not yet 8 o'clock at night, but Team 3 of Phoenix Sound Gaming Company was still full of zest and energy. Most of the workers were still working overtime in front of their computers, and 2/3 of the gaming cabins were still operating. To be more precise, Team 3 had people working overtime 24 hours a day. A bunch of struggling fighters. Fang Hang muttered softly and picked up his phone to check. There were a few missed calls and a few messages on his phone. Zia Zai. Fang Hang. How's your new job? Are you used to it? Zia Zai. The Seoul team this year is just as weak as before. I watched their qualifiers and did a comparison. They are not a match for us. Zia Zai. Huh. They played dirty. Zia Zai. I won. I'm so tired. Lie flat. Zia Zai. Hee hee. Not bad. My friend said that you did well and helped her out. Zia Zai. You didn't embarrass me. I knew you could do it. Good luck. Unknown number. Hello? Mr. Fang Hang. Your accommodation has been arranged. Please go to the front desk to get your work permit and dormitory card. If you have any questions, please contact. Okay. The staff dormitory has been arranged. Now I can't stay in a hotel anymore. Fang Hang shrugged and replied to Zia Zai. Is the competition over? When will you be back? Seeing that Zia Zai didn't reply immediately, Fang Hang put away his phone and went to the front desk on the first floor of the company to get his work permit and dormitory card. The dormitory was very close to the company and was located on the campus 2 streets away. It only took 10 minutes to walk there. Fang Hang went to the convenience store next door to buy some daily necessities and entered the campus with his dormitory card. As he walked forward, Fang Hang checked the dormitory check-in manual given by the receptionist. 4 people are living in a villa and each person has a separate room. Independent bathroom, independent study room, independent gaming room. This company has such good benefits. Fang Hang was secretly surprised. He remembered that when he was a professional player in the past, he didn't have such good treatment. Every day in the villa, there will be cleaner aunties in charge of tidying up the area and cleaning the rooms. Fresh ingredients will be provided in the fridge 24 hours a day. If you want to have supper, you can call the chef to send it over. So luxurious was running a gaming company that profitable. I live in a top-class villa area. There are also high-end villa areas, normal apartment areas and high-end apartment areas. The conditions in the apartment areas should be a little worse. Fang Hang put away the manual. He raised his head and looked around, looking for the location of Villa No. 3 on the campus. Coincidentally, 2 young men walked in front of him. The 2 of them chatted and laughed along the way. The taller one was holding a can of beer in his hand. They noticed Fang Hang, who was looking for directions. You're going the wrong way. The villa area is ahead. The apartment area is over there. Fang Hang lowered his head and looked at the number on the room card. That's right. I'm staying in Villa No. 3. Villa No. 3. Zhao Zhiji was stunned. He leaned over to take a look at Fang Hang's room card, and a strange expression appeared on his face. It was Villa No. 3. Is there a problem? No. Zhao Zhiji came back to his senses. Villa No. 3 is just ahead. Go straight to the end. Turn right and you'll find it. They brushed past each other. The more Zhao Zhiji thought about it, the weirder he felt. He turned his head to look back at Fang Hang again and whispered to his companion. Jai Kai, have you seen that person before? Isn't he a newbie? He's living in Villa No. 3. I haven't seen him either. Didn't you see his room card just now? What's his name? Oh, I remember him a little. I heard the old woman from the human resource department talking about him behind his back. Not long ago, a person who pulled strings was approved by President Qin to enter the company. His name is Fang Hang. Pulled strings. Zhao Yiji frowned and was suddenly a little unhappy. The entire Phoenix Sound Gaming Company only had 3 top-class villas. They could accommodate up to 12 people and enjoy the highest level of treatment. Phoenix Sound Gaming Company always had a tradition. These 3 villas were reserved for the company's best players to stay in. These 12 people represented the strongest players of the entire Phoenix Sound Gaming Company. Ever since Phoenix Sound Gaming Company was acquired some time ago, most of the top players in the company had already left. There were only 2 players who still stayed in the top-class villas. Zhao Zhiji had tried to apply to live in the top-class villas before, but he was rejected the next day. If he was not qualified to live in the top-class villas, how could a newcomer who pulled strings could be qualified? Humph. President Qin said that she would put quality before quantity. Now that a friend has come, he can just move in. Zhao Yiji was angry and began to complain non-stop. Another president who doesn't know anything and only knows how to give orders blindly has arrived. If this goes on, I also want to leave my job. Listen to both sides and you'll be enlightened. Listen to only one side and you will remain ignorant. Jai Kai was relatively calm. He advised. What that old woman in the human resource department said may not be true. Let's wait and see. Zhao Zhiji pursed his lips. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Okay. As you said, seeing is believing. I'll test him. Zhao Zhiji nodded. He drank the remaining beer in the can in one gulp. Hey. What do you want to do? Don't look for trouble. TCH. What are you afraid of? What can a person who only knows how to pull strings do? Zhao Zhiji turned around as he spoke. He raised the can in his hand and threw it at Fang Hang's back. Fang Hang was walking forward and seemed to be completely unaware of the can coming from behind. I told you, pulling strings is. As Zhao Zhiji spoke, the corner of his mouth revealed a disdainful smile. But in the next second, this smile froze on his face. As the beer can was about to hit Fang Hang's back, Fang Hang suddenly stopped and stretched out a hand. Fang Heng didn't even turn his head. He steadily stretched out his hand and caught the can with ease. Jai Kai's eyes flashed with surprise. Just now you said that he pulled strings to enter the company. Now you're dumbfounded. Fang Heng slowly turned around and looked at Zhao Zhiji. It's over, I've offended a high-level player. Zhao Zhiji was shocked by Fang Heng's action. He immediately realized that Fang Heng was not someone who pulled strings to enter the company. Like what the old woman in the human resource department said. Given Fang Heng's gaze, Zhao Zhiji scratched his head awkwardly. I'm sorry. It was my fault. My hand slipped just now. Fang Heng smiled gently. Just be careful next time. Zhao Zhiji let out a sigh of relief. He thought that it was all right. Fang Heng seemed to have a gentle temperament. I'll return it to you. As Fang Heng spoke, he squeezed the can in his hand into a ball and suddenly exerted force. Ziu! The can that was squeezed into a ball was thrown back at Zhao Zhiji. Ah! Ayo! Zhao Zhiji couldn't dodge in time. The can hit his forehead and immediately caused a small swelling. Sorry. My hand slipped. Fang Heng gave an apologetic smile and turned around to leave. Chapter 48 Recruitment. Chapter 48 Recruitment. Translator Newebo Studio. Editor Newebo Studio. Fang Heng felt very strange. Previously, his back was facing the can, but he could sense that a can was being thrown at him from behind. In the end, it turned out to be true. The can that came at him from behind, regardless of the angle and strength, was the same as the perceived state of the can. Could it be because of the in-game skill danger perception? How could it be? But, Fang Heng thought and looked down at his palm again. He clenched his fist tightly. It seemed that he had also become stronger. Could it be that transmigration had brought about a change in his body? There was such an advantage. Fang Heng shook his head and temporarily stopped thinking about these things. He walked into Villa No. 3. The villa was cleaned thoroughly. The first floor was a public living room, while the second and third floors were separated from each other. Fang Heng's room was 301. It was located on the left side of the third floor of the villa. The company is really rich. Fang Heng walked up to the third floor and entered the room. He casually placed the daily necessities he bought on the table and lay down comfortably on the sofa. I bought it for nothing. There are all kinds of daily necessities ready-made. It's 100 new. Fang Heng went to take a shower. When he came back, he felt bored, so he went to check out the official game forum. The newly opened forum of District 8. He clicked to enter. Fang Heng glanced at the page. The forum was filled with the mourning of various players and all kinds of pleas for help. It's over. It's all over. The house has been demolished. And there's no food left. I can't hold on anymore. Should I kill myself? Brother, stop talking. I'm hungry just like you. Don't kill yourself. Hold on for as long as you can. It's counted as part of the game's duration. You only have 3 lives. You have to hold on. Hee hee. Our team was harassed by zombies again last night. We don't have the energy to go out and explore during the day. Well, just lie down and starve again. What if my teammates are infected? Can they be saved? They can't be saved. Tie them up and wait for them to turn into zombies. Some tree roots can be eaten, but there's a chance of diarrhea. I suggest you mix them with food every day. We're short of nails. Does anyone know how to get nails? The big boss upstairs has started to build a shelter. Tell me, how did you get food? The shelter has been attacked. What should we do if a few zombies block the entrance, brothers? Help me think of a way out. It's quite urgent. Don't say anything. Just close your eyes and muddle along for a while. Most of the posts were about players exchanging experiences. How could they starve better and muddle along better to lengthen the game time? Fang Heng browsed through the posts. He felt that the content was almost the same. There were no practical survival skills. So he did not continue reading. Tomorrow's mission location was Hope Town. Hope Town was about 200 kilometers away from the Apocalypse merchant camp. Fang Heng estimated that it would take 3 to 6 hours to get there by motorcycle, depending on the road conditions. Fang Heng tried to search the forum for information related to Hope Town. Line-marked red information appeared on the first page. The post was posted by the forum management 3 days ago. The federal government has cleared a large farm warehouse in District 8 and turned it into a temporary shelter and material collection point. The location is about 3 kilometers south of Hopetown. Any player in District 8 can get shelter in the warehouse for free. The federal government will be responsible for the safety of the players. But the federal government will not provide any survival material resources to the survivors. In addition, the Federation would also issue various resource collection missions to the players. The players could choose to exchange their resources with the Federation for real-world coins. Exchanging resources for money, I wonder if they lack wooden planks. Fang Heng muttered softly. Even if they did, Fang Heng would not exchange wooden planks for money with the Federation. As Fang Heng gradually gained a foothold in the game, he first occupied the prison and was also the first to complete the establishment of the super-large shelter. Unknowingly, Fang Heng's ambition was also expanding. In the beginning, he only wanted to make a living in the game. Now, Fang Heng's mentality had changed. His goal was to build a formidable shelter in the game and become an overlord on equal footing with the Federation. The Federation was one of his competitors. Fang Heng naturally had no intention of selling materials to his competitors, unless the price they offered was irresistible. Fang Heng clicked the return button on the web page. He thought that maybe he could take the opportunity to go to the temporary shelter of the Federation tomorrow and find out about the strength of the Federation. There were not many posts about Hopetown after searching. Fang Heng continued to browse through the page. According to the information released by many players, Hopetown was currently filled with zombies. Among them, there were many high-level mutated zombies. Ordinary players couldn't even get close to Hopetown, let alone enter it. The Federation seemed to have some ideas about Hopetown. They had been trying to lure the zombies away from the town in small batches over the past few days. The results were quite good. The density of zombies in the town was much lower than before. Fang Heng browsed through the posts one by one. A recruitment post. Location Hopetown. Recruitment of combat type explorers. Description: enter Hopetown Hospital to find something. If you are willing, you can contact me for a detailed discussion. The reward will definitely satisfy you. Description: this mission is very difficult. Those who are interested can chat privately. There are still people who want to enter Hopetown Hospital? Fang Heng was on high alert. Could it be that he had received the same mission? Fang Heng rubbed his chin. He saw that the poster, Old Black, was online and tried to send him a message. Fang Heng, I am very interested in the mission you posted. Old Black immediately replied. Old Black, I need you to prove your strength first. Fang Heng, a former professional player. You can go online and look up my information. Old Black, I'll go look it up. After a while, Old Black sent another message. Old Black, very good. Other than you, there will be some other people participating in the mission tomorrow. If you're interested, you can find me at the Federation's warehouse. We can meet and discuss it in detail. Fang Heng, what's the reward? Old Black, 30 King of Gods points. He had King of Gods points. In the King of Gods game, players could use King of Gods points to exchange for all sorts of high-value rare items in the King of Gods space. Compared to survival points, King of Gods points were more precious and harder to obtain. In addition, King of Gods points could be exchanged for survival points at a ratio of 1,100, but survival points could not be exchanged for King of Gods points. Fang Heng replied once more. Fang Heng, I accept the mission. Tomorrow at noon, the federal warehouse outside Hopetown. Old Black, I'll wait for you. After flipping through a few more pages of posts, he saw that there was no more useful news related to Hopetown. Fang Heng closed the web page and fell asleep. Chapter 49 Small Team. Chapter 49 Small Team. Early the next morning, Fang Heng rode his motorcycle to the small town. This time, Fang Heng chose to carry out the mission alone. Liao Bufan originally wanted to follow. Considering the danger of this mission and the time it would take, Fang Heng decided to let Liao Bufan stay behind. Liao Bufan had to stay in the prison so that he could be constantly on guard against Prisoner Snake and his gang. 5 hours later, Fang Heng rode his motorcycle to the farm warehouse controlled by the Federation. The warehouse had been transformed into a temporary shelter for the Federation. The posts on the official forum were very appealing. Many players who were nearby were rushing here. Currently, the Federation didn't have any extra food distribution. But who knew when they would start distributing food? After all, with the protection of the Federation, the chances of survival were always higher. When the players saw the motorcycle that Feng Heng rode all the way here, they all cast envious gazes at him. In the early stages, it was truly rare for players to possess such a high-tiered vehicle. Feng Heng put away the vehicle and walked into a large warehouse. The warehouse had already been transformed into a temporary resource point for the Federation. The Federation temporary resource point was mainly responsible for collecting resources from the outside world. They would use Federation coins from the real world to purchase all kinds of materials from the players and continuously send the materials back to the safety center that the Federation was about to establish. Feng Heng was certain that there must be a medium-sized shelter built by the Federation under the warehouse. There were many players in the warehouse and they all maintained good order. The Federation staff had staff passes hanging in front of their chest, making it easy to identify them. Feng Heng immediately saw the big signboard in a conspicuous place. Collect all kinds of basic materials. The price is good. Get paid within seconds. There were several service counters at the entrance of the warehouse, providing services such as material acquisition, consultation services, survival guides and so on. Feng Heng walked to a counter. Hello, how can I help you? I'd like to take a look at the acquisition list. Feng Heng received the acquisition list from the Federation staff member. The list was densely packed with items. At this stage, the Federation almost wanted everything. Basic resources like a piece of wood could be sold for 30 Federation coins. In Sichang, 30 Federation coins were about the price of a normal takeout. The new server is profitable. Feng Heng sighed in his heart and immediately felt a heavy pressure. After all, it was the Federation and they had a huge amount of money. With this kind of collecting method, they could quickly build a powerful shelter. Feng Heng put down the acquisition list in his hand and scanned the warehouse a few more times. Soon, he saw the target. A skinny old man was sitting on a bench with two black-skinned foreigners standing beside him. Another man and a woman were sitting on the bench beside him. The skinny old man also noticed Feng Heng and raised his hand at him. Feng Heng walked toward these people. You are Old Black. Yes. It's me. You are Feng Heng. Right, I've seen your photo. Old Black's face was full of wrinkles. And he was extremely thin and small. Looks like everyone is here. This is the Feng Heng I was telling you about just now. Old Black turned his neck around, making creaking sounds. Feng Heng, let me introduce you. This is Haozhu, the leader of this mission. Hello. I'm Haozhu. Haozhu had a strong figure and looked sturdy. He wore thin long sleeves and one could see the thick muscles under his clothes. These two are Kun Ba and Kun Ta. And this is Sister Lai. Feng Heng looked at these people. Sister Lai was tall and slender, about 30 years old, and she was dressed rather well. Kun Ta and Kun Ba were both foreigners, and they were also tall and thin. Their cheekbones were high and bulging, and their hands were wrapped in white bandages. Let's talk somewhere else. Old Black led everyone out of the warehouse and came to a tree not far away from the crowd. This mission is very difficult. I need everyone to help me enter the community hospital in the town and find the backup generator set on the first floor of the hospital. Then, I'll blow up the generator set completely. Old Black took out 3 explosive packs from his pocket and handed them to Haozhu. Description: a powerful explosion will occur 5 minutes after the scheduled time. It will cause a lot of damage to the creatures and buildings in the area. Please use it carefully. Remember to turn on the video when you arrive at the room of the backup generator set. Record the entire process of the explosion. This will act as the evidence that you have completed the mission. Feng Heng felt puzzled. Did he want to blow up the backup generator set in the hospital? And what was the reason? Before coming here, Feng Heng thought that Old Black was here to find the T-virus serum just like him. Now, it seemed that Old Black had another purpose. Sister Lai asked, "Aren't you coming with us?" "Haha. I'm old. I don't want to trouble you all. The whole town is full of zombies now. If we go together, it'll only be a burden to you all." Feng Heng curled his lips. He always felt that the old man's eyes were a little gloomy. He felt very uncomfortable. Fang Hang didn't know whether it was because of his perceptive ability or because he didn't have a good impression of Old Black. That's the general situation. I need you to finish the mission before dark today. Hao Zhu put away the explosives and asked, "When is the payment? What should we do if we can't contact you after finishing the mission?" "There's no problem with that. I can advance the reward to the Federation so that the Federation can notarize the commission. When the time comes, even if I'm not around, you can use the video recording to directly receive the reward from the Federation notary." Old Black had already prepared his answer. He looked at everyone. "Any other questions?" Everyone shook their heads. "I have no more questions." Fang Hang shook his head as well. As planned, he decided to follow these people into the town to check out the situation. The town was full of zombies now. It would be very troublesome for Fang Hang to enter the town by himself, unless he was given enough time. In that case, he could rely on his zombie clones to slowly clean up the town without anyone disturbing him. But even so, he still had to be on guard against the mutated zombies in the town. Going in with this group of people was the most efficient plan. As for whether they could complete Old Black's mission was another issue. To complete this mission successfully, I propose that Hao Zhu be the leader of this mission. Old Black paused and explained to the others. Hao Zhu used to be the commander of the squadron in District 6 of the Federation. He had carried out many missions and served as the team leader many times. He's a veteran in this field. Fang Hang's gaze shifted to Hao Zhu. Hao Zhu took half a step forward. "My name is Hao Zhu. I once served in the Federation Squadron and was the commander of the Federation Squadron. I'm proficient in all kinds of firearms. My talent is mental shock. In a talent, it can cause mental shock on the enemy, but the side effects are very huge. It cannot be used multiple times in a short period. 2 years ago, my right leg was injured in a mission and had to be amputated. After that, I changed to a mechanical prosthetic limb during the Wasteland Apocalypse game. The prosthetic limb has a huge limitation, so I can't return to the squadron. I'm also unwilling to accept a civilian job provided by the Federation, so I eventually left the Federation. Now I'm a professional mercenary. I'll be the commander for this mission. If anyone doesn't approve of me, you can bring it up now." He seems quite professional. Chapter 50 Breaking In. Chapter 50 Breaking In. Seeing that no one raised any objections, Hao Zhu continued, "Alright, I hope that we can cooperate with utmost sincerity in the next operation. Complete the mission successfully, collect the reward and then go our separate ways. To have an effective collaboration, I now invite everyone to introduce their talents and abilities." Everyone looked at each other. "I'll go first." Sister Lai said, "I have an S-rank support type talent. I can create a perception barrier with a maximum radius of 5 meters. The barrier can block the perception of external creatures towards everything within the barrier. Under the barrier, even if the zombies see us, they won't think that we're living humans and attack us." "Sorry to interrupt," Hao Zhu asked. "Including the mutated zombies?" "Yes. The barrier is still effective against the level 1 mutated zombies. As for the higher level mutated zombies, we haven't had the chance to test them yet, so we can't be sure for now." Hao Zhu nodded, indicating that he understood. It was Kun Ba and Kun Ta's turn. The older brother, Kun Ba, spoke in slightly stiff Chinese. "The two of us have been practicing boxing since we were young. After we entered the game, we also obtained skills related to boxing mastery. We can increase the power of our boxing for a period. It's very effective against ordinary zombies." As he spoke, Kun Ba threw a punch at the big tree beside him. A muffled sound rang out. The big tree swayed and more than 10 leaves fell to the ground. A deep fist mark was left on the tree. After equipping the iron gauntlets, the power can increase further. Hao Zhu looked at Fang Hang. Fang Hang pondered for a moment. The people in the team were all capable, so he needed to show off his skills. Fang Hang took out the butcher's machete from his backpack. Everyone looked at Fang Hang silently. They could tell that this machete was very heavy. "I won't go into detail about my talent. It's a support type, so I can't use it in combat. As for combat, my character's attributes are relatively high, and my equipment is also pretty good." The few of them fell into silence. Good equipment characters' attributes were relatively high. What kind of self-introduction was this? Why did it sound like he was bragging? Fang Hang saw everyone's doubtful gaze and could not help but raise his machete and wave it in the air a few times. Then, he displayed the butcher's machete's attributes to everyone. You guys can take a look at the attributes. It was a piece of fine-grade equipment. What a high damage rate. The additional skills could also be considered perfect. Only the equipment requirement became the greatest flaw of this weapon. There was a sudden change in the way they looked at Fang Hang. The value of this machete itself was quite high. It was sold for at least 5 survival points. In other words, he was not boasting when he claimed that he had better equipment. Moreover, equipping the machete required 5 strength and 5 physique. Since he could be equipped with this machete, it meant that his attributes were indeed much higher than ordinary players. What level was he at? His character's attributes had already met the equipment requirements for the machete. From this, it could be deduced that his talent attribute should be some sort of attribute enhancement. No one said a word as they secretly speculated in their minds. Hao Zhu began to estimate the overall strength of the team in his heart. At first glance, Fang Hang and the Kun brothers were the main force, specializing in combat. Sister Lai, on the other hand, favored logistical support. If there are no problems, we can ask the Federation to notarize it now. After everyone finished discussing, Old Black brought everyone back to the warehouse. He spent 500 survival points to complete the notarization at the Federation notary, and he even transferred 150 King of Gods points to the Federation notary in advance. At that time, Fang Hang could directly look for the federal staff to collect the mission reward after completing the mission. I wish you good luck. I'll wait here for your safe return. After the preparations were completed, Hao Zhu led the team to a small hill on the east side of Hope Town. From here, they could see a large group of zombies gathered in the town from afar. The density of zombies was very high. Hao Zhu spread out the map that he had prepared beforehand. I've conducted a check beforehand. The number of zombies from the east side is the least. After the invasion of the town, we can reach the community hospital after turning 7 blocks. Sister Lai frowned and asked, based on the jogging speed of ordinary people, how long will it take to reach the hospital? Hao Zhu estimated in his heart for a moment and replied, about less than 10 minutes. Releasing the barrier will consume my mental strength. With my current ability, I can only maintain it for 10 minutes at most. After that, I need at least 2 hours to fully recover my mental strength. Kunba urged, the time is just right. Let's do it. No, we won't make it in time. We'll also have to take into account the time when we break into the hospital. Along the way, we might have to deal with mutated zombies and we still need to clean up the zombies blocking the road. All of the above will waste time. Fang Hang took a bite of the Oreo biscuit in his hand and listened to the discussion without saying anything. A moment later, Hao Zhu, the leader of the team, made a corresponding plan. He used the small explosives he had obtained earlier to blow up the stone statue of the mayor at the entrance of the town not far away. The collapsed stone statue would hit the building next to it. At that time, the explosion and impact would create loud noises. The noise would draw the zombies away, reducing the number of zombies gathered at the east entrance of the town. Then, they would force their way in. They would try their best to gain 34 minutes before Sister Lai activated her perception barrier. After confirming everything, it's time to execute the plan. 10 minutes later, the preset explosives exploded. The fallen stone statue hit the building and created a huge noise. Not far from the entrance of the town, Fang Hang was using a whetstone to increase the attack power of his weapon. He vaguely felt the earth under his feet tremble slightly. It's a little exaggerated. The other members of the team had the same expression. Hao Zhu smiled proudly. I forgot to mention when I introduced myself. I was in the demolition team when I served in the army. Big brother, you're really something. The loud noise attracted the zombies in the town, and they began to move toward the stone statue. Let's go. While the zombies in the town were distracted, the 5 of them gathered and quickly rushed into the town, smelling the scent of humans. The remaining zombies in the town swarmed toward Fang Hang and the others. Fortunately, The zombies moved slower during the day. The group jogged all the way. Hao Zhu led the way, trying his best to avoid the zombies' encirclement. He would only counterattack when there was no way to escape. After equipping the gauntlets, the strength of the two brothers, Kun Ba and Kun Ta, increased again. The two of them guarded the flanks, and could easily kill the zombies with just 2 or 3 punches. Fang Hang was guarding the back of the group, holding a machete in his hand. A head-on attack. Blood splattered, and the zombie charging at them from the right was cut into 2 halves by the machete. Hint: your attack has caused dismemberment effect. Hint: you have killed a zombie. You have gained. Chapter 51 Better Equipment. Chapter 51 Better Equipment. The machete itself has high damage, and there was added damage from the skill as well as the extra attack from the whetstone. 1 slash could easily kill a zombie. The success rate of the dismemberment effect was much higher than Fang Hang had expected, with almost 2/3 of the probability being triggered. In addition, Fang Hang had a perceptive ability that was as high as 15 points, and this was twice as high as an ordinary player. It was enough to predict the enemy's movements. Fang Hang felt like he was playing a lawn mowing game. Although it was exhilarating, the continuous use of the machete also increased the consumption rate of the vitality points. Fang Hang tried to adapt to the attack of the machete and slowed down the pace of his attacks. Hao Zhu led the team across 2 street corners quickly as more and more zombies were gathering toward them. The team was still moving at a high speed, but the pressure on them was increasing and their speed was starting to slow down. Be careful! Hao Zhu suddenly realized that there was a fast approaching shadow on the right side of his line of sight. Fang Hang also sensed an early warning. He turned his head to look. A mutated zombie suddenly rushed out from the shop on the right side, directly pouncing towards Kun Ta. Shoo! Kun Ta threw a punch. The mutated zombie nimbly moved to the side to avoid the punch. It's an agile mutated zombie. Bang! The mutated zombie stomped heavily on the ground and jumped towards Sister Lai, who was in the middle of the team. It was extremely fast. While it was still in the air, it had already raised its sharp claws high. Fang Hang's agility attribute was now as high as 9/8, so he could catch the movements of the mutated zombie. Just as he was about to switch to a shotgun to shoot the mutated zombie, Fang Hang suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look at Hao Zhu. The veins on Hao Zhu's neck bulged as he shouted, "Bind!" Hao Zhu covered his forehead with one hand and pointed at the mutated zombie with the other, his face showing extreme pain. It was a mental shock. It was Hao Zhu's special skill. The mutated zombie in the air instantly stiffened, and it fell from the sky in the same posture as it was about to attack a second ago. "Leave it to me!" Fang Hang shouted and quickly put the shotgun back into his backpack. He strode forward and swung his machete. The machete slashed forward. A slash. The mutated zombie's head flew up. Hint: your attack has a dismemberment effect. Hint: you have killed the mutated zombie. Agility enhancement. You have gained 23 survival points. Fang Hang raised his hand and absorbed a complete evolution crystal left behind by the mutated zombie into his palm. He successfully stole from the zombie. Fang Hang noticed that the others were looking at him, so he put away his machete and said expressionlessly, "It's just so." He killed a mutated zombie in one swift move. This move shocked Fang Hang's teammates. Most of the ordinary players would run as far as they could when they encountered a mutated zombie. Now, this mutated zombie had been killed by Fang Hang in just one move. It was a disgrace to the mutated zombies. However, when they thought of the special attributes of the machete, they acknowledged its power. He was lucky to trigger the dismemberment effect to create such a terrifying effect from the instant kill. The appearance of the mutated zombies made the team more careful. However, as they gradually entered the town, more and more zombies surrounded them. The team seemed to have gradually fallen into a stalemate, and their speed became slower and slower. Amidst the chaotic battle, Kun Ta kicked the attacking zombie on the right. According to his plan, this kick would be able to repel the zombie, and then he would use his punch to blow its heads off. However, Kun Ta didn't expect that this kick of his felt like a kick on an iron plate. The zombie didn't retreat. Instead, it violently rebounded and its body started swaying backwards involuntarily. That was bad. It's a mutated zombie. It was a mutated zombie that enhanced power direction. Kunta broke out in cold sweat and quickly adjusted his body's balance. He did a quick mental calculation on how to deal with the situation in front of him. He was going to suffer. Seeing the mutated zombie's claw coming at him, Kunta was suddenly pulled to the side by a hand. "Let me do it." Fang Heng keenly sensed the mutated zombie mixed in with the ordinary zombies. He pulled Kunta away and directly switched to the shotgun. Boom! A gunshot was heard. The mutated zombie was hit by the shotgun at close range. Its body swayed and it took a few steps back. After the hit, the zombie had a double negative status of stiffness and bleeding. Wow! It's quite hard. Fang Heng raised the shotgun with one hand. Completely ignoring the powerful recoil of the shotgun, he took another step forward. He pulled the trigger. The mutated zombie was blown away and exploded into bloody pieces. Hint: you used the shotgun to kill the mutated zombie. Strength enhancement. You have gained gun mastery experience points 30. You have gained 29 survival points. The gunshots attracted everyone's attention. Everyone subconsciously turned to look at the big killer weapon in Fang Heng's hand. Shotgun. It really was a shotgun. Envious. He actually had a shotgun. A luxury item that only appeared in the middle and later stages of the game. After all this time, he was actually a rich player. Now they knew that Fang Heng was being modest when he said that his equipment was not bad. How long had it been since the game started? Was it possible to find a second shotgun from a survivor? No way. Quick, don't just stand there. Hao Zhu shouted to get everyone's attention. The gunshots attracted more zombies nearby. For a moment, the team realized that they were surrounded by zombies. Seeing that the road ahead was almost blocked by zombies, Hao Zhu shouted, "Sister Lai, open the barrier." Buzz! A pale white barrier appeared and covered the players. In an instant, the zombies outside the white barrier quietened down. They were not able to sense Fang Heng and the others, so they had no way to attack and quietly stayed where they were. They quickly cleaned up the remaining zombies inside the barrier. Kunta came up to thank them. "Thank you, Fang Heng. If it weren't for you, I would have been in trouble." "You're welcome. We're teammates. It's our duty." Hao Zhu quickly identified the location of the community hospital, then waved his hand and said, "Let's go over there. Follow us." The perceptive protection barrier was activated as Sister Lai moved. They only needed to get rid of the zombies inside the barrier. With the help of Sister Li's barrier, the team's speed increased once again. Only a talent like Sister Lai was worthy of being an S rank. Fang Heng was secretly praising her in his heart. He raised his machete and followed the team to continue killing zombies. In less than 5 minutes, the group arrived in front of the community hospital. The windows of the entire community hospital had been nailed shut by wooden planks. Iron gates had been lowered outside the glass doors of the entrance, and several layers of wooden planks had been reinforced. For a time, the crowd actually couldn't find the entrance to the community hospital. Kun Ba and Kunta both looked at Hao Zhu at the same time, seeking his opinion. Hao Zhu also didn't expect that all the doors of the hospital had been sealed shut, and his brows were tightly furrowed. "You'll do it, follow me." Fang Heng saw that Hao Zhu was still hesitating, so he called out to the team and quickly walked to a window on the first floor that had been sealed shut with wooden planks. He raised his shotgun and pulled the trigger. He used brute force to break in. With 3 shots, the wooden planks and glass on the outer layer of the window were shattered, revealing an entrance. God! Tycoon! An ordinary bullet from a shotgun would be sold for 100 survival points in the Apocalypse merchant camp. With these 3 shots, 300 survival points would be gone. Everyone had a clear evaluation of Fang Heng's so-called better equipment, and at the same time, they silently gave him a thumbs up in their hearts. In the Apocalypse, it was really lucky to meet a teammate like Fang Heng. Chapter 52 Exploring Alone. Chapter 52 Exploring Alone. Fang Heng had already upgraded the Apocalypse merchant to an extremely high level. Therefore, he had the highest discount. He only needed 31 survival points to buy a shotgun bullet. Quick! The crowd filed and climbed through the window and sneaked into the hospital. As soon as they stepped into the hospital, Fang Heng immediately turned on his portable flashlight and quickly illuminated every corner of the room. This was a normal examination room. Kunba and Kunta quickly cleaned up the remaining zombies in the room, then opened the door and entered the corridor outside the examination room to clean up the zombies in the corridor. Haoju took out a wooden plank, resealed and reinforced the window entrance that was destroyed when the team had broken in. After a moment, Kunba and Kunta cleaned up the corridor outside the room and returned. We have confirmed that it's safe. Sister Lai immediately deactivated the barrier. She took out a can of Red Bull drink from her backpack to speed up the recovery of her mental strength, and gulped it down. The consumption of mental strength is less than expected. It will take about 1.5 hours to fully recover mental strength. Haoju nodded. Okay. Everyone, let's take our rest first. They successfully entered the community hospital. The first phase of the mission had been completed. Overall, they managed to enter the hospital unscathed. Haoju locked the door of the examination room and raised his hand to light a bonfire. Everyone sat around the bonfire and started eating to replenish the energy that was depleted earlier on. Under such circumstances, Fang Heng still tried to be steady. He didn't choose to show off his speciality, which was barbecue. After all, there was a chance that zombies could smell the scent and track them. There was no need to invite trouble to himself. He still had the half-pack of Oreo cookies left from before, along with chocolate milk. Fang Heng ate while thinking about what to do next. What the team needed to do next was to find the backup generator set on the first floor and blow it up. Of course, he had more important things to do. Fang Heng took another look at the mission description. Mission description: find the T-virus serum and hand it over to Apocalypse Merchant Vettel. You can find the T-virus serum in the director's office on the 3rd floor of the community hospital in Hopetown, or you can find the T-virus serum in other ways. Hint: as time passes, the antivirus serum in Hopetown may be taken away or destroyed by the survivors in advance. The T-virus serum was hidden on the 3rd floor. He had to go to the 3rd floor to take a look first. Considering that blowing up the generator set would cause noise and attract zombies, Haoju would probably choose to blow up the generator set after Sister Lai had fully recovered. Therefore, he still had 1.5 hours of free time. While Fang Heng was thinking, he heard Haoju clap his hands. The plan is like this. First, we find the location of the generator set. Occupy the room where the generator set is located and ensure the safety of the generator room and the surrounding environment. In 1.5 hours, we will set up the explosives and retreat quickly. Haoju gave a rough outline for the execution of the operation. No one had any objections to it. Only Fang Heng had another motive. He still wanted to go to the 3rd floor to complete the mission. Don't you think this mission is a little strange? When they heard this, they all looked up at Fang Heng at the same time, especially Old Black. He's also very strange. As Fang Heng spoke, he stood up and walked to the entrance of the room. He tried to press the light switch in the room. The backup power supply here is also not effective. Why do we need to waste so much effort to blow up the generator set? Haoju and the others fell silent for a moment. They also had doubts about this mission. But this was the mission provided by the employer. They didn't ask the employer the reason for the mission. They only cared about what they could get after the mission is completed. This was the professional ethics of a mercenary. Haoju pondered for a moment and said, "It's indeed a little strange. But it has nothing to do with us. We just need to complete the mission." "You're right. But I have a bad feeling about it." Fang Heng shrugged and said, "I'll go around again later to clear out some possible dangers. You guys follow the plan. I'll go back to the generator room to look for you all once I am done." Haoju frowned. It was a big taboo to split up. But on second thought, the risk that Fang Heng mentioned did exist. He didn't trust this mission and vaguely felt that it was a little strange. The most important thing was, Fang Heng had shown his strength and proved himself during this mission. He already had a say in the team. Moreover, with Fang Heng's strength, even if he encountered mutated zombies, he could still protect himself. "I don't support your actions. But if you insist, I won't stop you." After thinking for a while, Haoju agreed to Fang Heng's solo operation. "Be careful. If you still don't come back in an hour and a half, we'll choose to minimize the risk and abandon you for the sake of the mission. We won't take the risk to look for you." "Ha ha." Fang Heng laughed and patted Hao Zhu's shoulder. Although it sounds cold. I understand. You'll rush back. Okay. Be careful. Add me as a friend. If you encounter any problems, contact me through the emergency communication channel of the survival radio. Fang Heng quickly added Hao Zhu as a friend and left the examination room. The community hospital was very big. Fang Heng pulled out his machete and carefully searched the stairway leading to the second floor. He looked at the resurrection time of the zombie clones. It was really unfortunate. There was only 1 hour and 40 minutes left. At that time, his zombie clones would automatically resurrect in the surroundings. He couldn't stop it. If everything went smoothly, he would be running away from Hope Town at that time. It would be great if the resurrection time of the zombie clones could be controlled. Fang Heng muttered in a low voice, then suddenly stopped. The danger perception skill was activated again. He sensed a slight danger coming from the corner. It was a zombie. He raised his hand and slashed. The zombie hiding in the corner had its neck cut off by Fang Heng. Its head was cut off, and it flew up. It landed on the ground with a thud. Fang Heng walked around the corner and saw the stairway. He went straight to the 3rd floor. He cleaned up all the zombies along the way. At the same time, he looked at the words on the door plate. Storage room, lounge, living room, clothes room, Dean's room. Found it. Fang Heng tried to push the door. Fang Heng took out a shotgun, pulled the bolt and aimed at the door lock. A gunshot was heard, and a big hole was created in the door lock by the shotgun. Hearing the gunshot, the zombies in the Dean's office immediately surrounded Fang Heng. Fang Heng pushed the wooden door open with a loud bang, and used his machete to slash the zombies. Hint: your attack has caused the dismemberment effect. Hint: you have killed a zombie. You have gained 2 survival points. Chapter 53 Safe. Chapter 53 Safe. After killing the zombies with 2 slashes, Fang Heng walked into the room. What's that sound? Before he could explore the Dean's office, Fang Heng suddenly heard something. He turned around and took 2 steps back. Looking at the end of the corridor, there were 3 short shadows. They were growling threateningly. FCK. They are zombie dogs. Fang Heng said to himself. This is troublesome. Zombie dogs and spider zombies were both famous for their speed and were very difficult to deal with. The zombie dogs were even faster than the spider zombies. Roar. The 3 zombie dogs were attracted by Fang Heng's gunshots. They increased their speed and rushed toward Fang Heng. Fang Heng hurriedly hid in the Dean's office and closed the door. Then, he moved a cabinet to block the wooden door. They were coming. Dun dun dun. Fang Heng heard the sound of the 3 zombie dogs hitting the door with their bodies. The broken wooden door wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Fang Heng sneered and extended the muzzle of the shotgun out of the hole made by the shotgun. After a few shots, there was no more movement outside. Hint: you have used a shotgun to kill a zombie dog. 3. You have gained 15 survival points. Your gun mastery experience 21. Troublesome zombie dogs. After confirming that the zombie dogs had died via the game log, Fang Heng muttered and pushed the door open again. Zombie dogs had the advantage of explosive speed and fast dodging. They were not high-level zombies and their HP was even lower than ordinary zombies. Therefore, they would not drop the complete evolution crystals after they died. Fang Heng ran out of the door again and killed the ordinary zombies that were attracted by the gunshots. He turned back to the Dean's office and began to search wantonly. Hint: you found a pack of cigarettes 2. Premium coffee beans 10. A tattered shirt 1. The Dean's magnetic card 1. Milk 2. Chocolate 3. First aid spray 1. After searching the room carefully, Fang Heng did not find any traces of the T-virus serum. Instead, he found some more useful survival materials. For example, first aid spray, an item that could greatly restore health points, was extremely rare. Cigarettes were also good items that could increase the favorability rating of NPCs in the game. However, he could not find the T-virus serum. Strange. Where could it be hidden? Fang Heng narrowed his eyes and looked around the entire room again. He had searched very carefully before. A picture frame. Fang Heng's gaze focused on a photo on the wall. It was often played like this in movies. He remembered that there were similar posts in the forum before. There were hidden safes in some rooms. One of the hiding places was behind the picture frame. Fang Heng walked to the picture frame where the dean's photo was hanging and moved the picture frame away. Sure enough, a metal safe appeared behind the picture frame. This is bad. I don't know the password. Fang Heng tried to hit the safe with the stone hammer. A muffled sound was heard. Hint: you have dealt damage to the metal safe 7. A long health bar appeared in Fang Heng's eyes. The safe had a durability of 20. Even if he used the shotgun and the zombie clones to scrape the safe, it would take an entire day for him to break it open. Only by finding the password could he quickly open the safe. Come to think again, normal players don't have shotguns and zombie clones like me. It's impossible to crack open the safe. The game doesn't set certain death quests. There should be a hint. Fang Heng calmed down and thought about it. He looked for any books that might be in the room. There weren't any. Then he could only try his luck. 12,345. Error. 1024. Dark Knights. Verondine's name. T-Virus. What could it be? Could it be that the hint wasn't here? More than 10 minutes had passed, but Fang Heng still found nothing. He calmed down, walked to the center of the room and looked around again. That's right. Fang Heng thought of something. A computer. There was a desktop computer on the dean's office desk. There might be relevant information about the password in it. But without a power source, the computer could not be turned on at the moment. Power source. Generator set. It was connected. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes and rubbed his chin, thinking it was very likely that this mission required him to turn on the generator before he could turn on the computer. Then, he could use the computer to get the password to the safe. Then, the next mission should be to find a way to repair the generator and make it generate electricity again. As for why Old Black wanted to destroy the generator set, perhaps he did not want others to complete the Dark Knights mission. Fang Heng felt that he was most likely right. He was about to return to the basement when he saw the game log light up. Hint: your survival radio has received an emergency message. Fang Heng stopped and turned on the survival radio to check. How's you, Fang Heng? How are things over there? I found the location of the generator set and also found something. Hao Zhu also found the problem with the generator. He immediately replied to Hao Zhu. Fang Heng, I'll be right back. He rushed back to the generator room on the first floor. Hao Zhu and the others were studying something in front of the generator set. What did you find? Fang Heng, you came back just in time. Come and have a look. We found that the generator set is running. Oh, what did you say? The generator unit was running. He was just thinking about how to persuade Hao Zhu to try to turn on the generator set. Now Hao Zhu told him that the generator set was running. This was completely inconsistent with his previous guess. Fang Heng was a little confused for a moment. He tried to clear his mind and asked, "You mean the generator set is in good condition, it's still running, then why isn't the building providing power?" Kun Ta, who was studying the circuit at the back, poked his head out and explained to Fang Heng, "I just studied the generator set and found that the generator set here doesn't provide power to the main building." Fang Heng was stunned again and was even more surprised. He asked, "It's not the main building, then where is it?" "I'm not sure. The circuit operation seems to lead to the bottom." The bottom. Hao Zhu also frowned. He picked up the map of the hospital that he had just found and looked at it carefully. There's only the morgue underground. Morgue. The members of the team all had strange expressions on their faces. Why did a proper apocalypse survival game suddenly become a little scary? Fang Heng was also puzzled. What was the rationale behind the hospital's backup generator set made to ensure the power supply of the morgue in the first place? To prevent zombies. But could ensuring the power supply help to prevent zombies? Fang Heng raised his head and asked, "Kun Ta, do you have a way to change the circuit, such as providing power from the generator set to the building?" "I can try, but my skill level is too low. It will take at least 3 hours to do so." "Alright." It seemed that the previous guess was probably wrong. Fang Heng ruled out a wrong answer. Chapter 54: The Morgue. Chapter 54: The Morgue. "Have you asked Old Black? What did he say?" Sister Lai shook her head. "I asked him just now, but Old Black hasn't replied yet." Kun Ba, who had been silent all this time, said, "Or maybe he doesn't want to reply." Everyone fell silent again. Hao Zhu clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Cheer up. Everyone might have some doubts about this mission. To be honest, I'm the same, but if we think about it carefully, it doesn't make any difference to us whether the generator is on or not. We are mercenaries, and our first goal is to complete the mission. In short, we will start preparing to retreat in 50 minutes. No one raised any objections. Hao Zhu's words were also correct. After all, Old Black only said that they needed to blow up the generator. He did not say whether the generator was on or off. Fang Heng felt that Old Black's mission was related to the T-virus serum mission that he had on hand. It was necessary to go to the underground floor to take a look. There's still some time. I want to go down and take a look. Does anyone want to go with me? The team members looked at each other again. No one responded. Hao Zhu advised. Fang Heng, there's no need for that. We just need to blow up the generator set to complete the mission. Don't create unnecessary complications. I'll go alone. I'll try my best to rush back in 50 minutes. It'll be the same as before. If I don't make it back, don't bother about me. Wait a minute. I'll go with you. It's safer with more people. Kunba stood up. Thank you for saving my brother not long ago. We brothers don't like to owe others favors. It was safer to have more people around. Fang Heng agreed immediately and left the generator room with Kunba to the underground morgue. I also feel that this mission is strange. On the pathway to the first underground floor, Kunba broke the silence and handed Fang Heng a piece of A4 paper. I found this when I was searching just now. It was pasted on the cabinet in the maintenance room. Fang Heng took the note and read it. Job tips all maintenance staff to take note. Given the recent repeated incidents, please ensure that the air conditioning in the underground morgue is turned on 24 hours a day and set up a 24-hour rotation inspection team. Remarks: the temperature in the morgue must be below 0 degrees Celsius, and the temperature in the freezer must be below 28 degrees Celsius. Fang Heng read the contents of the A4 paper and muttered softly. Just looking at the content, there doesn't seem to be a problem. Yeah. Kunba nodded as well. There's only this note in the room and I don't know what repeated incidents mean. The entrance to the first underground floor was next to the pathway elevator. Due to the loss of the power supply, the elevator had already lost its effectiveness. The two of them took care of a few zombies blocking the way and entered the first underground floor. On the left side of the first underground floor, there was a passage leading to the morgue. On the right side, there was a direction leading to the underground parking lot. The iron gate leading to the parking lot had fallen, completely blocking the way. Fang Heng and Kunba exchanged looks and walked into the passage together. The morgue was at the end of the passage. The sign for the emergency passage above the door was still lit. Sure enough, the backup generator provided power to the morgue. What is this? Walking to the door of the morgue, Fang Heng noticed that there was a note on the door of the morgue. Emergency notice due to frequent problems in the morgue. The use of the morgue has been temporarily suspended and it is under an emergency maintenance state. During the maintenance period, the warehouse on the second floor of the hospital will be temporarily used as a backup facility. Under normal circumstances, the corpses will be sent directly to the funeral parlor. Frequent problems in the morgue. He felt that he had vaguely caught something, and for a moment, he did not quite understand. Fang Heng turned his head to look at Kunba. The latter had the same blank expression on his face. Kunba suggested in a low voice, "Shall we go in and take a look first?" Fang Heng approached the door and leaned over, trying to listen to the movements inside the morgue. The inside of the morgue was abnormally quiet. Fang Heng tried to push the door open again. It could not be opened. There was a card slot that could be inserted into the wall on the right side of the morgue. Fang Heng thought of the magnetic card that he had just found in the dean's office. Item: Dean's magnetic card. Type: miscellaneous. Description: the magnetic card of the Dean of Hopetown Community Hospital. On the front, there is the Dean's photo. You can decompose it into waste plastic. Fang Heng tried to insert the magnetic card into the card slot. Beep. Verification passed. Welcome, Dean Veron. The door of the morgue automatically opened in front of Fang Heng. A gust of cold air blew in from the morgue. The temperature of the air conditioning in the morgue was very low, and the dim lights were still on. Fang Heng stood at the door with a shotgun in one hand, trying to get a clear view of the situation inside the morgue. The morgue was in a mess. with bloodstains all over the place. At a glance, more than 10 corpses were lying on the ground. They were all dead. Feng Heng lowered his head and looked at the 2 corpses near the door. The parts above their necks were gone, and their necks were badly mutilated. Were their heads shot because of the zombie transformation? The way they handled it was quite professional. Feng Heng pursed his lips. He and Kunba carefully walked into the room and searched carefully. Feng Heng, all the zombies here have no heads. It seems that they were cleaned up in advance. Kunba also noticed the abnormality of the corpses. He squatted down to examine it carefully. It's very strange. The wound on the neck of the body is quite strange. It doesn't feel like it was cut off by someone, nor did it look like it was blown open by a gun. A puzzled look appeared on Kunba's face. It's more like it exploded from the inside out. What, you're saying that he blew himself up? Feng Heng frowned. Before he had time to search further, his heart suddenly jumped. He felt an extremely dangerous feeling and quickly turned his head. His gaze focused on an iron door on the side of the morgue. The danger perception skill had been activated. Feng Heng immediately raised his shotgun and aimed at the small door, staring at it. What's behind the door? Even when he encountered mutated zombies, Feng Heng had never felt such a strong sense of danger. Kunban noticed that Feng Heng's expression had become extremely serious, so he immediately stood up and stood beside Feng Heng, putting on a battle stance. He asked in a low voice, "What's wrong, Feng Heng?" "It's a skill of mine. I feel that there's something strange behind that door," Feng Heng replied in a low voice. "Ha!" There was an extremely weak sound. The lights above the 2 of them were instantly extinguished. The entire morgue instantly became extremely dark. A power failure. Feng Heng was shocked. He quickly took 2 steps back and took out a flashlight to light up the area in front of him. Kunba also took out a flashlight to illuminate the surroundings. Chapter 55 The Experiment Team's Notebook. Chapter 55 The Experiment Team's Notebook. There was nothing unusual in the morgue. Then why did the power suddenly go out? Was it because of his sudden intrusion? Feng Heng turned on the survival radio to contact Hao Zhu. "Feng Heng, I suddenly lost power here. What's the situation over there?" "Hao Zhu, everything is normal." Kunta learned electronic equipment manufacturing skills. He just tried to remove some useful props from the generator set. After he removed them, the generator set stopped working. It was a false alarm. The power was cut off on their side. Feng Heng heaved a sigh of relief and gestured at the iron door with his chin. "I'll go and see what's inside that door. You'll support me from behind." Kunban nodded to show that he understood. Feng Heng walked in front and carefully walked to the iron door. Who cares what's inside when the time comes? I'll directly blast it out with a shotgun, Feng Heng thought. Due to the power failure, the original electronic lock on the iron door had lost its effect. Feng Heng twisted the door handle and the door was easily pushed open. So cold. A gust of cold air hit Feng Heng and he couldn't help but shiver. The temperature of the air conditioner here was so low. Feng Heng felt as if he had entered into cold storage. The room was pitch black and Feng Heng shone his flashlight into the room. The light that illuminated from the flashlight was blocked by the green plants in front of him, which made it impossible for Feng Heng to see the entire room. Feng Heng could feel that the room was very large, and at first glance, it looked like a large laboratory. But what was going on with these green plants? Their growth was too good. The lush leaves almost blocked the path ahead. Feng Heng, these plants aren't right. Be careful. Kunba stood guard at the door. He used a flashlight to light up the room. Feng Heng nodded and walked 2 steps into the room. He also sensed it. He sensed danger from these plants. Feng Heng didn't dare to get too close. He stopped more than 10 meters away from the plants and started searching on the experiment table. There was a notebook on the experiment table. Experiment Team's Notebook. Team Leader Zhu Jiban. Feng Heng immediately picked up the notebook and began to read it. 12. The impact of the government's intervention was greater than expected. On the surface, the company was heavily fined, and all research projects on the T-virus were completely stalled. The government seized and emptied all relevant research data. But in fact, they had no real data at all. We had collected a lot of raw data from the biochemical crisis virus outbreak in City S 3 years ago. Our research on the T virus was much deeper than they had imagined. The supervisor told me clearly that the experiment would continue. 2:10. I was assigned by the company to lead the team to Hopetown Community Hospital to continue the research on the new mutation virus. The dean of the community hospital was one of our sponsors. He had been secretly supporting our research as early as 3 years ago when the virus project began. Hopetown Community Hospital had been set up as one of the company's secret research points. The dean would do his best to support our team accordingly. 2:31. The laboratory environment was a little worse than I expected. We had to buy a lot of equipment, and some special equipment had to be customized from the company and shipped over. The hospital morgue was very good, and there was an endless supply of corpses for us to do physical research. The dean would help us get rid of all the trouble, and we just needed to focus on the research. We appreciate the dean's support of our company. 3:13. 1. Using the T virus to infect normal plants, resulting in mutated life forms. In our research, we found that the T virus and the corpse vine had the best combination. We named the infected plant corpse vine. 2. Corpse vines were different from ordinary plants. They had strong vitality and showed extremely strong offensive ability. 3. Corpse vines could not move. It seemed to have some basic hypersensitivity. The vines could shrink a distance in a very short time. 3:17. 1. It was impossible to determine whether the corpse vines can think, feel pain and remember. 2. The research on the corpse vines was temporarily interrupted. The company ordered us to enter the next phase immediately. 3. In the next step, we would try to combine the corpse vine with the corpse. It was said that there was such a phenomenon in the biochemical crisis that broke out in City S 3 years ago. 3:29. 1. The experiment had a breakthrough and the replication was successful. We obtained a life form from the abnormal combination of a mutated plant body and the corpse. The specific operation would be recorded in the experiment notebook. 2. After the corpse was resurrected, it formed a life form that was similar to a zombie. This kind of mutation was different from the intense mutation of animals. It was very difficult to control and their ability to move was extremely slow. 3. A new life form that was half human and half plant, or did the plant use the corpse as a carrier? 4:5:1. It was parasitism. We discovered that the corpse vine had completely invaded the brain of the corpse, and within 7 days, it had completely digested the host's head. After that, the corpse vine occupied the magpie's nest and controlled the corpse to move. The process was very bloody. The head of the corpse would explode on its own, and a plant-like tentacle would grow out of the neck. 2. We needed more samples for testing. 3. To be able to focus on the experiment, the dean agreed to temporarily close the morgue. 4:31. We temporarily called the zombies that were infected by the corpse vine the corpse vine parasites. 2. The corpse vines were sensitive to temperature and light. They did not like being exposed to strong sunlight. However, after observing for a long time, we concluded that even after being exposed to sunlight for a long time, the corpse vines were only dehydrated. 3. When the temperature was below 15 degrees Celsius, the activity of the vine zombies was greatly reduced. 4. When the temperature was below 5 degrees Celsius, the corpse vines would enter a dormant state. There were still a few more pages at the back of the log, and it was not completely over yet. But when he read until this point, Fang Heng suddenly felt a chill on his back. He immediately understood. Oh no, it's the temperature. Everything was related to the temperature. The drop in temperature could cause the corpse vine parasite to enter a dormant state temporarily. No wonder the temperature in the morgue was so low. No wonder the hospital's backup generator set guaranteed the power in the basement first. Fang Heng immediately thought of the corpses lying on the ground in the morgue with their heads blown off. They were not dead. They were just corpse vine parasites that had fallen into hibernation. Now that they had lost the backup power supply, the air conditioning in the morgue was no longer working. In that case, the corpses hidden in the morgue would come back to life. It was dangerous. Quick, let's leave this place first. Fang Heng shouted and put away the notebook. Then, he turned around and left the room with Kun Ba. As soon as the two of them returned to the morgue, two zombies slowly got up from the ground and blocked the entrance of the morgue. The temperature at the entrance was the highest. They were the first to exit hibernation. The zombies stuck out a strange, wriggling vine from their broken necks. They intertwined with each other to form a twisted mass. Chapter 56 Corpse Vine Parasite. Chapter 56 Corpse Vine Parasite. Sizzle sizzle. The headless corpses on the ground began to emit a faint sound. Feng Heng could see tiny vines gradually extending out from the wound on the neck of the corpses. Not only that, the faint sound even came from the rows of refrigerators on the left and right sides. Kun Ba's scalp went numb. It was the first time he saw such a terrifying scene. He immediately shone his flashlight on the refrigerators on both sides. He was horrified to discover that tiny long strips of objects had been drilled through the gaps of several more cabinets. What the hell was that thing? A vine. Fang Heng. Kun Ba's breathing became heavy. This is troublesome. It's a vine zombie. The scene in front of him overlapped with a special type of zombie that Fang Heng had encountered in his body's memories. This was an extremely rare type of zombie. It belonged to the category of a Tier 2 mutated zombie. It was called a vine zombie by the players. In the memories of this body, the vine zombies moved relatively slowly, but their HP was quite high. They would also use the vines to assist in their attacks. Once the players got close, the vine zombies would extend their branches from their bodies at an extremely fast speed and entangle the players tightly. A nightmare of close combat. The safest way was to rely on long-range methods to kill them. Quick, follow me. Fang Heng pulled the bolt of his gun and quickly stepped forward. 2 shots. The two vine zombies blocking the door were each blasted a big hole in their bodies, and their bodies were sent flying backward. They weren't dead. Tiny vine tentacles immediately extended out from the hole to seal the wound. They slowly got up from the ground again. Before all the vine zombies in the morgue woke up, the two of them quickly ran out of the morgue. Fang Heng closed the door of the morgue tightly. However, the power source was no longer working, so the door couldn't be locked. Whatever. As long as possible. Fang Heng took out a few wooden frames from his backpack to block the door of the room. The two of them immediately returned to the generator room. In the room, Hao Zhu and the others gathered around to study the materials removed from the generator set. In the zombie apocalypse game, the generator set was of high value, and players could not make it in the early stages. Because the players' levels weren't high enough, Kunta could only remove some useful materials from the generator set, and the quality of the materials would be reduced. Seeing Fang Heng and Kun Ba running back in a hurry, everyone immediately stood up and were on alert. Quick, find a way to restore the power in the basement. Kunta was stunned. He subconsciously replied, "No, I can't do that. My electronic equipment manufacturing level is very low. If I want to restore it, I need to be at least level 10 or above." Kun Ba's heart sank when he heard that. Hao Zhu asked, "Why the rush? What happened?" "There are zombies in the basement." While saying that, Kun Ba turned his eyes to Fang Heng. He had only seen the weird zombies that had revived in the basement, and then he was dragged by Fang Heng to escape. To be honest, he didn't really know what had happened in the basement. The dean of this hospital is doing research on the T-virus in the morgue. It's a kind of zombie by the name of corpse vine parasite. This kind of zombie is sensitive to temperature. It will enter a state of hibernation in a low-temperature environment. Under normal circumstances, researchers will lock a large number of zombies with the corpse vine parasite in the freezer of the underground morgue to hibernate. After the zombie apocalypse, the backup generator set has always maintained the freezing temperature of the basement, and these zombies have also been in a state of hibernation. After the generator set lost its function, the temperature rose and the corpse vine parasite, which was initially in a dormant state, began to wake up. Fang Heng briefly told them what he knew. Hearing that, everyone immediately became nervous. Very few people had heard the name of the corpse vine parasite. "What about the strength of the mutated zombie?" Fang Heng said in a deep voice. "The corpse vine parasite is known as the vine zombie among the players. Its strength is equivalent to a Tier 2 mutated zombie. It has an extremely strong killing ability at close range. If you encounter it, be careful not to get close to it. The higher the level of the mutated zombie, the stronger it was. The spider zombie was probably the representative species of the strongest batch of Tier 1 mutated zombies. The corpse vine parasite was more difficult to deal with than the spider zombie. Oh no! How could it be the vine zombie? Haozhu had also heard his comrades mention the vine zombie. His expression was unusually grave. After the power went out, the electronic door of the morgue also failed. These corpse vine parasites will recover soon. They could find us at any time. Haozhu looked at Sister Lai and asked, Sister Lai, how are you recovering? I haven't fully recovered yet. If I forcefully use the skill now, I can only maintain the barrier for 6 minutes at most. 6 minutes was too short. When they broke into the town, they first lured away most of the zombies, so they could save a lot of time. However, if they escaped, time would be even tighter. That was because the sound of the explosion would attract the zombies, and the danger level would be doubled. There was no time for that in just 6 minutes. We still have time. Maybe the corpse vine parasites will stay in the first underground floor. Haozhu quickly made a decision after thinking for a short while. The corpse vine parasites are slow. Even if they catch up with us, we can just give up the mission and leave. Without the explosion to attract the nearby zombies, the pressure we'll face when we escape will be much less. Hearing that, the team thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Although the mission reward was good, it had to be on the premise of saving their lives. Everyone only had 3 chances to die and be reborn. No one was willing to waste one. After a simple discussion, everyone began to prepare for the next battle. Feng Heng continued to open the experiment notebook that he had just obtained from the research room. 5, 2, 1. The parasitic efficiency of the corpse vine parasite was much faster than we had imagined. In order to increase the efficiency, we created a large number of corpse vine parasites. Hiding them in the freezer is a good choice. 2. The experiment had not been carried out yet, but the company wanted us to immediately prepare for the next step of the experiment, trying to integrate with living humans. 3. Well, I needed some healthy living humans for the experiment. The dean will help us think of a way. 5, 10, 1. Out of the 27 living humans, only one experiment was successful. His name was Alex. After being infected by the parasite, Alex showed great instability. He was violent and bloodthirsty. He would attack all kinds of creatures. 2. We wanted to find more living humans to experiment on. However, this town was really not big. The accidental disappearances in the town these few days had attracted a small amount of attention. It was necessary to stop for a while. Chapter 57 Optional Side Missions. Chapter 57 Optional Side Missions. 5, 12, 1. The corpse vine had destroyed a large number of cells in the body, and the mutated T-virus was also rapidly repairing the cells. The combination between the vine and a living body was better than expected. 2. The corpse vine was improving Alex's human body structure. He became abnormally strong, and a layer of corpse vine armor began to grow on his skin. 5, 17, 1. Alex was more resistant to low temperatures, but he would also enter a dormant state when the temperature was below 17 degrees Celsius. 2. As Alex showed extremely high destructiveness and instability, we temporarily put him into a dormant state to ensure safety. 5, 20, 1. The corpse vine parasites were not sensitive to fire, but they were unusually vulnerable to fire damage. 2. It was strange to find that the T-virus serum had an extremely strong lethality against the plant parasites. It could directly kill the parasitic plant zombies, but the rest of the body remained in a survival state. 5, 21, 1. If you met with danger, you could activate the emergency refrigeration device. Press the red button and quickly reduce the temperature of the morgue environment. In addition, you could also try to kill them by spraying the diluted solution of the T-virus serum with a water pipe. 2. We would request more serum from our superiors for research. Note there is still the remaining T-virus serum in the safe of the dean's office. Password Alex. 5:26. 1. The superior department was very interested in Alex and wanted to transfer him to the headquarters for observation. 2. To complete the transfer work, we have prepared a special freezer. Put Alex in the freezer temporarily to wait for the transfer even after the power failure. The freezer could still guarantee at least 30 hours of freezing time. 3. Next, we would try to study how to further strengthen the corpse vine parasite. Note received the news. The superiors would help us find some living bodies from prison and send them over to help us with human living experiments. The log stopped at this point. Fang Heng's eyelids twitched and he was overjoyed. Sure enough, his premonition was right. The T-virus serum mission had something to do with the morgue. The password to the safe was hidden in the notebook. Next, as long as he found the T-virus serum, the mission would be completed. FCK the corpse vine parasite. What does it have to do with me? Fang Heng was about to run to the dean's office on the 3rd floor to look for the serum when a row of game notifications quickly flashed across his retina. Hint: you have read the experiment team's notebook. Hint: you have accepted the mission find the T-virus serum. Hint: your mission objective has changed. What was the situation? Fang Heng was puzzled and immediately opened the game log to check. Difficulty SSS. Basic mission requirement: find the T-virus serum. Optional mission 1: you have found the description of the corpse vine in the course of the mission. The Dark Knights have been looking for the origin of the apocalypse crisis. You can try to collect the corpse vine sample and give it to Vettel. If you complete this optional mission, your basic mission reward will be increased by 1.5 times. Optional mission 2: if you find a description of the corpse vine parasite during the task, you can try to find a sample of the corpse vine parasite and give it to Vettel. If you complete this optional mission, your basic mission reward will be increased by 2 times. Optional mission 3: if you find a description of Alex during the mission, find Alex's body or sample and bring it back to Vettel. If you complete this optional mission, your basic mission reward will be increased by 4 times. Note: 1 optional missions can be completed at the same time. The reward can be multiplied. Note 2: if the completion of the mission is more than 100, you can receive additional rewards in proportion. This is tempting. Fang Heng gritted his teeth. He originally wanted to get the T-virus serum and leave. The basic difficulty of the mission to find the T-virus serum was the highest level of the game, SS level. The reward was needless to say. Now, with the addition of the side missions, if he could complete them, the reward provided by the missions would be raised to a terrifying level. Fang Heng really wanted the reward, but he had to be alive to receive it. Not to mention the terrifying Tier 2 mutant zombie corpse vine parasite. There was even Alex who had fused with the vine. Fang Heng did not doubt that this so-called Alex was already at Tier 3 or even Tier 4 level. The reward was too tempting after completing all the side missions. He would receive the original reward of 1,524, which was 12 times the reward. Fang Heng cursed in his heart. In any case, he had to think of a way to get the T-virus serum first. Fang Heng did not delay any longer. He immediately raised his head and said, "Sorry, I found something. I'm going out for a while. I'll be back soon." Without waiting for Hao Zhu and the others to stop him, Fang Heng quickly left the room. Taking advantage of the fact that the corpse vine parasites on the 1st floor had not caught up, Fang Heng carried the machete all the way back to the laboratory on the 3rd floor. He removed the picture frame on the wall and quickly entered the password. Alex. The safe popped open from the inside. There were 2 potions lying quietly inside. Hint: you have obtained item T-virus serum 2. Hint: your mission finding T-virus serum basic completion rate 200. There was another one. If he double-handed the T-virus serum and completed all the optional side missions, his final reward would be a terrifying 24 times. Risk it all. Such an opportunity only came once every 10 years. There was no reason to retreat. The risk was there, but the reward for the mission was undoubtedly greater. It was totally worth taking some risks for it. If he gave up on this mission, how could he sleep at night? Fang Heng conveniently kept the 2 serums into his backpack and returned the way he came. At the same time, he began to think about his next move. Now, he should think about how to get the 3 items for the side missions. according to the information he got from the experiment notes. The 3 items for the side mission should be in the research room behind the underground morgue. The safest way should be to find a way to restore the power supply and put the zombies in the morgue into hibernation again. However, it was impossible to do that in a short period of time, so they had to do it the hard way. The corpse vine parasites had very low resistance to fire. In other words, the focused flamethrower could be very effective against them. However, they had to be extra careful when using the focused flamethrower in this environment. This place was not like the underground passage of the prison. A moment of carelessness could very well lead to a fire. At that time, even the mission items would be burned to the ground. He might even be trapped in the fire and die. So, the safest way was to lure them away from the basement, then capture them all in one fell swoop and get rid of them completely. If I use the explosion, Feng Heng muttered to himself and began to try to construct a preliminary plan in his mind. As for Alex, according to the notes of the experiment, the special freezer could keep the temperature under control for 30 hours. This meant that he needed to solve the problem quickly within 30 hours. Otherwise, Chapter 58 Parking Lot. Chapter 58 Parking Lot. While thinking, Feng Heng rushed back to the generator room on the first floor. Just as he turned the corner of the corridor, the scene in front of him shocked him. A large number of zombies appeared in the corridor. Hao Zhu and the others retreated while using their bows and arrows to fight back. Where did so many zombies come from? On a closer look, there were even 2 corpse vine parasites vine zombies mixed in the zombie crowd. Hao Zhu knew how powerful the vine zombies were. He led his teammates along the passage as they retreated, using long-range bows and arrows to shoot. In addition to the close-range vine attack position, the vine zombies are also extremely powerful in defense. Bows and arrows dealt very limited damage to them, but they could still put them into a stiff state, slowing them down. From time to time, the 2 brothers, Kun Ba and Kun Ta, would take the risk to dash forward, blow the heads of ordinary zombies with one punch, and then quickly retreat. The team was in a huge crisis. The vine zombies were coming up from the basement so quickly. He quickly took out the focused flamethrower and the fuel bottle in his backpack, and quickly connected them. Under normal circumstances, the focused flamethrower was heavy and required 2 people to use it at the same time. Feng Heng's strength and physique were about twice that of an ordinary person, so he could barely use them by himself. Feng Heng adjusted the focused flamethrower's fire valve to the maximum, held the nozzle and shouted, "Get out of the way!" Kun Ta and the others were focused on dealing with the zombies in front. Hearing Feng Heng's shout from behind, they all made way for him. A figure quickly walked past them and rushed toward the zombies in the passage. At that moment, they finally noticed Feng Heng, who was striding forward with a focused flamethrower in his hand. Focused flamethrower. This! Kun Ba immediately recognized the deadly weapon in Feng Heng's hand. He has such a top-tier weapon. Kun Ba knew off his mind that fire damage was most effective against these flammable vine zombies. Feng Heng walked to the front of the team, aimed at the zombies and pulled the trigger. The flamethrower let out a roar. Long strips of pale blue high-temperature flames were shot out from the mouth of the flamethrower. The passage in front of them was instantly covered in flames. The vine zombies were instantly ignited by the high-temperature flames and burned fiercely. The group stood behind Feng Heng and watched as the zombies that were burned by the fire slowly fell to the ground. The vine zombies continued to burn until they were reduced to ashes. Kun Ta came back to his senses and looked at Feng Heng. The others did the same. Now, they finally understood what Feng Heng meant by good equipment. It turned out that the machete and shotgun were just appetizers. The focused flamethrower was the main course. Good guy. This guy is showing off his wealth. Hint: you have used the focused flamethrower to kill the corpse vine parasite too. You have obtained 76 survival points. You have obtained weapon mastery 61. Hint: your weapon mastery skill level has been upgraded to level 2. Hint: you have collected a sample of the corpse vine parasite too. Your side mission 2, looking for a sample of the corpse vine parasite, completion rate 4. Hint: you have obtained a complete evolution crystal too. He was too hasty. It turned out that the sample collection described in the side mission was actually through killing Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. He raised his head and saw the complicated gazes from Hao Zhu and company. They were relieved, somewhat envious and somewhat speechless. The crisis was not over yet. There was still an endless stream of ordinary zombies coming out of the passage. Fang Heng put away the flamethrower and took out his machete. Go! Hearing that, the two brothers, Kun Ba and Kun Ta, followed Fang Heng and fought their way through the passage. After a long time, Fang Heng and the others worked together to clean up the wave of zombies in the passage and arrived at the entrance of the stairs on the first floor. There was also an endless stream of zombies pouring out of the entrance of the stairs downstairs. The group blocked the entrance of the passage and cleared out wave after wave of zombies. From time to time, the zombie crowd was mixed with vine zombies. At this time, Fang Heng would use his focused flamethrower to burn these zombies. After 3 or 4 waves, the number of zombies coming out from the entrance of the passage didn't decrease, but increased instead. The group's vitality status dropped rapidly. And Kun Ba couldn't help but shout, "Why is there no end to this group of zombies?" The power failure caused the electronic lock at the entrance of the underground parking lot to fail. The zombies probably entered the community hospital through the parking lot. Hao Zhu held the map of the community hospital in his hand and checked the layout, trying to find a solution. We can use manual mode to force the entrance of the parking lot to close again. Kun Ta punched a zombie's head. Then what are we waiting for? To manually adjust the position of the valve at the entrance of the underground parking lot, we need to go to the basement level 1. Under the current situation, the basement level 1 will be full of zombies. The members of the team fell silent at the same time. Kun Ba looked at his vitality status that was gradually decreasing, gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go, we won't be able to hold on at this rate." As he said that, he poured a mouthful of honey into his mouth to speed up the recovery of his vitality. Alright, it's decided then. Sister Lai is going to activate her perception barrier. In any case, think of a way to close the entrance first and then think of a way later. Everyone was about to move when Fang Heng suddenly spoke up to stop them. He looked at Hao Zhu and said in a deep voice, "Hao Zhu, you guys leave first. You'll stay behind to blow up the generator set." "What, Fang Heng? Are you crazy?" Kun Ta looked at Fang Heng in surprise. "I don't agree." His answer was also very firm. "We just need to close the entrance of the underground parking lot. At most. Well, wait for a while more, and wait for Sister Li's talent skill to finish cooling down before we blow up the generator set and leave this place. Yeah. There's no need for you to take such a big risk and stay here alone. It's too dangerous." "No, we don't have enough time." Fang Heng shook his head. He had made this decision after careful consideration. "Our biggest threat comes from the vine zombies in the morgue. My focused flamethrower doesn't have enough spare fuel. Even without the harassment of the ordinary zombies, we won't be able to last for more than 30 minutes. Secondly, if we use the flamethrower for a long time, it will cause the building to catch fire. At that time, it will be even harder for us to escape." Everyone fell silent again. The current situation was even worse than they had imagined. "Let's not delay any longer. I have an idea. I need you to escape through the entrance of the underground garage. After you leave, I will immediately activate the explosives and blow up the generator set. The explosion will attract the zombies and reduce the pressure on you guys." Hao Zhu frowned and quickly thought about Fang Heng's plan. It sounded like there was no problem with the plan. Even if Fang Heng failed and didn't blow up the generator set, they had a high chance of escaping. Except for one thing. Fang Heng's safety. "What about you? What are you going to do after you blow up the generator set? How are you going to escape by yourself?" "I have my ways to survive." Fang Heng shrugged and added, "My equipment is not bad." This familiar excuse made Hao Zhu's expression freeze. Was this considered not bad? If it was in the latter stages of the game, it would indeed be considered not bad. But now it was in the early stages of the game. How many days had it been since the game started? But even so, could he survive such a dangerous situation? Chapter 59 Explosion. Chapter 59 Explosion. Alright. If you're confident, I agree to this plan. After some consideration, Hao Zhu decided to go with Fang Heng's plan. Very well. But before that, I need you to do a few things for me. Very quickly, Fang Heng pulled Hao Zhu aside and whispered a few words into his ear. Then, he took out a few small explosives from his backpack. Hao Zhu listened to Fang Heng and looked at him in surprise. He felt that he couldn't understand the young man in front of him anymore. What was he going to do? The more powerful the explosion, the better. What? He should try his best not to hurt the structure of the hospital. It didn't matter if the explosion was big or not. That he wanted to use the explosion to destroy the zombies. Under ideal conditions, he could do that. But, how could Fang Heng deal with the zombies that were attracted by the explosion? They were dealing with up to 100 to 200 zombies. By then, most of the zombies in the town would be attracted. Tens of thousands of zombies. Also, ordinary zombies would be killed in the explosion. But the vine zombies were different. Their defense was extremely strong. Unless they were very close to the point of explosion, it would be difficult to kill them directly by relying on the shockwave created by the explosion. Hao Zhu didn't know what Fang Heng was doing. He didn't have time to think too much, so he could only reiterate the risk one last time. Fang Heng, your request is technically correct. I can control the location of the explosion and keep the entire hospital intact. When the time comes, you can hide in the room on the right at the end of the corridor to avoid the impact of the explosion to the greatest extent. But the explosion will cause a huge commotion. At that time, the zombies outside will surround the entire hospital. I understand. Believe me, I have a plan. Seeing Fang Heng's determination, Hao Zhu nodded. After nearly 10 minutes, Fang Heng and Hao Zhu finished setting up the small explosives and returned to the entrance of the stairs on the first floor. Fang Heng raised the focus flamethrower and led the way. The team rushed to the first floor again. However, as soon as they reached the stairs on the first floor, they saw a dense mass of zombies gathered at the entrance. Fang Heng's expression slightly changed. Why are there so many zombies? The number of zombies gathered on the first floor had completely exceeded his expectations. The iron railings that were blocking the entrance of the passage had been destroyed by the zombies, and the parking lot was also packed with zombies. In addition, there were also a large number of vine zombies gathered at the left side of the passage. The only good news was that the vine zombies were blocked by ordinary zombies, so they couldn't get through for the time being. Such a scene made Hao Zhu and the others' scalps go numb. The zombies became even more agitated when they smelled the scent of living people and crazily rushed toward Fang Heng and the others. Hao Zhu broke out in cold sweat and hurriedly shouted, "Quick, activate the barrier." Sister Lai had released the perception barrier in advance. A barrier that couldn't be detected by the naked eye enveloped Fang Heng and the others. The zombies on the ground floor instantly lost their perception of living things and became quiet again. The manual control device is over there. Hao Zhu pointed at the entrance of the underground parking lot and shouted. The situation was critical, so they could only activate the perception barrier ahead of time. Fang Heng pulled out his machete. After the perception barrier was activated, they still needed to deal with the zombies inside the perception barrier. The entire lower level was blocked by a dense crowd of zombies, so they couldn't move fast. They came to the entrance of the underground garage with great difficulty. Fang Heng smashed the glass cover with one punch and turned the emergency closing device inside the glass cover. The iron shutter door slowly descended. Hao Zhu and the others quickly moved to the other side of the shutter door. Fang Heng, come out alive. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Fang Heng gave Hao Zhu a thumbs up. Crack. The door of the garage was completely closed. Hao Zhu saw that Fang Heng had completely disappeared from his sight. He then closed the outer iron gate and waved his hand. Let's go, let's go. On the other side of the iron gate, Fang Heng switched to the focus flamethrower again. He turned around and looked at the vast zombie crowd. After leaving the range of Sister Li's perception barrier, the zombie crowd immediately sensed Fang Heng and rushed toward him crazily. The parking lot was relatively empty and the zombies crowded together, which was perfect for the use of the focus flamethrower. This thing is good, but it costs money. Fang Heng murmured and activated the focus flamethrower again. The focus flamethrower shot out blue high-temperature flames. The flames instantly engulfed the zombie crowd. The zombies were on fire one after another as they fell in front of Fang Heng. Fang Heng walked toward the passage, while controlling the flamethrower to kill the zombies. When the temperature of the focus flamethrower reached 170 to 80 of the zombies had already fallen. Hint: you have killed an ordinary zombie. 1225. Obtained 230 survival points. Obtained evolution crystal fragment 214. Obtained skill weapon mastery experience points 810. Fang Heng killed his way to the stairs on the first floor. Then, he took out a Molotov cocktail from his backpack and threw it at the vine zombies on the left side of the passage. The Molotov cocktail broke into pieces. A small flame burned on the ground. The damage from the Molotov cocktail was continuous, but the instantaneous damage was far less than that of the focused flamethrower. Although the vine zombies were injured by the Molotov cocktail and their bodies were burning, they still staggered out of the burning area and walked toward Fang Heng. The fire raised the temperature of the environment again. More vine zombies were attracted by the noise outside and they staggered out of the morgue. Fang Heng threw 2 more Molotov cocktails into the corridor, further reducing the HP of the vine zombies that left the morgue. Almost done. If that's the case, all of them would be blown up later. At most, you'll kill them all later. Estimating that the time was almost up, Fang Heng turned around and rushed to the stairs behind him. Heading straight for the first floor, Fang Heng continuously pressed the small explosive pack switch that he had long installed. Then, he quickly dashed into the room at the bottom of the first floor that he had prepared beforehand. According to what he and Hao Zhu had discussed previously, once the explosives exploded, other than the generator room, the impact of the damage on the inner side of the entire passage would be the strongest. Fang Heng followed Hao Zhu's instructions and hid in a corner. He put on his helmet and counted in his heart. Boom boom boom. After the 5-minute countdown, Hao Zhu and the others who were trying their best to create an escape route in the zombie crowd exploded behind them. The zombies who were originally occupying the small town were affected by the loud explosion. They turned around and gathered in the direction of the sound. The number of zombies around Hao Zhu began to decrease rapidly. Sister Lai said in a deep voice, "The perception barrier can last for 1 minute." Hearing that, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Based on the current situation, 1 minute was enough for them to leave the dense zombie crowd. By that time, they could leave the small town safely even without the perception barrier. Chapter 60 Catch Them All. Chapter 60 Catch Them All. Fang Heng squatted in a corner of the room at the end of the first floor. To ensure his safety, he even put on a motorcycle helmet. The building shook violently and small stone chips kept falling from the ceiling. The loud explosion even made Fang Heng's ears ring for a short while. Hao Zhu said that this room was the safest place to hide in, but he still created such a big commotion outside. After the building shook for a while, Fang Heng supported himself against the wall and stood up. He opened the door to the room. The outside passage was in a mess. Hint: you have killed the corpse vine parasite 62. You have obtained 151 samples of the corpse vine parasite. You have obtained 720 survival points. Hint: you have accumulated 153 samples of the corpse vine parasite. Of course, the mission completion rate is 306. Haha. It was a huge profit. The plan went extremely smoothly. The preset explosion had wiped out all the corpse vine parasites in the passage. Looking at the game log data, Fang Heng was in a great mood, including the 2 sets of T-virus serum. He had completed 200 of the basic experience points and 306 of the side mission completion rate. With simple calculations, even if he left now, he would receive 12,200, which was 12 times the mission reward. However, Fang Heng was not prepared to leave so easily. Where was he now? Inside the passage. A large number of corpse vine parasites had fallen. There were many shiny evolution crystals on the ground. Tier 1 crystal. Fang Heng saw the purple Tier 1 crystal at a glance and waved his hand forward. The crystal on the ground instantly flew into Fang Heng's palm. Hint: you have obtained a complete evolution crystal 52. You have obtained a Tier 1 evolution crystal 4. It was out. A Tier 1 evolution crystal. It could only be dropped when killing Tier 2 and above mutated zombies. Fang Heng held a thumb-sized purple crystal in his hand and observed it. Item Tier 1 Evolution Crystal. Description: a powerful crystal that can provide players with level 1020 experience points. I haven't reached level 10 yet, so I don't need it for now. Fang Heng put the Tier 1 crystal into his bag and crushed the complete evolution crystal he had just collected. A ball of red mist entered his palm, and his character's experience bar jumped by a large chunk. The number of complete crystals required for a character to level up from 9 to 10 was the most. There was less than a quarter of the experience bar left to level up. Creak, creak, creak. The sound of vines growing and entangling could be heard in the corridor again. The vine zombies had strong vitality, even though they had been hit by a violent explosion not long ago. Some of them were still alive. They stood up shakily from the ground and moved toward Fang Heng again. Fang Heng raised the focused flamethrower again. Before coming to the town hospital, he didn't expect to meet the vine zombies. Due to the limited load, he only brought 5 cans of fuel. After the previous battle, there were only 2 cans left. Judging from the number of morgue cabinets in the morgue, there were only about 150 vine zombies in there at most. This explosion had destroyed at least 2/3 of them, so there shouldn't be much left in the first underground floor. There was almost enough fuel left. The flamethrower roared again, burning the remaining vine zombies in the passage into black ash. Hint: you have killed the corpse vine parasite 11. You have obtained a sample of the corpse vine parasite 10. 566 survival points. A complete evolution crystal 9 and a tier 1 evolution crystal 1. Hint: you have accumulated a sample of the corpse vine parasite 163. Current side mission completion rate 326. After cleaning up the remaining vine zombies, Fang Heng went to the entrance of the basement to check. The entrance of the underground passage had been completely blocked by the falling gravel. This was the special design of Hao Zhu. He had installed the small explosive packs at the precise location. He used the explosion to block the intersection. This way, Fang Heng could temporarily avoid the trouble of dealing with the vine zombies in the basement. He needed to focus on dealing with the zombie crowd attracted by the explosion outside. He had already heard the sound of zombies scratching the door of the hospital. Outside the hospital, the zombies were attracted by the explosion and were rushing crazily toward the hospital. They surrounded the entire hospital and had already tried to attack the windows and doors of the hospital. These were all normal phenomena. The sound would stimulate the zombies. According to the game experience in this body's memory, Fang Heng estimated that the zombies outside the hospital would keep scratching the door for about 3 to 5 hours. After about 2 to 3 days, the zombies around the hospital would gradually disperse. The first 3 to 5 hours were the most critical. Fang Heng looked at the time again. There were 15 minutes left before his zombie clones were resurrected. The plan began. Fang Heng quickly went upstairs and came to the staff restaurant on the 2nd floor of the hospital. The terrain here was more open. The environment was more suitable for the zombie clones to fight. In the restaurant, 2 ordinary zombies pounced on Fang Heng. Fang Heng waved his machete and quickly killed the remaining zombies in the restaurant. Then, he reinforced all the windows in the restaurant with wooden planks and made several bonfires for lighting. After all the preparations were done, Fang Heng stood quietly on the spot. The screams of the zombies were getting closer and closer. Apparently, they had broken through the windows and the gate of the hospital and rushed into the hospital. A few minutes later, Fang Heng heard the zombies start to hit the entrance door of the restaurant. Fang Heng waited quietly. The entrance had been reinforced several times, so it could still hold on for a while. 10 seconds left. Fang Heng flipped through the game log and counted down softly. 9, 8, 7. When the countdown for the resurrection of the zombie clones arrived, dozens of illusory magic arrays gradually appeared around Fang Heng's feet. One by one, zombie clones wearing lumberjack uniforms crawled out of the magic arrays. They all held wooden spears in their hands. They are here, they are resurrected. Fang Heng controlled the resurrected zombies to gather in front of the entrance of the restaurant and gave the order to the zombie clones to guard the restaurant. Meanwhile, he held a shotgun in his hand and carefully retreated to the back. More and more zombies gathered outside the door, and the sound of scratching on the door became louder and louder. The door was broken through. A group of zombies rushed into the room like a tide. Then, they were pierced through with the wooden spears held by the zombie clones who were prepared for this. Kai kai kai. For a moment, the restaurant was filled with the dry sound of wooden spears piercing into flesh. Due to the enhancement of Fang Heng's body, the attributes of the zombie clones were also enhanced. The most direct effect was that the zombie clones used to need more than 10 stabs to kill an ordinary zombie of the same kind. Now, they only needed 6 or 7 stabs. Moreover, the interval between stabs had also improved a lot. The efficiency of killing the enemies had been greatly increased. The 45 zombie clones formed a stable defensive line and killed the zombies one by one. Normal zombies couldn't break through this defensive line at all. They fell in front of the line one by one as if they were waiting for death. Hint: your zombie clone has killed a normal zombie. You have gained 2 survival points. Hint: your zombie clone has killed a normal. Rows of game notifications appeared, filling up the game log window. Chapter 61: The Relative of the Apocalypse Merchant. Chapter 61: The Relative of the Apocalypse Merchant. Fang Heng had no time to read the game log. He was staring intensely at the entrance of the restaurant. Ordinary zombies were no threat to him at all. The zombie clones had no energy or vitality. They could attack and deal damage 24 hours a day without consuming ammunition. These ordinary zombies were no different from an assembly line giving experience points. They were not a concern to Fang Heng. Even if there were hundreds of thousands of zombies outside, he wasn't afraid. The premise was that they had to keep coming over without causing the whole building to collapse. Right now, Fang Heng was most worried about the mutated zombies. His current zombie clones couldn't defend against attacks from the mutated zombies. If they encountered the mutated zombies, they would be killed. Once the number of zombie clones decreased to a certain extent, his defensive line would also collapse. Fang Heng held a shotgun in his hand and stared at the entrance. After a period of gaming, Fang Heng had already fused most of this body's memories of the game. Through the movements of the zombies and some of their subtle actions, he could distinguish the form and type of the zombies, coupled with the enhancement of his perceptive ability. It's coming. Mutated zombie physique enhancement. As soon as the mutated zombie, which was mixed in with the ordinary zombies, stepped through the entranceway, a figure flashed to its side. The dark muzzle was aimed at the mutated zombie's head. Fang Heng pulled the trigger. Half of the mutated zombie's head was blown into pieces by the shotgun at close range. It was a bloody mess. The mutated zombie, which had the physique enhancement attribute, was still not completely dead, and its body could not help but fall backwards. It's quite fleshy, Fang Heng muttered softly, and once again pulled the trigger. The second shot completely blasted the remaining half of the mutated zombie's head into pieces. After clearing out the mutated zombie that was mixed in the zombie crowd, Fang Heng quickly retreated. Amazing! Fang Heng couldn't help but be amazed at the enhancement effect brought by his physical quality. In the past, killing mutated zombies wouldn't be so easy. This time, he'll probably be able to collect a lot of crystal fragments. When the time comes, he'll see if Qiu Yao Kang has any other enhancement potions. At 9 p.m., the sky was completely dark. Hao Zhu and the others returned to the Federation's temporary warehouse to seek shelter. The few of them sat around the bonfire. Everyone was in low spirits and remained silent. The moment they returned to the warehouse, they immediately tried to look for Old Black. However, Old Black had already disappeared without a trace. They could not contact him online or offline. As for Fang Heng, Hao Zhu also tried to send him a message, but he did not receive any response. They all felt that Fang Heng's situation was not good. In the game, sending messages to a friend via the survival radio was very limited. If a friend was a distance away or was not online, including death, even if they sent him a message, he would not be able to receive it. And as the sender, Hao Zhu also could not know whether Fang Heng had received the message or not. Sister Lai broke the silence and asked, "Is there still no news from Fang Heng?" Hao Zhu shook his head. It's been so long and he still hasn't replied. I'm afraid he's doomed. Kunba clenched his fists, feeling pain in his heart. Not only had he not completed the mission, but he had also lost a teammate. Just thinking about it made him feel unbearable. Everyone's mood was a little low. When they escaped from the town, they saw with their own eyes that so many zombies were gathering toward the community hospital. The hospital was surrounded by more than 10 layers of zombies and there was no way to escape. The impact of the explosion was much stronger than they had expected. Hao Zhu regretted it when he saw this scene. He regretted agreeing to leave Fang Heng alone in the hospital. He put himself in Fang Heng's shoes. If it was him, he couldn't think of any way to survive given the conditions. But Hao Zhu still had a glimmer of hope for Fang Heng. What if he could? What if he had some special equipment? Hao Zhu sighed in his heart. Everyone is tired today. Go offline and rest. I'll stay a little longer and try to contact Black and Fang Heng. As he said this, Hao Zhu was suddenly stunned by something. His expression changed slightly and he immediately opened the survival radio to check. Fang Heng, thank you. I'm fine. I've already edited the recording. When I go offline, I'll find an opportunity to give me your email address. Hao Zhu was greatly surprised and immediately replied by giving Fang Heng his email address. What's wrong? Did you find something? Old Black replied to you. Hao Zhu looked up and his eyes regained their excitement. It's Fang Heng, he's fine, that's great, he even completed the mission. Sister Lai was surprised at first. But then her expression softened. She nodded. It's good that he's fine. The two brothers, Kun Ba and Kun Ta, excitedly high-fived each other and regained their smiles. Brother, I knew he would be fine. Haha, that guy is indeed very resourceful. He can still escape under that state. Needless to say, his equipment has always been pretty good. Those zombies still can't deal with him. Ha ha ha. Kun Ba was quite happy. As he spoke, he turned his head and asked, Hao Zhu, where is he now? I don't know. He asked me to give him my email address. You will send me the video of the explosion of the generator set when he is free. Kun Ba nodded, but he felt that something was not right. He asked in surprise. That's not right. Since he has come out, why didn't he come to find us directly? This question made everyone, who was initially joyful, fell into silence again. They turned their heads to look in the direction of Hopetown at the same time. Could it be? Are you trying to say that he's still in the community hospital? What else otherwise? Why didn't he come to us directly to collect the reward together? Hao Zhu opened his mouth. Fang Heng was still in the town hospital all by himself. Let me ask him. Hao Zhu immediately contacted Fang Heng again, and everyone inched forward and gathered around the survival radio to check. Hao Zhu, you're still in the hospital. How's the situation? Do you want us to go back and save you? Fang Heng, yes. I'm still here. Don't come looking for me. I'm in a good condition now. I'll find an opportunity to log off and send the video to you guys first. Seeing the reply from Fang Heng on the survival radio, everyone fell into silence again. A person guarding the small town hospital that was surrounded by countless zombies. How could he live well? He even had the time to log off and send Hao Zhu a video file. What kind of situation was this? What was his strength like? Hao Zhu and the others could not understand. Kun Ta scratched his head and asked, Brother, what equipment can keep him in there for so long? Kun Ba shook his head. He could not think of an answer either. The focused flamethrower was one of them, but a player's backpack was only so big. It was impossible to carry so much fuel inside. Moreover, the focused flamethrower had a cooldown limit, so it could not be used for a long time. Hao Zhu laughed bitterly and said, To be precise, the question is where did he get so many high-level weapons? The few of them looked at one another again. Sister Lai joked, I think he emptied the Apocalypse Merchant Camp. He can even empty the Apocalypse Merchant Camp. Hao Zhu was also amused. Don't tell me he's related to the Apocalypse Merchant. The two brothers, Kun Ba and Kun Ta, turned their heads to look at Hao Zhu at the same time. Isn't it so? Chapter 62 I really don't want to be a cook. Chapter 62 I really don't want to be a cook. In the game, Fang Heng was sitting in front of a bonfire. His whole body was aching. He was too tired. The zombies outside the hospital continued to attack the entrances of the hospital for 3.5 hours. After that, they slowly stopped. Fang Heng divided the zombies into two groups. A small group was responsible for cleaning the rooms on the second and third floors of the hospital and collecting materials. Feng Heng himself led a large group of zombie clones to launch a counterattack, cleaning the first floor from the stairway. The first floor of the hospital had been completely occupied by the zombies. Feng Heng had no choice but to clean up the zombies that were pouring in from the outside. At the same time, he had to find time to reinstall the windows that were broken by the zombies. All of this would take a lot of time. It was easy to repair the ordinary small windows, but the last one was the entrance to the hospital. The zombies that were pouring in from the outside were inexhaustible. After a few rounds of going back and forth, Feng Heng had to change his plan. He forcibly used the focused flamethrower to burn a wave of zombies outside, buying himself some time. Only then did he manage to seal the entrance. After closing the door, the zombies outside began to gather around and continue scratching the door. Feng Heng also had a countermeasure. He chose a few zombie clones and ordered them to keep repairing the door. As for the repair materials, he didn't lack them either. He could just chop any furniture or tables. It wasn't until 5 minutes ago did Feng Heng manage to maintain the durability of the door. He then had time to catch his breath and reply to Hao Zhu. How tiring. The zombies that were sent out to search around the hospital began to return one by one, bringing some materials. Feng Heng sat in front of the bonfire and counted his earnings for the day. Hard work was hard work, but the earnings were equally gratifying. He had killed a total of more than 6 zombies, earning more than 10 survival points. The ammunition that he had used up previously had cost a lot of survival points. The survival points that he had gained from the scavenging were enough to recoup his losses. He also earned more than 1 evolution crystal fragments. When he get back, he could let Qiu Yaokang study them for a while. Finally, there were all kinds of miscellaneous items and books that had a small chance of dropping after a zombie died. Feng Heng opened the small manuals in front of him one by one. Recipe stir-fried meat with green pepper. Recipe shredded potatoes with hot and sour sauce. Recipe eggs with spring onion. Recipe stewed eggplant in oil. I don't want to be a chef. Why do you keep giving me recipes? Feng Heng felt his body ache. He opened the last manual. There's finally a skill book. Feng Heng experienced a moment of joy. Skill book Miner's Wisdom. Description after use. Master the skill Miner's Wisdom. Skill description: there is a 0.005 chance to obtain precious metals when excavating high-value ores. This skill can be upgraded to level 20. The skill level cannot exceed the current player's level. Feng Heng's face turned black. Okay. Miner skill book. In the old server, almost every professional bricklayer in the game had one copy. With this skill, they were lucky enough to dig out an extra piece of gold when they were mining. The gold could be exchanged for a lot of materials from the apocalypse merchants. This skill book was a must-have for the workers, increasing their output. It's just the lives of the workers. After all, the zombie clones could also inherit the skill. In the future, the zombies would be able to dig out some gold when they were mining. Feng Heng patted the recipe and the skill book on his head. Hint: you have learned the recipe stir-fried meat with green pepper. Recipe shredded potatoes with hot and sour sauce. Recipe eggs with spring onion. Recipe stewed eggplant in Hao Zhu. Morning. 2 a.m. The computer screen played the scene of the warehouse being destroyed. Old Black took out his phone and dialed the number skillfully. Mission completed. Alex is expected to activate within 20 to 40 hours. Well done. The Tier 4 complete mutated zombie will go berserk. When that happens, the Federation will have a headache dealing with him. Hee. This will at least slow down their main storyline mission progress for half a month. Continue to track down the remaining T-virus serum. We must take down this world. At the same time, the Federation Warehouse Resource Point had also noticed the changes in the town. The leader of the Federal Action Team, An Lindong, frowned. Not long ago, He received an order from his superior to set up a warehouse resource point here, in charge of collecting materials from the outside world. Apart from that, he also had another important mission. He had to pay attention and observe Hopetown, and think of a way to clean up the zombies in the town. And Lyndon learned from his superior that there was a secret research room of the meteorite company hidden somewhere in this town. There might even be a T-virus serum in the secret research room. The T-virus serum was a mission item related to the Dark Knights, and the Dark Knights were closely related to the main storyline mission of the apocalyptic world. There was a very limited amount of T-virus serum left in every server of the zombie apocalypse game. This meant that only a very small number of players had access to the core main storyline mission of the zombie apocalypse game. Once all these players died or the Dark Knights were wiped out, then this zombie apocalypse world might never have an ending, and the ending meant that this world belonged to originally. And Lyndon was very relieved. He felt that with the current zombie density in Hopetown, it was impossible for players to enter the town and take the T-virus serum. By the time the game was released the next day, the superiors had already assigned him 100 professional players trained by the federal government to join the temporary warehouse resource point. At that time, he could use the strength of these people to lock down Hopetown and firmly control the T-virus serum in the town. However, the violent explosion just now made Lyndon feel a little uneasy. He decided to wait until his helpers entered tomorrow, and then bring them to try to enter Hopetown to check it out. At 3 o'clock in the morning, at Phoenix Sound Gaming Company, Fang Heng woke up in the company's lounge. After resting for 5 to 6 hours, he got up again and entered the game. Alex would wake up after 30 hours when the power was cut off. He needed to think of a way to complete the mission within 30 hours and then leave this damn place completely. This mission is really difficult. Fang Heng returned to the game, and the zombies outside were still scratching the door. Hint: during the time you were offline, your zombie group has completed the search of the first to third floors of the hospital. You have obtained cigarette 2, honey jar 1, fructose 20, disposable syringe 21, medical bandage 10, first aid kit 7, frozen food bag 20, sample collector 12, blood bag 29, underground pipeline maintenance map 1. Hint: during the time you were offline, your zombies destroy the wooden door 23, destroy the wooden stool 541, destroy the wooden table 231, obtain firewood 30 set 8 and 16, discarded plastic cent 176, rusty nails 21. Hint: during the time you are offline, your zombies complete the production of the wooden planks 4033. Tip: during the time you are offline, your zombie has continuously reinforced the wooden door and consumed the wooden planks 823. Chapter 63 Inspiration. Chapter 63 Inspiration. The Underground Pipeline Maintenance Map. Fang Heng found the map from a pile of materials collected by the zombies and examined it in his hand. There was an underground pipeline in the hospital. In other words, the hospital had other exits besides the front entrance. However, the entrance of the pipeline was on the basement level. Perhaps I can leave the town from that place, Fang Heng whispered and temporarily put away the blueprints. He then shifted his gaze to a small box at the side. In the box lay 12 tubular objects, about the size of a palm. Sample collector. Item: sample collector. Description: Meteorite Company's latest generation of live sample collectors. Safe, fast and efficient. Additional description: this sample collector can only collect living organisms. Place the side of the sample collector on the living organism surface. Press the red button. Wait for 30 seconds and it will automatically complete the sample collection. This collector seems to be related to the mission. So, other than directly killing the vine zombies, there are other ways to collect samples. Fang Heng took out a sample collector and held it in his hand to observe. However, it could only collect living organisms. Thinking of the vine zombies with strong close combat ability, Fang Heng couldn't help but feel troubled. He didn't think that he could rush up and control the vine zombies for a full 30 seconds. Unless the vine zombies were still dormant, he wouldn't force it. He would try again later when the opportunity comes. Fang Heng carefully put away the collector and looked at the entrance of the hospital. which was being scratched by the zombies outside. He didn't have time to waste with the endless zombies outside. Feng Heng left 2 zombies to repair the wooden door. Then, he led the rest of the zombies back to the entrance of the buried underground passage. The zombie clones took out their stone pickaxes and dug the passage again. Half an hour later, the buried passage was completely dug out by the zombie clones. Feng Heng raised the focus flamethrower. There were less than 2 bottles of fuel left. Most of the vine zombies had been killed in the afternoon. It was estimated that there were only about 50 vine zombies left in the morgue. It was enough. After entering the basement, the vine zombies gathered in 2s and 3s. Feng Heng didn't say anything else. He turned on the focused flamethrower and killed them instantly. Then, he killed his way back to the morgue at the end of the passage. Because he was worried about the fire, Feng Heng had no choice but to go back and forth a few times. He led the vine zombies into the empty passage and killed them again. Hint: you have killed the corpse vine infected body 23. You have obtained 680 survival points. You have obtained a sample of the infection 46. Hint: you have obtained a complete evolution crystal 18. You have obtained a tier 1 evolution crystal 2. After a series of operations, the vine zombies in the morgue was completely cleaned up by Feng Heng. Unfortunately, I didn't find a chance to use the sample collector. As Feng Heng spoke, he crushed the complete evolution crystal that he had found along the way. Looking at it carefully, he was less than 1/6 of the experience points away from leveling up. Feng Heng entered the morgue again. He turned on his flashlight and opened the door of the secret research room in the morgue. The path in front of this secret research room was blocked by lush plants. These plants were corpse vines. Feng Heng didn't dare to get too close. If he wasn't careful and get infected by the corpse vines, then it would be troublesome. But wouldn't using the flamethrower in this small room cause a fire? Wait. What is this? Feng Heng was hesitating when he suddenly noticed that there were 2 other experiment manuals on the table. Hint: you have obtained detailed data of Alex's research. Hint: you have obtained detailed data of the corpse vine parasite infection experiment. Hint: you can give the manual to the Apocalypse Merchant Vettel in exchange for additional survival points. Feng Heng first flipped open Alex's research data. The data in the manual were all related to the experimental subject Alex, including the amount of the virus injected, the injection environment, and so on. Looking at the rows of data, Feng Heng felt a headache. He roughly knew that Alex's physical strength was very strong, the kind that could break a wall with one punch. Moreover, its life recovery ability was also very strong. The more effective way to deal with Alex was a fire attack, as he was more afraid of fire. Feng Heng picked up another corpse vine parasite experimental data to check. This record book was full of data about the corpse vine parasite infection. A part of it was about how the corpse vine parasites completed their parasitism. It looked very simple. The 5 corpse vines in the secret laboratory were all products that had been modified hundreds of times. They were very easy to parasitize. As long as the zombie was close to the corpse vine, the corpse vine would take the initiative to attack and forcefully complete the parasitism. An ordinary corpse needed about 7 days to complete the entire parasitism process. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. He suddenly had an idea. Originally, the corpse vines parasitized through the corpses. So could the zombies do it? If the zombies could do it, could his zombie clone do it? Feng Heng's heart couldn't help but thump violently. If his zombie clone could be strengthened to the same level as the vine zombies, he would be able to kill mutated zombies. Feng Heng lowered his head to think again. He flipped to one of the pages of the experiment team's notebook. 1. It's parasitic. We found that the corpse vine had completely invaded the brain of the corpse and digested its host's head within 7 days. After that, the corpse vine took over and controlled the corpse to move. The process was very bloody. The head of the corpse would explode on its own, and a plant-like tentacle would grow out of the neck. 3. To experiment quietly, the dean agreed to temporarily close the morgue. Feng Heng lowered his head and said in a low voice while thinking. To summarize, the corpse vine controls the corpse through parasitism. In other words, zombies and corpses could be parasitized as well. If his zombie clone was controlled by the corpse vine and turned into a corpse vine parasite, Would he lose control of his zombie clone? Who cares, let's give it a try. It was just a clone. And it could be resurrected after less than 20 hours. So Fang Hang didn't feel bad about it. Fang Hang immediately controlled a zombie to slowly approach the corpse vine. The corpse vine immediately reacted to the zombie. The originally dangling vine instantly revived and quickly wrapped around the zombie. In the blink of an eye, the zombie clone was tightly wrapped by the vine. The corpse vine went into the zombie's open mouth. Rows of game notifications were refreshed in the log. Hint: your zombie has been infected by a special parasite. Hint: an abnormality has been detected. Hint: your zombie clone will be infected within 5 to 7 days. Hint: your zombie clone is being enhanced. You will lose control of your zombie clone. Hint: you can quickly complete the parasitism by consuming survival points and evolution crystal fragments. You can also remove the parasitic state and retain the positive enhancement effect. Hint: this enhancement effect will be retained forever, even after death and resurrection. Part 1 of the series ends here. If you enjoyed it, please give us a like and subscribe so we can be motivated to make even better videos in the future.